Dead and Delicious by Tara West. Narrated by Holly Jackson. 5 things I learned while being a fallen angel zombie. 1. Duct tape works better than embalming. 2. Alopecia is not my favorite hairstyle. 3. Fried demons smell like bacon. 4. This brain breath is affecting my love life. 5. Nothing ruins a honeymoon like an apocalypse. Chapter 1. This had better not take long. I held on to my new husband's arm, nervously smoothing the white taffeta of my knee-length wedding dress as our elevator made the slow descent toward Earth, aka Level 1, where supposedly we were needed for a major ghosting emergency. Of all the days we had to get called into work. When my husband brought my hand to his lips, sin in his bright blue eyes making my knees go weak, my irritation was momentarily forgotten. "Have I mentioned how beautiful you look?" he asked with a mischievous smile that promised a very fun honeymoon. I bit my lip, leaning into him while I toyed with his tie. "Maybe, but you can mention it again." My Grim Reaper groom looked so dashing in a turn-of-the-century suit. Sideburns and wavy chestnut hair complemented his classic look. He was like a tall, frosty bottle of sexy sarsaparilla, and I couldn't wait to take a long drink. We had literally tied the knot only a few minutes ago, making me Mrs. Aidan O'Connor the luckiest girl in all of purgatory, though I was anxious to get back to our wedding celebration. We hadn't even cut into the cake yet. Chocolate with raspberry filling and buttercream frosting, and a cute little Grim Reaper and fallen angel on top. It must be really bad if all ghosters have to report. Melanie, Sergeant Santiago Sanchez's girlfriend and former demoness, looked ready to pass out as she swayed against Sarge while holding tightly to his hand. Her shimmery 80s bridesmaid dress with puffy sleeves and poofy aquanet hair made her look like a retro prom queen. "Did they say what it was?" she asked Sarge, looking up at him with eyes heavily painted with blue eyeshadow and thick black liner. I froze at Sarge's expression. All the color had drained from his normally tanned face. He swallowed hard. "I couldn't hear with all the screaming." Sarge was an experienced combat veteran who died in Afghanistan. The fact that he looked like he'd just stepped in a giant crap sandwich didn't bode well for us. "Fuck me. Basil!" I spun around, narrowing my eyes at my potty-mouthed friend. Basil rarely made sense. Usually she was rambling about aliens and flies while inhaling her leafy green pain meds. Basil stared straight ahead, mesmerized by the blinking buttons on the elevator and twisting a lock of scraggly white hair around her finger. "Not even the aliens can help us now," she mumbled. Our oldest ghoster, Crow, who died sometime during the Civil War, stood as still as a statue by Basil's side. The whites of his eyes stood out against his leathery ebony skin. He stared at the doors as if the very hounds of hell were waiting on the other side. This was so not good. I shot Aidan a nervous look, and he reassuringly squeezed my hand. "Relax, sweetheart." He opened the flap on his jacket, revealing his retractable scythe, a smooth black object that was no bigger than a cell phone. "We've survived hell 3 times. We can get through this. Just stay behind me," he said with a wink. "Damn right I'm staying behind you," I grumbled, examining my French tips. "I spent a lot of credits on this manicure. No sense in ruining my nails blasting demons when Aidan could chop off their heads. But there shouldn't have been any demons on Earth anyway. The only demons who had access were those on the top level of hell, and I'd zapped their gatekeeper down several levels when he tried to start the apocalypse. Without the gatekeeper, demons couldn't leave hell, so why was there a ghosting emergency? We sucked in a collective breath when the elevator stopped at Level 1, aka Earth, aka the dimension where I'd spent the first 29 years of my existence until my untimely death by faulty blow-dryer. I squeezed Aidan's hand tighter as the silver doors squeaked open, and then I just about crapped my panties. Our elevator had dropped us off smack in the middle of what could have only been described as an undead battlefield. We were in an old cemetery shrouded in a thin mist and faintly illuminated by moonlight. Grave sites had been unearthed and tombstones turned to rubble, while grims and ghosters decapitated demonic creatures that came at them from all sides. And was it just me, or was it uncommonly hot for early spring in Seattle? Margot Stiles, a ghoster on the elite Alpha squad who looked like a Barbie and screamed like a banshee, shoved a big-ass machete into my arms. "Arm yourself." She drew in a deep breath before driving a hatchet into some pale creature's skull. My stomach roiled when his brain exploded in a fountain of green ooze, splattering Margot's face. I wasn't crazy about Margot, and I'd wanted to dump a plate of caviar over her snooty head a time or two, but I wouldn't wish a mouthful of demon sludge on my worst enemy. Aiden pushed me behind him, slicing off a demon's head before I had a chance to blink. The rest of the ghosters on my squad somehow found weapons and were joining in the action. I spun in a slow circle, nearly dropping the heavy machete on my foot. I could barely lift it. How the hell was I supposed to cut off heads with it? All while wearing a wedding gown and heels. I ducked under Aiden's arm as he decapitated a demon with spikes coming out of his skull. "Margot, what is happening?" I hollered, unable to keep the shrill rattle out of my voice. "I don't know," she said between grunts, driving her blade into a scaly creature's torso. "But all hell's broke loose." A tall shadow fell over us, and I peered up at the commander of the ghosting squadrons. Shadow, a formidable ghoster, was made even creepier knowing he'd once been controlled by a powerful demon. "Shadow!" I cried. "Please tell me what's happening." "Delta Squad." He frowned at me, waving to Sarge and Aiden. "You take the West End. Whatever you do, do not let them leave the cemetery." He handed Sarge and Aiden walkie-talkies. So like a man to talk over the woman, but now wasn't the time to get into a sexism debate. I reminded myself Shadow had died 150 years ago, back when women were still swooning from tight corsets, and battery-operated dildos hadn't been invented yet, so we kind of had to take shit from men. I shrieked when a demon head catapulted past me, spewing blood all over my wedding gown. Damn it! Now I was pissed. I dropped the machete and yanked a blade out of a demon's back, shook off the blood, and marched alongside my husband. So much for my white wedding. Guess that was my karma for trying to pass as a virgin. Energy tickled my palms and I flexed my fingers, feeling my wind power strengthening. I was able to channel wind on level 1, and not the kind I experienced after my grandma's 3-bean chili, but a powerful gale that could knock people over. I looked at my team. No surprise they'd taken on their ghosting forms. Basil was a wicked apparition, partly see-through and fully creepy, her hands and feet obscured in misty shreds as if they'd been caught in a paranormal paper shredder. Crow had transformed into a giant black crowzilla, part man and part what the fuck is that thing. Melanie had an orange glow, but Sarge and Aiden looked pretty much the same. They didn't need any special powers or transformations. They were badass enough. Aiden only took on his Grim Reaper form when he went to hell, transforming into a skeletal creature with skin that looked like dried jerky. Needless to say, he was far from appealing, but I loved him anyway. The fog grew thicker, obscuring the bloody brawl behind us. I heard a frantic call over Sarge's walkie-talkie. "Beta to Alpha, there's been a breach." "Damn." Sarge pulled Melanie closer. "Fan out." He pointed for Aiden and me to go right, and Crow and Basil to cut left. Aiden held his scythe at the ready. His blue eyes darkened to a deep indigo. "Stay close to me." I eagerly nodded. As if I'd go on a stroll through a demon-infested cemetery without my Grim Reaper husband. The mist was getting so thick now I could barely see 5 feet in front of us. I raised my hands, channeling my wind, and blew the mist. Most of it swirled around us, but enough scattered so we could make out several unearthed graves. Had the demons desecrated these sites? Ouch! My heel twisted and I lurched forward, grabbing Aiden for support and nearly falling face first into a gaping hole with an open, empty casket. Aiden steadied me with a hand on my elbow. "Are you all right, sweetheart?" I slipped off my shoe, pouting when I saw a crack in the heel. My shoe! First my gown, and now my beautiful, shiny red pumps, given to me by my dear grandmother, were ruined. I didn't think our wedding day could get any worse, except, of course, if we were butchered by demons. I slipped off the other shoe, sighing when the soft, damp grass soothed my sore feet. I hadn't realized how badly my feet had been cramping. I handed my heels to Aiden. Can you stuff these in your pockets?" "Of course." He leaned his bloody scythe against a tombstone and stuffed a heel in each of his jacket pockets. "Can you walk without them?" "I've walked barefoot through hell," I laughed. "I think I can handle it." I jerked back, grabbing Aiden's arm when a hand shot out from behind a tombstone and a man pulled himself up and sat on the edge of the stone, moaning into his palms. His sallow skin nearly matched the light gray color of his three-piece suit. His pants were ripped at the knees, and he was only wearing one shoe. But what was most striking about the man was that his head was caved in on one side. How was he still alive? He didn't strike me as a demon. He was too, for lack of a better word, corpsey. Aiden?" I whispered. "What is that?" The man glanced up at us, or maybe through us. He had a vacant look in his one good eye. A long trail of drool hung from his lip. "Hungry," the man said, stumbling off the tombstone and walking toward us. "Sir," Aiden asked, "are you lost?" "Or dead?" I added, swallowing bile, taking another step back as the man slowly advanced, dragging a leg behind him. "He sees us," Aiden said, "which means he's dead. The Grims are fighting demons, probably why nobody's come for him." Aiden picked up his scythe and we both took a big step back. "Hungry," the man said again, lunging toward us. I shrieked, jumping aside as the man tumbled into an open gravesite. "Hungry," he cried from the hole. I squeezed Aiden's arm, unable to quell my shaking limbs. I don't remember being that hungry after I died. Something wasn't right. Aiden scratched the back of his head. "No telling how long he's been wandering the first dimension." My hand flew to my throat when the man's feeble cries echoed from the hole. "Oh, Aiden, we have to help him." Aiden frowned. "You're right. We need to get him out of here before a demon finds him." We cautiously walked over to the gravesite and peered down at the man who was lying face down in a coffin. "Sir?" I called. "Is there anything we can do to help you?" He rolled onto his back and looked at me with one pitiful puppy eye. "Hungry." I bit my lip, sharing a nervous glance with Aiden. Aiden handed me his scythe and held a hand down to him. "Come on out of there, and we can summon you an elevator to purgatory." The man sniffled and grabbed Aiden's hand. I cringed when I saw his brains were leaking out of his skull. "Hungry," he cried again, and then bared yellowing teeth, hissing like a cat and trying to bite Aiden. "Hey!" Aiden hollered, jerking backward and trying to shake out of the dead man's grip. "What the hell?" I blasted the guy with my wind and he flew into the grave, dragging my husband with him and biting down on his wrist. Aiden howled and kicked the man in the face. The guy's head broke off and toppled to the bottom of the casket, but his body was twitching like it had been electrocuted. "He won't let me go," Aiden cried. "Here!" I tossed Aiden my blade, and he cut off the man's hand and jumped out of the casket. The guy's petrified fingers still clutched Aiden's arm. Aiden's eyes were wide with panic. "Help me with this." We peeled the fingers off Aiden's wrist. The hand fell to the ground, flopping around like a fish out of water. "Let me see." I examined Aiden's bite and sucked in a sharp breath. Blood oozed from the wound. Oh, hell's bells. My dress was already ruined. I cringed and ripped off the outer layer of taffeta. I wrapped the material around Aiden's wound while warily eyeing the dead guy's hand. What was that thing? Aiden's mouth set in a grim line. "I think it was a zombie." "A zombie?" I gasped. I didn't know they were real. Aiden frowned at the twitching hand before kicking it into the coffin. "Neither did I." Well, shit. Something tells me we're not making it to our honeymoon. Chapter 2. After Aiden radioed to the others to watch out for undead corpses, he sliced off the heads of 3 more zombies and 1 snake-like slithering demon. I stuck to his side, using my wind to blow away mist or get rid of creatures. Where had they all come from? Lots of screaming and howling was heard over the static of the walkie-talkie. I just hoped the screams were from the demons and not our ghosters. Sweat dripped off my face and rolled into my cleavage. I hadn't been this hot since my last foray into hell. I had already tossed my veil, wishing I could slip out of my wedding dress, too. Aiden had discarded his coat and tie. We'd stuffed the removed clothing, along with my shoes in a tree branch, hoping we could retrieve them later. "Delta Team, do you read?" Shadow's urgent cry cut through the screams. "We read you," Sarge said. "We're picking up on a lot of activity from a vault on the west end. I need you to check it out." "Roger," Sarge answered, and Aiden confirmed. I fought the urge to roll my eyes. Shadow had sent us to the shittiest section of the cemetery, no doubt. We had the smallest ghosting team in the Supernatural Intervention Agency, yet we had the best track record of all the squads. We were also the only ghosting squad to survive not 1 but 3 trips to hell. That also made us the most badass ghosting unit, a title we proudly flaunted, maybe a little too much. Instead of recognition, our newly elevated status had only earned us more dangerous assignments, like this one. Especially like this one. Crow and Basil hovered in a pine tree above us. Basil held a finger to her lips, her pale hair and wide eyes glowing like a ghoul. Crow squawked and angled his beak toward a pulsating light in the distance. "Aiden," I breathed, clutching his arm. "I don't like the looks of that." Crow squawked again and flew from his perch, landing on a nearby branch. "Y'all stay here. I'll go see," he said in a much too human voice. Melanie and Sarge cut through a narrow clearing and joined us as Crow took off, flying through the dense branches like a phantom spirit. I scooted closer to Aiden, unable to ward off the chill that seeped into my bones when I looked at all the unearthed graves. Had the demons dug up every corpse? Ironic that we were far from the scariest things in the cemetery. Crow flew back, landing on an old tombstone and squawking like a deranged chicken. "What is it?" Sarge asked. Crow's feathers shook, and it took me a moment to realize he wasn't posturing. He was scared. His black eyes narrowed as he angled his beak at the light behind us. "Demons everywhere, and a dragon." "Huh?" I nearly lost control of my bladder. The last serpents from hell we'd fought had been made of fire, and the one before that was a soul eater. If I had to go up against another dragon, I didn't think hell had enough adult diapers to contain my trickle of terror. There was a roar so deep and terrifying, I felt as if that dragon's call was a direct line to my nervous bladder. And who was I kidding? To my explosive stomach. I did pee a little when a heavy black shadow passed over us. Basil floated down beside me. Whoa, this is some serious shit. I was slightly annoyed by Basil's response, mostly because she was a psychic and hadn't seen this coming. Sarge's eyes went wide. He turned on the walkie-talkie. "Alpha, be advised a dragon is heading in your direction. I repeat, a dragon is heading your way. Over." "A what?" Shadow snapped, and then his scream cut through the static and nearly burst my eardrums. Basil threw up her ghoulish hands. "Fuck me." I turned to my husband, tugging on his sleeve. "Aiden, what does all this mean?" He nodded at the pulsating light. "It means we're in the middle of the bloody apocalypse." Well, damn. I'd spent literally every last credit we had booking that honeymoon resort at Purgatory, Bahamas, and they had a strict no refunds policy. Surely there was an apocalypse clause in the fine print. Melanie shrieked, her aura pulsating until she looked like she was on fire. She pointed at a horde of demons racing through the forest toward us, and when I say horde, I mean 20 school buses from hell had probably just unloaded. There was no way a team of 6 ghosters could fight so many. "Fall back, now!" Sarge hollered. He grabbed Melanie's hand and ran. I didn't need to be told twice. Aiden and I ran across pine cones and twigs. I yelped, wincing as the ground chafed my bare feet. Why hadn't I listened to my grandmother and worn pantyhose? Oh well. The ground on level 1 was still a far cry better than the scorched earth in hell. "Where are we going?" I yelled to Sarge as we reached a clearing. He pointed at a white steeple beyond the forest edge and on the other side of the road. "To that church." Well, damn, that was his plan? I had the feeling if God wanted to save us, he would have done so already. I was nearly out of breath by the time we ran across the barren highway to the white church with plantation shutters and a tall steeple. The sweat pooling in my cleavage had soaked my mistletoe bra and seeped through my gown. Sarge flung open the door and we rushed inside. Aiden bolted the door behind us.
Try to lay low,
Sarge whispered over his shoulder.
They can't see you if you don't project yourself.
Basil and Crow flew to the rafters. All clear, Crow squawked. I squinted in the dim light. The place was humid and mostly dark. Candles flickered along the altar and a bride and groom were huddled on the steps. She wept into his embrace while the rest of their party nervously surrounded them, eyeing the windows. A priest walked around the perimeter of the church, mumbling a prayer and sprinkling holy water on the walls. Nobody paid us any heed, which meant they hadn't seen us. Good thing, because their wedded bliss had already been ruined. A decapitated zombie was lying chest down in front of us, blood oozing out of his severed cavity. I got the feeling he hadn't been invited to the wedding. I cringed, taking Aiden's hand. He helped me step over the rotten corpse. This zombie was less fresh than the last guy and smelled worse than week old fish guts. Either he'd gotten the bargain brand embalming or else he'd been dead a few years. Maggots slithered out of his lifeless eye sockets and gaping nostrils as flies swarmed his head. Who cut off his head? I whispered to Aiden.
I'm not sure.
He shrugged. We sat down in one of the back pews. Sarge sat in the pew in front of us and Melanie sat next to him. He fiddled with the buttons on his walkie-talkie.
Alpha, do you read me?
He was met with static. I scanned the church, admiring the wedding decor. Glass windows to our right revealed what looked like a reception area with a beautiful 5-tiered wedding cake, a chocolate fountain, and melting ice sculptures. The poor couple had picked a hell of a day to get married. Literally. I wondered if they knew that their wedding crasher was one of hundreds, maybe thousands of uninvited undead guests.
This is Sergeant Sanchez from Delta Squadron.
Sarge's voice sounded shrill, and he clutched the walkie-talkie with whitened knuckles.
Calling all ghosters, do you read?
Sergeant Sanchez, this is Alpha. A frightened woman who sounded much like Margot responded. What is your position? I wondered what had happened to Shadow. Had a demon or, gasp, the dragon gotten him?
A church southwest of the cemetery, Sarge said.
We need you to cover the west end of the cemetery. The command sounded almost like a plea. Whoever was now in charge of Alpha was scared shitless. Melanie arched back, vehemently shaking her head. Sarge scowled.
Requesting backup. There are too many demons. I repeat, there are too many demons.
Request denied, Sergeant Sanchez. Your backup's been eaten. Get back to the cemetery. Good thing I was already dead, because I about died twice as I gaped at that walkie-talkie. Our backup was eaten? If the demons didn't get us, the dragon surely would. Aiden turned to me, clutching my hands so hard I winced. Panic swirled in his eyes.
Ash, you'd better.
I jerked out of his grip and held up a silencing hand. Don't even say it. I'm going with you. No way in heaven, hell, or in between was my husband facing a demon army without me. I had no idea what force of nature compelled me to stand, or how I had the strength to jump over the rotting zombie and throw open those church doors. After I stepped outside, little currents of energy gathered in my palms. Eerie gray clouds drifted over the full moon, which cast errant, translucent beams across the lonely highway. My electric powers only came to me when I was in hell, which could only mean one thing. We hadn't been cast down to hell. Hell had come to us. Aiden tapped my shoulder.
Ash, look.
I spun around and shrieked, preparing to strike the gigantic black-winged demon crouched on top of the church steeple. Sarge grabbed my arm.
Don't. It's an archangel.
The only archangels I'd seen had been blonde Nordic gods with long, flowing hair and pale wings. This creature, with glowing white eyes, looked like he haunted children's nightmares. Really? I gasped, lowering my hands. Are you sure? The angel ruffled his feathers and nodded to us, his ebony skin and inky black wings blending with the midnight sky. Aiden placed a hand on my shoulder.
Yes.
Is he going to help us?
He is.
Aiden answered and punched the button on his compact scythe. A blood-crusted blade shot out.
He's protecting the church. He's probably what decapitated that zombie.
Yeah, but, I stammered. Can't he go to the cemetery with us? Wishful thinking, I knew. I should have learned by now God only helped those who helped themselves, even if helping ourselves meant getting toasted by demons. Sarge scanned the tree lines separating us from the screaming at the cemetery.
The archangels protect the churches. That's it.
Well, at least we had a base to run to when we were out of options, kind of like how I'd played tag when I was a kid. Only back then, the kids chasing me hadn't wanted to eat my brains or take me to hell. I thought we were in luck because most of the demons had disappeared by the time we got to the west end of the cemetery. Of course, our luck was some other ghoster's misfortune, or worse, the city of Seattle had a serious demon infestation. We waxed the few who dared attack us and also disposed of a few more zombies. Killing zombies was much easier, as they tended to walk slowly and had a singular focus, like nettles. All they wanted was food, and I suspected brain chow and not a double beef patty with lettuce, mayo, and extra cheese was their meal of choice. My electric powers were getting stronger, not full force like in hell, but my wind had enough zap to it that it knocked the zombies back far enough so Aiden had time to aim his blade. He swung it like a baseball player, lopping off heads left and right. I barely had time to register my panic when a new wave of demons emerged from behind a line of hedges, jumping over the bushes, claws raised and fangs dripping venom. Aiden and I had to work faster. I blasted a few demons off Melanie, whom they'd already identified as the weakest of the herd. Crow flew overhead, dropping pieces of tombstones on the demons, which slowed them down a bit. Basil floated somewhere out of reach, yelling at us not to hurt any flies, so it was mostly Aiden, Sarge, and me doing the fighting. No sooner had we demolished one wave than another took its place. I could tell Aiden was getting tired, swinging his blade with less force and even fumbling a few times. My hands were sore and my arms were tired. If the hordes didn't ease up soon, we'd all be demon chow. 2 waves hit us from opposite ends of the cemetery, managing to back us into a corner with nowhere to run but an open grave with a naked, headless corpse whose arms and legs weren't the only stiff appendages on his body. No thanks. I was hoping Aiden and I could get kinky on our honeymoon, but necrophilia went a little too far. Just when I thought all hope was lost, a team of about a dozen Grim Reapers showed up, slicing up demons as if they were getting paid per body part. Chest heaving, Aiden lowered his scythe and bent over, clutching his knees while the other Grims finished off the demons. After the last demon fell, Aiden pocketed his scythe and grabbed a giant Grim with a gleaming bald head in a fierce hug.
About damn time, Tank,
Aiden laughed. Tank swept a hand at the carnage, the dark shadows beneath his eyes making him look even more fierce.
I couldn't let you have all the fun.
Fun? So that's what we were calling the demon apocalypse that had ruined my wedding day? Basil floated down, her ghoulish eyes as wide as saucers. Something's wrong.
What is it?
Aiden asked, gripping his scythe. Basil was our squad psychic, and usually whatever she predicted came true. Too bad she hadn't predicted an apocalypse would ruin our wedding day. Aiden and I would have saved a small fortune on flowers and champagne. Basil frowned. That was too easy. You call that easy? My manicure is ruined. I held up my hands. My electrified wind had either blown off or melted every French tip, making me look like a melting wax figure. Basil shook her head. What happened to the dragon? The skin on Tank's forehead scrunched into several heavy lines, making him look like a giant pug dog.
What dragon?
Sarge sat on a tombstone while Melanie wrapped a deep laceration on his arm.
The dragon that ate our backup,
he groaned. Tank frowned, sharing looks of confusion with the other Grims.
We didn't see a dragon.
Basil placed a hand to her brow, her eyes rolling to the back of her head before she looked at us with stony features. But the dragon sees us. Well, crud. I clutched my gut as Aiden and I shared wide-eyed looks. Was it a bad omen if a bride crapped her dress on her wedding day? Because I was pretty sure I was in for an adult-sized diaper full of really bad omens. Tank and the other Grims eyed the trees around us. He scratched his head.
How can a dragon just disappear?
Aiden nodded at a darker patch of forest.
It can't, unless it's a shadow dragon.
My gut roiled again. I don't like the sound of that. Tank shook his head, scowling.
Shadow dragons are from sublevel 6. No way they found their way up here.
Aiden clutched my elbow.
I'm not taking any chances. Let's move.
I let Aiden lead me away, but not before looking back. Was it my imagination, or had the forest shadows seemed to move? The Grimms, Sarge, and Melanie followed, Crow and Basil flying ahead of us.
You might want to take a look at this, Crow squawked.
We met him in a clearing, and not a natural clearing, but a space that looked as if it had been struck by a bomb. Trees were flattened against the ground, tombstones had been turned to rubble, but most alarming was the hole in the center. Panic numbed my insides, turning my legs to jelly. I numbly followed Aiden to the outskirts of the hole, a giant, glowing, fleshy thing that reminded me of an inflamed throat. I turned to Aiden. I've seen one of these before. My very first code red with my new ghosting unit, right before Aiden saved me, one of those throats opened, swallowing the witch Lucia and a few of her demon friends. Flames were in my husband's eyes as he glared at the hole with a clenched jaw.
It's a portal to hell.
The outer rings thrummed with the rhythm of a heartbeat as if it was a living organ. I placed a hand on his shoulder, willing the erratic pounding in my chest to subside. Is it supposed to stay open like this? He stiffened.
No.
Which meant that as long as it remained open, more demons could find their way to Earth, or worse, hapless humans could fall in or be thrown into hell. Basil hovered beside us, the stoic look in her eyes making her look lucid, probably for the first time ever. How do we get it to close? Tank walked to the edge of the hole, then turned to us, flames licking his boots and casting eerie shadows across his features.
Destroy the demon who opened it.
We walked a wide circle around the shadowy forest and the fleshy portal to hell as we headed back to the church. I followed Aiden's lead, holding tightly to his hand, even though my fingers still ached. Too terrified to let go of him, I dealt with the pain. Something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong. There wasn't a sound to be heard other than our feet crunching dried leaves. Not a bird, not a howl, not even a scream. It was as if the evil that permeated the air had sucked up every last sound. Or maybe every last soul. Why hadn't the shadow dragon come for us? Had it had its fill of souls, or was it just waiting for the right opportunity to strike? The church's steeple was just beyond the line of trees when I spotted movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned toward it, saw the corpse's gray skin and frizzy auburn hair, then stumbled, nearly falling flat on my face. Luckily, Aiden caught me. Ash, Melanie hissed behind me. That zombie looks like you. I clutched Aiden's side, staring into a set of familiar green eyes, watching with horror as my doppelganger bit the head off a stiff squirrel corpse, crunching its bones and spitting clumps of fur out the side of her mouth. She was wearing a purple dress that came just above the knees. I recognized that dress. I'd gotten it at a steal of a price at one of those brand-name resale shops, and I'd been waiting for the right date to wear it. Guess my mom figured my date with death was as good a time as any. Zombie Ash had on no shoes, and judging by the bald spots all over her head, she'd decided alopecia was the new trend in hairstyles. She gaped at all of us before mumbling, "Hungry." Then she took another bite. I swooned in Aiden's arms, momentarily disoriented as he led me to a nearby stone bench and sat me down.
Ash, are you okay?
But I wasn't looking at him. I was looking at my corpse while she gnawed on rotten roadkill. I covered my mouth with my hand, bile projecting into my throat. She... Ew! I was too shocked and repulsed to say anything else. Finally, I looked up at Aiden, amazed I managed to form a coherent thought. How is my corpse walking when I'm not even in it? Tank leaned on his scythe, scowling at my zombie double.
Demon magic. Powerful demon magic.
Clearly, this was the cemetery where I'd been buried. I'd died nearly a year ago, which meant, thanks to embalming, my body appeared to be intact. I didn't know who had resurrected me, but how dare that demon make me a zombie? And how dare my zombie stoop to eating roadkill? Couldn't she have at least have found a deli or burger joint? Dear Lord, I'd even settle for a gluten-y bagel or breadstick. Forget what gluten did to my insides. I'd eaten a lot of questionable shit, but I reached a new level of low with raw, rotten animal carcass. She pulled a piece of tendon out of her tooth, or maybe that was a maggot, then gaped at us with a vacant expression. Hungry, she groaned again, shoving the tendon between her pursed lips and slurping it down like she was sucking up a spaghetti noodle. My fellow ghosters gagged, and Melanie threw up on the grass beside me. My corpse's eyes widened, and she licked her lips as she eyed my friend. I didn't know if she was hungry for barf or brains, but I'd had enough. I jumped to my feet as my corpse ripped the animal's torso in two. "That's disgusting," I hollered. "Hello, dummy!" I wildly waved my arms. "Go back to your coffin. Look at you," I sneered, pointing at her gray, spongy legs and arms. A bone was poking through her elbow, and her skin was peeling at the knees. "You're falling apart. You shouldn't be walking around." Aiden was at my side, jerking me back.
"Don't get too close to her." "We need to get back to the church," Sarge called.
The ash zombie bit into the squirrel's stomach, chewing on its innards and staring blankly at us as if she was a cow, mindlessly eating hay. "Ew!" I screamed, lurching forward and swatting the rodent from her hands. It happened so fast. 1 second, I was Ash, the purgatory bride, and the next, my spirit was pulled into zombie Ash like a genie being drawn back into the lamp. My scream was sucked into the vortex with me, and in the next moment I was staring up at Aiden, trying my best to yell through a scratchy throat while spitting out stale squirrel fur that was stuck to the roof of my mouth. Oh my God! I struggled to sit, but my body was so stiff I could barely move. "Aiden, what happened?"
"Ash."
He leaned over me. The look of horror in his eyes would have been comical if I hadn't been the object of his repulsion.
"Are you okay?"
"No, I'm not okay." I slapped the ground and kicked my feet, then winced when my knee popped out of socket. Why would I be okay? What the hell happened? To his credit, Aiden grabbed my arms and pulled me to a sitting position, but I could tell by the way he winced that he did not like touching me.
"I think your spirit went into the zombie."
"What?" My hand flew to my mouth, and that's when I realized I was still holding the squirrel carcass. I dropped it with a shriek. "Oh my God, Aiden! Get me out of here!" Where had my other body gone? Back to purgatory? Or since my other body was a spirit, maybe it was all inside the zombie? I'd spent a lot of credits on that wedding gown. I sure hoped I got it back.
"Easy, sweetheart," he soothed. "We'll think of something."
He grabbed my elbows and pulled me to my feet, and that's when I felt another pop, only this one was followed by a sickening tingling that numbed my fingers. I looked at my dangling arm. "You dislocated my arm!" He tried to put my arm back in its socket.
"It just fell out."
I threw up my one good hand. "I'm a walking corpse! On my wedding day!" I would have cried had I had any tears, but I was more dried up than a 90-year-old vagina.
"Calm down, Ash. We'll get you to purgatory and see if we can fix you up."
Aiden patted my head like he was soothing a dog. He cringed when a clump of my kinky, dried-up hair fell out in his hand. Great! All those credits on deep conditioning treatment down the drain. And what did he mean when he said we'd see if we could fix me up? What if we couldn't? What if I was stuck in purgatory as a zombie until I earned enough credits to get back to the penthouse? How would I earn credits when it was hard to walk, much less kill demons? Oh yeah, and what about the freaking demon apocalypse? Most of the other ghosters had been eaten. My squad kind of needed me to kick demon ass. How was I supposed to do that as a petrified squirrel-eating corpsey Ash? The roar that echoed through the forest and ricocheted off the tombstones, banging my eardrums like a sledgehammer, would have made me wet my pants, had I any moisture in my dried-up sponge of a body. "Run!" Sarge screamed, pulling Melanie to the church, the other ghosters and Grims following him. Before I could stop Aiden, he lifted me with a grunt, slinging me over his shoulder. I was too stiff to bend, so he carried me like a 2x4, racing across the street to the church with his zombie bride in his arms. This wasn't how I'd envisioned Aiden on our wedding night. I'd pictured him carrying me over the threshold, laying me on the bed and stripping off my clothes before making sweet love to me. Maybe we'd share a bottle of wine first, one that didn't taste like moldy squirrel fur. I didn't think my wedding day could suck any harder. Another dragon roar shook me to my decomposing bones, and I realized we still hadn't reached our lowest point. Dear Lord in heaven, save us. Chapter 3. Sarge flung the church doors open and we piled inside. The other ghosters and grims fanned out, looking out the windows. I felt as useless as white chocolate during PMS as Aiden steered me toward a pew. Ow, I cried. It hurts to walk. Every joint ached as if I was 100 years old. I felt like a pile of rusty nuts and bolts needing to be greased. After he helped me sit, I exhaled shakily, then wiped my tongue with the back of a hand, wishing I could get the rancid squirrel residue taste out of my mouth. I looked up at the sound of a garbled cry, then froze when my eyes locked with the bride's. Her olive skin had turned almost as pale as her white veil. She raised a shaky finger, pointing in my direction. The rest of the wedding party huddled around her and the groom, shielding their eyes as if they were afraid being a hideous, ugly zombie was contagious. Why are they staring? I whispered to Aiden. I think they can see you. He spoke through a frozen smile. Try not to act like a zombie before they break out the pitchforks. Hey! I did my best to flash a wide smile, even though stretching my lips felt like pulling back a rubber band that was about to snap. I'm not really a zombie. I waved my good arm at the wedding party. I'm a ghost. I just got stuck in this body. An older black gentleman with graying hair and a fierce frown stepped in front of the bride. How dare you ruin my baby's wedding? He raised a folding chair above his head, then threw it in my direction. I blasted it back with my wind before it had a chance to hit me, pleased I still had my powers, and even more pleased when the bridal party cowered behind oversized flower wreaths and each other, begging me not to hurt them. I frowned at my arm, which had become detached at the elbow, the bones dangling and rotting loose skin like rocks and socks. Now look what you made me do. I scowled at the bride's father, whose dark skin had turned an ashen gray. He sank to his knees, making the sign of the cross. I tried my best to cradle my bad arm with my injured other arm. I slowly stood, frowning at the crowd. Look, humans, I'm on your freaking side. I can't protect you from a demon army if you're throwing chairs at me. Does anyone have any duct tape? The groom, an attractive Marine in dress blues with thick eyelashes and skin the color of rich mahogany, plus a shaved head that exposed a melt-in-your-mouth edible scalp, reached behind the podium and rolled a roll of silver tape down the aisle. As I kicked the tape toward Aiden, I briefly wondered what the groom's brains would taste like. Thanks, I said, as Aiden picked up the tape and proceeded to wrap up my elbows after digging around in my rotting skin and reattaching my bones. Even though they ached like I was a century old, my nerve endings were numb. Aiden's prodding hadn't hurt too much, or maybe I was getting used to the pain. After I had use of my arms again, I sank onto a pew and stuck out my legs. My knees too, baby. I smiled as he swaddled my crusty knees with all the care of dressing a newborn babe. We'd been married less than a few hours, and he was already taking for better or for worse to a new level. I sure knew how to pick a husband. Can you tell us what's going on? I looked up at the Marine, admiring his shiny head once more and fighting the urge to lick my lips. Usually, muscular men in uniform made me horny, not hungry. I shrugged, not liking the popping sound of my shoulder bone escaping its socket. I'm not sure yet, but it appears some demons escaped hell. We're doing our best to fight them, but they've resurrected the dead and they have a dragon. The groom's eyes widened and he threw up his hands. What are we supposed to do? Stay here. I pointed to the ceiling. There's an archangel guarding the church. The bride's father marched up to us, wagging a finger in my face as if the apocalypse was all my fault. How long do we have to stay here? I don't know. I'm really sorry about ruining your wedding. I looked from the groom to his pretty bride who'd come to stand beside him, clutching his arm like a lifeline. Today's my wedding day too, only I got married in purgatory. Your ice sculpture is so pretty. I squinted through the window at the melting ice. It had either been carved in the shape of a heart or an upside-down penis. We had a chocolate fountain. I didn't even get to taste it before we were called to dust demons. You can't see my husband. I nodded toward Aiden as he applied the finishing touches to my knees. But he's here, along with the rest of my squad. The groom pointed at Aiden.
He isn't your husband.
I gaped at him. Aiden slowly stood, clearing his throat.
You can see me.
The groom and his bride nodded. The father sat in a nearby pew, swearing and rubbing his face. Are you projecting? I asked Aiden.
No.
He frowned, turning back to the couple.
Who else can you see?
The bride cleared her throat. Just you two. Aiden and I shared puzzled looks. That doesn't make any sense, I said, and then I gasped when I noticed Aiden's zombie bite had become infected. Really infected, as in his wrist had sprouted a mini volcano. Aiden, your hand! He turned it over.
Damnation!
Even worse, the skin around his volcano appeared to be turning gray and cracked like parched earth. Tank stormed up to Aiden, scowling at the wound.
The flesh around the bite is rotting.
Aiden exhaled a shaky breath.
I'm turning into a zombie.
Just great. Yeah, I'd wanted my husband stiff on our wedding night, but this wasn't what I had in mind. Besides, how was he supposed to chop off demon heads when he could barely lift his arms? I seriously doubted Earth had enough aspirin and antibiotics to treat zombie cooties.
We need to get you both back to purgatory.
Tank pressed a button on his scythe. I reluctantly took a step back as I waited for an elevator to appear. I didn't like being stuck in a zombie body, but I also didn't want to leave my ghoster friends to battle demons without me. Maybe Aiden could get us a temporary pass to the penthouse so we could be restored and then hurry back to help our friends. After several tense heartbeats, nothing happened.
That's weird.
Tank frowned at his scythe.
My elevator button isn't working.
Aiden tried his, but the button didn't light up when he hit it.
Neither is mine.
Oh, crud. I looked from Tank to Aiden. Why? Aiden rocked back on his heels, swearing under his breath.
Standard emergency procedure in the event of an apocalypse. All elevators from Earth to Purgatory and Heaven are disabled.
Tank scratched the back of his gleaming head.
Damn, I forgot about that.
So we're stuck here? All moisture seemed to have disappeared from my mouth, and not just because I was a dried-up corpse. Aiden solemnly nodded.
Until we can close the portal to hell, yes.
Holy shit on a fiddle! I threw up my hands, wincing when my middle finger fell out of its socket, flopping back like a fuck you in reverse. Kind of ironic, considering we were fucked every which way and then some. If we wanted to get back to purgatory, we were going to have to figure out a way to close hell's portal, aka that giant fleshy throat-regurgitating demons. I hadn't remembered seeing a door on the portal, and there was a hungry dragon on the loose, but it wasn't like we had a choice. Sarge was getting static on his walkie-talkie, which meant we were the only ghosters left to do the job. As soon as we stepped outside, Aiden whistled up to the archangel guarding the church. The archangel, who had to be at least 9 feet tall, glared down at us with those creepy, glowing white eyes and unfurled dark wings that spanned double his height.
Archangel,
Aiden rasped, pulling back his shoulders and looking surprisingly brave.
Do not bother me, Grim.
The angel scowled, waving a menacing curved sword at us.
I have a job to do.
So do we. Aiden expanded his scythe, which looked like a toothpick in comparison to the angel's sword.
We were hoping you knew how to close the portal. Destroy the witch who opened it,
the angel said indifferently, as if that was as easy as squashing a bug. Sarge pushed ahead of Aiden, clearing his throat.
Do you know where we can find this witch? She will know.
The angel jutted a long, curved finger at me.
The demons and the undead know the way to their mistress.
Whatever blood was left in my body turned to ice, and it took all my willpower not to cower beneath the angel's glowing glare. I don't know the way. I'm a ghoster. I accidentally got stuck in this body. He tossed back his head, laughing.
You will still know.
Okay. So, along with my sudden insatiable thirst for brains, I also came equipped with zombie GPS? I shared a questioning look with Aiden.
Couldn't you just point us in a general direction?
Sarge pleaded. The angel ruffled his wings before nodding at the dark highway that snaked behind a copse of pines.
The monsters go south, but the dragon will find you before you find her.
As if on cue, his words were punctuated by the distant rumble of the beast. I rolled my eyes. We already figured that out.
Thanks for all your help,
Aiden said with a sneer, turning a stiff back on the angel. Once again, we ghosters were up shit creek without a clue, while the divine ones stood by and watched us get our asses waxed by demons. If and when we made it back to purgatory, we'd better get overtime pay for this assignment.
Aiden. The full moon shone through a break in the clouds, giving us enough light to navigate the darkness. We kept to the trees because we didn't want to be spotted by terrified mortals. Also, we'd rather not be the dragon's next meal. I kept checking my wound. Surprisingly, it hurt very little. In fact, the area around the wound had turned numb, and I feared it was a result of dying flesh. The infection had already spread to my fingers, making it difficult to make a fist. How would I be able to wield my scythe? Soon I'd be too useless to help my friends. The thought was both terrifying and infuriating. How could I not have recognized that corpse for what it was? I should have known better than to assist him. My assignment had been to stop demons from leaving the cemetery, and I'd failed to contain them. My knees and back were uncomfortably stiff, and I'd had to trade Ash off to Tank. Even worse than my sore back was my growing need for meat. Raw, bloody meat. Why I needed it so badly I had no idea, but I craved it like a drug. Soon Ash and I would impede our party's progress. Then what? I couldn't allow us to risk the mission. No sooner had the chapel's cross disappeared from view than an odd and terrifying feeling washed over me. I felt a subtle change in our environment, as if the air pressure had dropped and a treacherous storm like the hurricane that had claimed my life over 100 years ago was on the horizon. I held up a staying hand, motioning for the others to stop. I became more unnerved by the fear reflecting in Tank's eyes. Did you feel that? I thought I'd seen a great shadow pass over the trees. Feel what? Sarge whispered. The dragon's deep rumble shook the ground beneath my feet. Tank released Ash and unsheathed his scythe. The other Grims formed a circle around us, blades raised, as we waited for the dragon to attack. One moment our friends surrounded us, the next a heavy shadow passed over us like a thick sound wave rolling through the forest. I felt its hot breath on my ear and shook at the garbled cries of my friends as the shadow passed through us and then vanished. I reached for my bride, the only other person remaining. What had happened to our friends, and why had Ash and I been spared? On the ground were several extended scythes and Sarge's walkie-talkie, shorting out in the grass as if it had been caught in a lightning storm. Aiden? Ash's mouth hung agape. What happened? Where'd everybody go? I clutched her stiff fingers, fighting to get the words past my constricted throat. They were eaten. Oh my God! She let go of my hand and stiffly turned a circle as if her legs were made of bricks. Did you see the dragon? He's gone. She turned to me, the lines around her mouth making her appear to be made of broken concrete. Do you think he spared us because we're zombies? I grimaced. Most likely. Now what? The cracks in her face deepened, making me worry that my new bride was decaying before my eyes. I had to find a way to destroy this witch, and not just because all humanity depended on it. I feared I was about to lose the one person who'd made my afterlife worth living. I wiped what I thought was a stray tear from her eye, quickly smearing it down my trousers when I realized it was a maggot. Dear God in heaven, help me save Ash. I pulled back my shoulders, clutching my scythe like a lifeline, though my fingers ached from the weight of it. Now we have even more reason to destroy that witch. She cast her gaze to her dirt-crusted, rotting bare feet. What can two zombies do? My heart ached at the despair in her voice. I couldn't let her know the depths of my fear. I had to be strong for my bride, though my sanity felt as fragile as Ash's crumbling flesh. I cupped her chin in my hand, forcing her to meet my eyes and summoning a courage I didn't feel. Sweetheart, we've survived the 13th dimension of hell. We can do anything if we put our minds to it. She clutched my wrist with fingers that felt drier than sandpaper.
This bitch has a shadow dragon that just ate a squadron of Grim Reapers.
I released her. Then I guess it's a good thing we're zombies.
Chapter 4. Ash. The trek down the highway was slow. Where we were headed, I had no idea, because contrary to what the unhelpful angel had said, I really didn't know where to find this bitch. Aiden had to carry me most of the way because my legs were even more stiff than before. I hated making him exert himself, especially since I feared he'd run out of energy before he was fully zombified. After rounding the corner, the road dead-ended at a grocery store parking lot. So the witch had to stop for eggs, milk, and cheese before continuing her destruction of Earth? The scene at the store could only be described as pure chaos. Looters ran out of busted windows with bottled water and food, and people in the parking lot fought over cereal boxes and bags of charcoal while trying to evade moaning zombies circling the cars like lost children. The asphalt was littered with zombie heads, broken glass, and cat litter. Men shouted, women screamed, children cried, and all I could think about was getting my hands on some fresh, raw meat. My mouth was drier than dust, and my skin cracked whenever I moved a muscle. I sure hoped the looters hadn't taken all the moisturizer. The people cleared a path for Aiden and me when they saw us. One redneck-looking dude standing in the back of a pickup aimed a sawed-off shotgun at our heads, and I blasted him with my wind, pleased when my arms didn't fall out of their sockets. So duct tape worked better than embalming. Go figure. I blew his gun up on top of the grocery store marquee, knowing he'd have quite a climb if he wanted it back. The friend driving the truck took off in a cloud of black smoke, and redneck dude tumbled, nearly flipping over the tailgate. The scene before us was too gross for words. Some weird, pig-looking demon with tusks for teeth that curved toward his wide snout hunched over a zombie carcass, slurping up its innards like it was his own personal chuck wagon. Oddly, nobody seemed to notice, which meant demons weren't visible to humans. They probably only saw a dead zombie, nothing more. My theory was proven true when a woman carrying a carton of beer hopped over the zombie carcass and right through the demon as if he was made of vapor. As soon as the woman was out of the way, I zapped the demon off the zombie, and not just because all demons needed to be dusted, but because nobody likes watching bad manners at the dinner table. The demon hit the side of the building with a squeal. His flesh sizzled like bacon on the grill. Then the smell hit me. Fried demon smelled like bacon too. Weird. I never thought I'd be hungry for demon. Then again, I never thought I'd eat petrified squirrel. And to think I used to turn up my nose at rare steak. What I wouldn't give for one now. As Aiden and I neared the store entrance, the pig demon slowly came to his feet, acting as if he was waking from a trance. He shook his big brown head, snarling and flaring his nostrils, then charged us like an enraged boar. I stepped aside as Aiden sliced off his head. The onlookers gave us a wide berth, probably wondering if Aiden was swatting flies with his scythe. I eyed him as he lowered his scythe with a grunt. It was getting harder for him to wield it. Soon he wouldn't be able to lift his arms at all. Then what?
Go to the churches, everyone,
Aiden warned, waving the people farther away.
There are archangels protecting them.
The crowd stared blankly at Aiden as if he was speaking pig Latin. Oh well, we'd tried. It wasn't our fault humans were stupid. The scene inside was chaos. I guess a few Walking Dead gave everyone and their brother an excuse to go nuts. People were piling carts with essentials and then some. There was a decapitated zombie in the produce section, ruining a perfectly good display of apples. At least his maggots would find fresh food. Speaking of maggots, I had this weird, tingly feeling in my ears, like bugs were crawling around in there. I feared I had a few uninvited guests lodged in my brain. I hoped they didn't eat too much. I sniffed again, my tummy rumbling as I was drawn to the scent of raw meat. I could almost visualize the slab of beef hanging in the freezer. Hungry, I groaned, and slowly made my way to the back of the store, Aiden following. Nobody bothered us once they got a look at Aiden and his giant scythe. They probably figured their chances of surviving a battle with a Grim Reaper zombie were slim. Guess humans weren't so stupid after all. A frantic woman nearly ran into me. She screamed, dropped a bag of bagels, and ran. I scowled at the bagels, kicking the bag under an upturned grocery cart. That's all I needed, gluten-induced zombie diarrhea. No thanks, I'll stick to brains. My zombie senses found the meat section easily enough. No surprise, it had been picked clean. I tried pushing open the door to the walk-in freezer, but it was locked.
Step aside,
Aiden said and kicked down the door. The place was cold and empty save for one huge, glorious hunk of cow hanging from a hook. Weird that I'd visualized this exact slab of meat before I'd even seen it. Zombies must be psychic. Aiden sliced the meat down and we fell on top of it like a pack of horny cougars on a drunk male stripper who had been separated from the herd. I'm ashamed to say Aiden and I didn't talk for at least the next 15 minutes while we practically slurped our raw meal. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I realized this wasn't how I'd envisioned our wedding feast. Aiden and I should have been feeding each other chocolate-covered strawberries in Purgatory, Bahamas. But damn, the raw, bloody meat tasted so good. So good. After we finished, I leaned back against the cold wall, letting out a satisfied belch before wiping blood off my mouth and then licking my fingers clean. Finally, I looked at Aiden, shame making me flush when he gaped at me. "We really are zombies, aren't we?" I asked. A trail of blood ran down his chin and I was tempted to lick it.
Hey,
he shrugged.
At least we're not eating people. Are you full yet?
Hang on. I leaned over and licked a splatter of blood off the concrete. Wow. I sat up, flexing my fingers, realizing they didn't pain me as much. I feel so much better.
Me too.
He wiped his face with the back of his hand.
Maybe a little fresh blood was all we needed.
Maybe. I smiled, then picked a piece of meat out of my teeth. As long as Aiden and I sated our appetites, we might have enough strength to defeat the witch. Maybe being zombies would work in our favor after all. Feeling refreshed and rejuvenated, we scoured the rest of the freezer and came away with several packages of ribs and a big bloody brisket. Aiden found a garbage bag and shoved the meat inside, then slung it over his shoulder like he was Zombie Santa.
"This ought to hold us over for a while,"
he said with a wink, adding several scoops of ice to the bag. I leaned up and kissed him on the cheek. "I'm really glad I married you."
"Me too, sweetheart."
He bent his head to me, and I wasn't at all repulsed by his bloody breath. Just when I thought he was going to kiss me, he dug his finger into my nostril. Ouch! I jerked back, swatting his arm.
"Sorry."
He frowned.
"You had a maggot hanging out of your nose."
As I looked at the long, squirmy worm dangling from his finger, the reality of our situation set in. Though I'd been as dry as dust moments before, tears welled in my eyes, and I couldn't help the loud, blubbery sob that escaped my lips. I covered my eyes, crying into my palms. This isn't how I wanted to spend our honeymoon. Aiden dropped the bag of meat with a thud and took me in his arms.
"Don't cry, baby."
As he ran his fingers through my hair, pieces of my scalp detached from my head. I looked at him, horrified, as he shook clumps of old, moldy hair and gray skin on the floor. "I'm hideous, Aiden!" I cried.
"I don't care."
He clutched my shoulders so hard my skin crackled.
"I love you anyway."
His bright blue eyes searched mine.
"We'll get through this."
Before I could stop him, he took me in a big bear hug, pressing my hard, rotting zombie body against his only slightly decayed body. I stiffened, and not just because I was a corpse. "Don't hug me," I sniffled. "I'm all maggoty."
"Ash, stop this."
He pressed his lips against my forehead, murmuring into my skin that probably smelled like formaldehyde, rotten squirrel, and mold. My own special, disgusting scent that was a far cry from the rosewater perfume my grandma had sprayed on me earlier today.
"I don't care how maggoty you are."
He pulled back, staring so deeply into my eyes I couldn't look away.
"When I said for better or for worse, I meant it. You're the only zombie girl for me."
When he flashed a lopsided grin, I couldn't help but smile back. "And you're the only zombie guy for me." He leaned forward until we were touching nose to nose.
"May I kiss you?"
This husband of mine was truly amazing. I was the luckiest zombie in all of eternity. As I looked into his soulful gaze, I thought I felt my heart doing backflips. Either that or the maggots had found a new organ to chew. As long as you don't mind blood breath. Even though I feared I was too repulsive for words, I really did want a kiss. When his lips brushed softly against mine, I sighed and wrapped my arms around his neck, wishing I could deepen the kiss but still feeling self-conscious. I let out a moan of frustration when he pulled back. He squeezed my hands before brushing a kiss across my knuckles. I sighed again, my eyelids closing, and that's when I saw her. My eyes flew open. "Oh my God, Aiden!" He took a step back, his brows knitted.
"What is it?"
I see her," I stammered. "I see the witch." I gasped as images of her long black hair snaked around my subconscious. It's Lucia. The witch Aiden and I had banished to hell during my second ever ghosting assignment. Oh, damn. That bitch probably had a dragon-sized grudge with our names on it.
"Lucia."
His eyes hardened to granite.
"Where is she?"
I closed my eyes again, doing my best to summon her image, but it faded in and out like a fuzzy television. Just when I thought I'd lost sight of her for good, I saw her standing beside a slot machine, its numbers all lined up, 777. How'd that bitch line up 3 lucky numbers? Then again, how'd she open up a portal from the 6th dimension of hell? I looked up at him. I think she's in Vegas. He arched back, eyeing me skeptically.
"Vegas. As in Las Vegas. But the portal is here."
I shook my head, trying to clear that fuzzy feeling. The sound of her evil laughter echoed in my eardrums. I saw her by a slot machine. He frowned.
"That doesn't mean she's in Las Vegas."
I turned up my chin. But my gut tells me she's there. I had no idea how my zombie GPS knew where to find her, but I just knew. Kind of like how I'd known there'd be a slab of meat in the freezer.
"Okay, we've got a long way to Vegas,"
he said with a wink.
"Maybe we'll get lucky."
Or maybe we were all going dragon shit crazy. More chaos ensued after we left the freezer. Shelves had been picked clean, and 2 women were practically scratching each other's eyes out as they fought for the last chocolate bar. Not that I could blame them. After all, it was German chocolate, not the cheap American shit. If I'd still been human, I would have taken out a few limbs too. Unless, of course, that brand had wheat. The last thing I needed was to get glutened while trying to save the world. Kind of hard shooting wind out of my hands when an even stronger, more painful wind was blowing out of my ass. Shockingly, chocolate didn't appeal to me at the moment. I had to look away when one woman grabbed another by the back of the hair, bashing her head against an overturned shopping cart. Blood dripped onto the floor from a gash on her head. Though chocolate had lost its appeal, blood sure hadn't. I sure hoped I could remain human enough that I was never tempted to eat a human. I'd eaten demon dog chow in hell before, but another human? I didn't think I'd ever be able to forgive myself if I sunk that low. Petrified squirrel was low enough. Aiden parted the crowd with his scythe as we made our way toward the front entrance. "Oh my God, Ash!" I turned at the sound of a familiar, nasally whine. Dear Lord in heaven, it couldn't be. But it was. Travis Jones, a.k.a. my jerk ex-boyfriend, who'd left me for our chain-smoking cougar law professor. I flashed a forced smile. "Oh, hey, Travis. Long time no see." It talks. His skanky sugar mama displaying the latest desperately clinging to youth fashion, camel-toe skinny jeans, a frilly little girl top, and suede stiletto boots, gaped at me as if I was the one with a crotch gap the size of the Grand Canyon. Of course I can talk. I jutted a stiff fist on my hip. I'm undead, not brain dead. I took a step forward, scowling at the basket Travis clutched in his bony fingers. The world is ending, and you take alcohol, condoms, and cigarettes? Travis grabbed a champagne bottle out of his basket, aiming it at me like he was wielding a baseball bat.
"Don't come any closer."
Thanks. I lunged forward, snatching the bottle out of his hands. No surprise, he didn't put up a fight. I'd forgotten how puny his arms were. I was so used to Aiden's meaty biceps that Travis's toothpicks sticking out of his t-shirt made him look like an elementary schoolboy compared to my husband. I waved the bottle in Travis's face, laughing under my breath as his eyes followed the movement like Pavlov's dog. It's our wedding day, and we haven't even celebrated yet. Travis stepped back, quaking like he was mid-seizure.
You're married?"
"Yes." I nodded at Aiden, who placed a hand on my shoulder. "This is my husband, Aiden O'Connor. He's a Grim Reaper." I smiled up at my handsome groom. "Aiden, This is Travis, my ex-boyfriend." Aiden didn't utter a word. He didn't have to. The look he shot Travis said it all. Hi?" Travis squeaked. Aiden nodded at the skank who needed to touch up her gray roots and remove the fake mole that looked like a tick was eating her face.
"Travis, you and your mother need to find shelter. It's going to get ugly."
Mrs. Cougar Club actually had the nerve to gasp. "I'm not his mother." She stomped a heel on the polished concrete, the sound ricocheting to the rafters. My attention was drawn to the nasty creature with what appeared to be a dislocated jaw. That didn't seem to deter his mission as he hobbled toward Travis, blood and drool hanging down his chin. The poor guy's arm had fallen out of the socket and he didn't have any duct tape. I almost felt sorry for him. "There's a zombie behind you," I said casually, as if I were warning Travis the zipper shielding his 3-inch pecker was down. Travis spun around, screamed like a little girl, and jumped behind his girlfriend. "Oh, Travis, what did I ever see in you?" I heaved an overly dramatic sigh and set the champagne bottle on a display. I wasn't in the mood for alcohol anyway, unless it was spiked with blood and brains.
"Step aside,"
Aiden grumbled, pushing Travis before slicing off the zombie's head. I laughed when the head rolled in front of Travis and his girlfriend. Mrs. Cougar didn't think it was too funny, though. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head and she slumped to the floor. Travis didn't even try to catch her. I tossed Travis a scowl before thumbing at Aiden. That is how real men kill zombies. Grow a set. I was a little too stiff to turn on my heel and sashay away, so I did the next best thing. I let out a rancid burp, blowing rotten squirrel and bloody beef breath at Travis, smiling when his pale face turned a diaper dew green. Then I turned, looped an arm through Aiden's, and walked away. Damn, that had felt good. Aiden stopped me as we came to the broken glass doors.
"Hang on, you have another maggot."
He wiped my eye. No wonder it had been itching me. I figured it was seasonal allergies, but no, just another worm. "Thanks, honey." I beamed up at my big, strong hero. "I feel bad making you pick off all my maggots."
"For better or for worse,"
he said with a wink, looking sexier than should be legal as he leaned against his scythe, scanning the outside.
"Remember?"
Of course I remember. I stood on stiff toes and kissed his cheek. "And you've already proven that 10 times over." He reached for my hand.
"I'll keep proving it for the rest of eternity."
Aw, nobody made my zombie heart flutter like my husband. As we stepped through the doors, I was struck with a powerful heat wave. Sheesh, it sure was getting hot outside. This was definitely not typical Seattle weather. Forget carbon emissions. Opening Hell's portal was a more catastrophic climate change. Aiden scanned the parking lot with a scowl.
"We need to find transportation."
Most of the humans had vacated the parking lot. The few abandoned cars didn't look very reliable. As if on cue, a pair of bright headlights appeared on the horizon, followed by the loud rattle of an engine. Imagine my relief when our friend Boner, aptly nicknamed because his ghoster form was a skeleton, and not, as I'd once believed, because he had Purgatory's longest schlong, pulled up beside us, driving an old Army Willys Jeep. He was wearing military camo, a leather bomber jacket, and what appeared to be a World War II Army helmet.
"I've been looking all over for you guys,"
the skeleton with Boner's voice said, exasperated. Then his bony jaw dropped as his hollow sockets traveled from Aiden to me.
"What happened to you?"
"We've been turned into zombies." Aiden held out a staying hand. "Long story. We need to get to Vegas."
"We'll hop in,"
Boner said. His bones creaked as he looked over my shoulder.
"Where are the others?"
I grimaced. Eaten by a shadow dragon.
"Alrighty then,"
Boner said with a little too much exuberance, revving the engine.
"Let's go save them."
"Sure," I sighed. "Why not?" 2 zombies and 1 skeleton on a road trip to Vegas to kill a witch, stop an apocalypse, and rescue their friends from the belly of a shadow dragon. Nothing weird about that. Chapter 5. It was no fun sitting in the back of a vehicle with no top while the wind threatened to rip off my few remaining clumps of hair thanks to zombie alopecia. At this rate, I'd be bald by the time we made it to Vegas. Boner's bones made eerie whistling noises like a chorus of demonic flutes as the wind blew open his jacket and gusted through a series of tiny holes along his spine while we cruised down the highway. He had decided to project himself to the mortals because he'd explained that a skeleton driving a jeep looked less weird than a jeep driving itself. Whatever. They'd all see him soon enough if Hell's dimension completely encompassed the Earth. Every so often, an oncoming driver would slow down, gape at us, then punch the gas. One crazy asshole even tried to run us off the road. One of the many hazards of being undead. Humans didn't particularly like us. The only positive was that we hadn't seen or felt a dragon since we'd left the grocery store. Maybe the angels were helping us after all. By the time we crossed into Oregon, I was so stiff, tired, and hungry, I begged Boner to pull over at a darkened gas station. No surprise, none of the pumps worked and the Jeep was running low on fuel. "What do we do?" I asked, wringing my sore fingers and nervously scanning the horizon. "At this rate, the apocalypse will be over by the time we get to Vegas." Boner scratched the back of his helmet, his eye sockets focused on an apple grove across the street.
"Maybe that farm has some extra gas."
"Probably," Aiden grumbled.
"And an angry farmer with a sawed-off shotgun, too."
Boner threw up his hands.
"Do we have a choice?"
As the morning sun peeked over the horizon, I was disturbed by the trails of gray sweat that pooled between my saggy, decaying breasts. It was getting hotter, a sign that the sixth dimension of hell was encompassing Earth. How would the mortals survive the sweltering heat? And what about the rest of the planet? Could the planet sustain such rapid global warming? My gut churned with nervous energy as we trekked through rows of trees. I kept conjuring up images of a crazy farmer shooting my head off. It was getting harder to walk, my legs feeling as heavy as concrete blocks. Aiden was looking a lot worse too. His ashen face had fine cracks running up his cheeks, making him look like a weathered map, and his eyes had sunk in their sockets. I hated watching my handsome husband decay. I worried he'd lose too much strength to fight monsters. I thought about that bag of meat, but the walk back to the Jeep seemed like too much effort. Luckily, we came across a zombie sucking the brains out of a pig skull. Aiden decapitated the zombie, and we finished off the rest of the pig carcass while Boner made gagging sounds behind us. I sat up, wiping blood off my mouth. "Sorry you had to see that, Boner," I frowned. "But a zombie's gotta eat." Boner's bones rattled as he waved at the pig whose bones had been picked clean.
"I'm just glad I'm meatless."
Aiden stood, dusting blood and dirt off his jeans.
"Friends don't eat friends,"
he said with laughter in his voice. Then he held a hand down to me.
"Let's get moving."
I grabbed his bloody hand, relieved when he helped me stand. Yeah, I felt better after my meal, but my legs were still stiff, like I'd neglected to stretch after running back-to-back marathons. Not that I'd ever run a marathon, but I couldn't think of a better comparison. Still, I felt far better than before. We walked with a little less moaning and groaning and a bit more energy in our stride. We came out of the clearing to stand smack in front of a church. And not just any church. I recognized the familiar white brick structure with the deep front porch and oak doors. I let out a pent-up breath of shock, then fear. Dear Lord, what if my mom was here? She practically lived with her congregation after all. What would she do if she saw her dead daughter was a zombie? What would I do? How would I reassure her that I was all right? I grabbed my husband's arm, my throat suddenly constricting at the singing coming from inside. Her sweet voice rose above the others. "Aiden," I said through a strained whisper, "this is my mom's church."
"Ash, that's wonderful."
He cupped my face in his hands, his gaze softening.
"I know how much you've missed her."
I stepped back, moisture pooling in my eyes. "I can't let her see me like this." He frowned, his gaze darting to the doors.
"I'm sure once you explain—"
"No, Aiden!" Panic threatened to split my brain in two. "She can't see me."
"Look out!"
Boner hollered. Aiden knocked me to the ground as an axe the size of a surfboard whooshed past us. I sucked in a gasp as Aiden rolled off me, holding out his hands.
"Easy, Archangel. We're ghosters."
My mouth fell open as I looked up at the giant archangel with flame-red hair and a long, bushy beard who looked part Viking warrior, part demigod, and part scary as fuck. He wielded a medieval-looking axe that he had to have swiped from Paul Bunyan. He snarled down at us, waving his weapon like a pendulum.
"You look like zombies to me."
"We were turned, but I can assure you we're still on your side." Aiden patted his chest.
I'm a Grim assigned to the Delta Ghosting Unit in Section 3A.
The angel assessed us coolly, slapping his palm with the flat head of the axe.
I will take your word for it. The other zombies have a singular focus.
Meaning they're hungry? I asked as Aiden helped me up.
Indeed.
The angel chuckled. We're usually hungry too. I frowned at my banged-up shins. Pebbles and twigs were stuck in my soft, rotting flesh, pulling away bits of skin when I yanked them out. I feared I didn't have enough duct tape to hold me together much longer. What if I fell apart before we reached Vegas? Way to think of your glass as half full, Ash. Then again, I didn't think there were too many zombies who had mastered the art of positive thinking. When Aiden elbowed me, I jerked my head up, alarmed to see the angel scowling at us. But we haven't killed anyone, I stammered, my tongue suddenly feeling heavy, like it had been replaced by a bloated fish floating on the surface of the water. We've only eaten animals.
I'm Aiden O'Connor.
Aiden wrapped an arm around my shoulders.
This is my bride.
He nodded toward Boner.
And he's our friend.
The angel crossed his arms and cracked what I hoped was a smile, though it was hard to tell beneath his thick beard.
I'm Emmanuel. One of the original 7, Aiden asked.
I looked at my husband, grateful he remembered Bible stories better than I did.
No, but my likeness is one of the original 7.
Emmanuel rubbed his chin, his unnaturally blue eyes shining like sunlight reflecting off the surface of the ocean.
There are millions of us now.
Aiden released me and cleared his throat.
We're the only ghosters in our squadron not eaten by the dragon. Not just your squadron.
Emmanuel pointed at us with the tip of his axe.
You're probably the only ghosters left on level 1.
The only ones left? I gasped. How can that be? Emmanuel slung the axe over his shoulder, his meaty biceps flexing.
Those shadow dragons are cunning beasts,
he said before unfurling giant bronze wings and flying up to the church steeple, landing with a thud. Rays from the morning sun illuminated his wings, making him look like a regal, angelic king as he tipped his head back, scanning his surroundings. But wait, had he said dragons? I squinted at him, trying my best not to sound like a squeaky mouse. There's more than one dragon?
Thousands, maybe tens of thousands.
The blood pumping through my veins solidified into concrete sludge. Heaven help us, I breathed.
Heaven can't help you.
The angel shook his head.
We're stretched thin just guarding the churches. I knew this was some heavy shit when they recalled all the ghosters.
Boner's heavy boots thumped against the ground as he shifted from one foot to the other. Aiden turned to him.
They recalled all of you.
Boner nodded.
Even the ones living in the penthouse.
Angels who'd ascended to heaven had been forced to give up their cheesecake and fight zombies, demons, and dragons? Holy heck! Talk about a major downgrade. Aiden let out a low whistle.
Then it's worse than I feared. Do you know where to find the witch who created this mess?
Emmanuel asked, his gaze centered on me. I slowly nodded as I recalled that weird image of Lucia beside the slot machine. My gut tells me Vegas. The angel pursed his lips, and I couldn't tell if he was smirking or scowling.
Then follow your gut, zombie ghoster.
We will, Aiden said, but first we need fuel for our automobile. Emmanuel rubbed his beard, looking thoughtful.
I doubt the humans inside will help you.
The singing within grew louder, and I definitely heard my mom's angelic voice above the din. My heart ached so badly, it felt as if Mr. Viking Angel had cleaved my chest in two with his hatchet.
Maybe we can siphon fuel from one of their cars,
Boner suggested. I placed a hand to my heart, trying to quell the erratic pounding as I recalled images of my mom leading the choir. She always smiled when she sang, her eyes lighting up like she glowed from within. I shook my head to clear thoughts of my mom. I needed to focus. Or maybe we can just take a car. I gestured at the line of cars parked in the gravel lot. I'm sure stealing's not a sin if you're trying to stop the apocalypse. I looked to Emmanuel for reassurance. Surely he wouldn't object.
I can't give up that Jeep,
Boner whined.
Cam gave it to me.
I gaped at Boner as if he'd sprung antlers. Cam the Archangel?
Cam's Jeep doesn't run on fuel,
Emmanuel said. Of course not, because nothing was ever easy in the afterlife. What does it take? I asked. The Viking angel narrowed his eyes at an apple grove, aimed the sharp end of his blade at a barrel, and fired off a bolt, turning it to smoke and ashes. Wow, what a handy hatchet. He looked at me with a smirk. Electricity. I balled my hands, feeling the current flow through my palms. My electric powers were strengthening, which meant Hell's dimension was definitely taking over Earth. Oh, like this? I raised my hands and zapped the barrel next to the ashes with a bolt of my own. Emmanuel tossed back his head, a hearty chuckle bursting from his throat. Well played, zombie ghoster. Well played. I'd still rather procure an automobile. Aiden rubbed the back of his neck. That Jeep is too cramped. He had a point. I hated being folded like a dead pretzel. The garbage bag of meat took up most of the back seat. But humans' automobiles can't fly, Emmanuel said. My jaw dropped. The Jeep can fly? Yeah. Boner casually shrugged. How do you think I got down here? Why didn't you tell us this? Aiden growled, his eyes looking like heat-seeking missiles as his gaze tunneled on Boner. I don't know. Boner toyed with the zipper on his bomber jacket. I figured we were safer on the ground with the dragon on the loose. You are safer in the air. The angel waved at a sky glowing with fiery reds and oranges. Cam's vehicle can outpace a dragon. Hot damn. That was the best news I'd heard all day. Aiden stiffened beside me, and not the zombie kind of stiff, or the horny kind, but the holy shit kind. How fast can it go? You can reach the city of Sin in a few hours, Emmanuel said. Aiden heaved a sigh and grabbed my hand, tugging me toward the orchard. Thank you, Emmanuel. He bowed low, and I followed suit. My pleasure, the angel beamed. As we turned to go, the choir broke into amazing grace, and my knees nearly gave way. I tugged on Aiden's hand, pulling him back to the church. Emmanuel, I hollered up to the angel. The people in that church? He arched a bushy brow. Yes. My throat tightened with emotion as my mom's voice once again rose above the others. How badly I wanted to bust down those church doors and fall into her arms. Please don't let anything happen to them. My voice cracked and splintered like old wood. It took all my willpower not to fall apart. Thankfully, my husband still held my hand, infusing strength into me. I will cast any monster who dares to harm them down to the 13th level of hell. Emmanuel's eyes lit like twin suns, just like the angel from last night. Guess this was their do not fuck with me look. It worked. I did my best to quell my shaking limbs. Thanks. Those twin high beams softened until his eyes were once again a bright blue. Do you have a loved one in the church? I swallowed hard. My mom. I'd say hi, but I don't want her to see me like this. I frowned down at my duct-taped knees and corpsey legs. My skin looked like something left in a petri dish too long. The angel looked at me a long moment, then tossed back his red mane in a regal manner. You are beautiful, for you are fearfully and wonderfully made. Yeah, I rolled my eyes. I get the fearfully part. Though I hadn't paid attention in Sunday school that often, I remembered hearing our minister say that same thing once. I sure hoped scripture applied to zombies too. I turned my back on the angel and Aiden, shamed at the monster I'd become. Boner followed us, his bones rattling with each step like a bamboo wind chime. One thing for sure, we'd never be able to do a sneak attack on a horde of demons with Boner around. Ash, you okay? My husband jerked me back so hard I felt a pop in my shoulder. I'm fine. I shook him off, making the mistake of looking up at him and hating the pity I saw in his eyes. We need to get back to the Jeep. I marched through the orchard. You will not cry. You will not cry. Ash, stop. This time, Aiden grabbed my shoulder, digging his fingers into my soft flesh as he spun me around. I said I'm fine. I backed up, refusing to look at him. Anger made my chest hurt. I balled my fists, wishing so badly I could punch something, but fearing I'd bust open the skin on my rotting fingers. The one chance I had to see my mom, and I couldn't because some brain-dead corpse had hijacked my spirit. Dying sucked, but dying and coming back as a zombie sucked big fat petrified squirrel balls. I covered my face with my hands and screamed. Aiden's arms encompassed me. Though he was no longer warm, and his intoxicating male musk had been replaced by the coppery tang of pig blood and decomposing body, his embrace still felt nice. I leaned into him, crying against his chest, hoping maggots didn't run out of my nose and chew through his nice shirt. "I heard her singing," I said through a sob. "She has the prettiest voice. She was the sweetest mother and ever so kind to everyone."
"And she's your mom?"
I glared at Boner. What a jerk.
"Shut the hell up, Boner,"
Aiden growled. He cupped my face, wiping a stray tear from my cheek.
"A lifetime on Earth is short compared to an eternity in the afterlife. You two will be reunited soon."
I rolled my eyes to the heavens. Not if we don't stop this apocalypse. The Jeep only took one zap and it was fully charged. When I'd first struck it, I was worried it would melt, but it turned a bright, pulsing blue for several seconds before the light faded and the tank was blessedly full. After I'd folded myself in the back, Boner and Aiden took their spots up front and we were off. Boner cruised down the highway as if he were piloting a plane taking off. One moment the tires were slapping the pavement, and the next, that same blue light that had engulfed the Jeep after I'd zapped it was blowing out exhaust like a magical jet booster. Even more amazing was that after Boner flipped a switch on the dash, a weird blue bubble encircled the Jeep, shielding us from the wind. We climbed fairly high, so high I was afraid to look down, but curiosity finally won over and I about puked up pig guts over the side of the Jeep. That could have been a rude awakening for a hapless jogger below, although I doubted anyone was jogging through patches of farmland dissected with bubbling lava veins and smoke geysers. As I surveyed the destruction, my heart sank to the pit of my stomach, feeling as if I'd swallowed a brick or worse, a loaf of wheat bread. So much destruction to our planet, and so many lives lost. I imagined the lines to Purgatory's elevators would be fairly long if and when we were able to defeat the witch. All those souls starting over. Truthfully, death had been the best thing that had ever happened to me. After all, I wouldn't have met Aiden if I hadn't glued down that blow-dryer button. But what about all the other humans who had more to live for? What about the children? Sure, they got to shoot straight to heaven, but they'd never get to experience life on Earth to the fullest. Knowing I needed to conserve what little moisture I had left in my body, I fought back the tears and did my best to push back all negative thoughts about the apocalypse. I needed to keep my head clear and focused if I wanted to defeat the witch. Fighting as a corpsey zombie would be hard enough without also being weepy and distraught. I did my best to detach my emotions, berating myself for the occasional stray tear as I stared at the world below. Every so often, I made out the silhouettes of shadow dragons soaring below us. They were long, snake-like creatures with small wings, barbed tails, and roars that shook the Jeep. Earth was so fucked. And we were supposed to save the world how? Chapter 6. The sun had risen to almost the midday mark by the time we touched down on Highway 95, just outside Vegas and right below a Sin City ZombieCon billboard. Oh, the irony. The first thing I noticed when Boner turned off the blue shield was the air was surprisingly cooler here than in Washington, and we hadn't seen any signs of hell the last half of our journey. Could everything be contained in the Pacific Northwest? If so, what was Lucia doing down so far south? Maybe my zombie GPS was a load of horse shit. I gaped at the lights. I'd only been to Vegas a few times with my girlfriends, but each time the spread had grown bigger. The lights were almost as mesmerizing as a big slab of drippy, bloody beef. Speaking of beef, the meat we'd taken from the supermarket was smelling stronger. I knew it was starting to turn, so why did it smell even better?
"Where to, Ash?"
Boner asked. I don't know. I closed my eyes, doing my best to summon an image of the witch, but I felt a little turned around, kind of like a broken magnet. I pressed my hands over my ears, doing my best to lock out static while ignoring the relentless wind pelting my face. The images floated to me in increments. First, the sound of her sadistic laughter, followed by a smoky room and a slot machine. No, a line of slot machines. Okay, now I was getting somewhere. I thought I made out a person strapped to a long table in the center of a stage. I heard the soft cries of either a frightened woman or child, but Lucia kept laughing. Where were they? What were they doing? My eyes shot open when Boner hit a pothole and I nearly flew out of my seat. "Easy!" I cried, angry as the vision dispersed in a cloud of smoke. I rubbed my sore neck, sharing a look of annoyance with Aiden, who looked awfully uncomfortable sitting up front with Boner. My husband appeared to be as solid as a statue, one eye trained on Boner and the other on me.
Sorry, Boner chuckled. It's kind of hard to see without eyeballs.
I hadn't thought about that. How was a bag of bones able to see, hear, and talk? "Do you want me to drive?" I asked.
Nah, I'm just joking.
I shrugged. "If you need any help, let me know." I wasn't about to try to figure out the scientific explanation for Boner's ability to move around like a normal person, not when I had too much else on my mind. Namely, where the hell was that witch?
"Did you see anything, Ash?"
Aiden asked. "She seems to be in some sort of nightclub, but I couldn't tell. Did you see anything?" He shook his head.
"Nothing."
Damn. I bit my lip, then let go when a big chunk of skin came off in my teeth. How are we going to find her?
"I'm sure more zombies and demons will converge here."
Aiden waved toward the City of Lights.
"We can just follow the freaks."
I couldn't contain my eye roll. "Aiden, this is Vegas." He solemnly nodded.
"I know."
Aw, how cute. I kept forgetting my husband was over a century behind the times. I don't think following the freaks will work so well out here, I chuckled. Aiden threw up his hands.
"Then what do you propose we do?"
"I don't know." Boner held up a bony finger.
"We may need to make the witch come to us."
An icy shard of fear raced through my rotting bones. Make Lucia come to us? The woman we'd sent to hell after thwarting her satanic child sacrifice? Why would we make that psycho come to us when I didn't even want her to know we still existed? I could tell by the dark looks Aiden was giving me he felt the same way. If and when we confronted Lucia, it would be on our terms and without warning. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. I don't freaking think so. Words could not begin to describe my apprehension as we slowly made our way down the Las Vegas Strip in a topless automobile. Though we garnered plenty of stares, nobody panicked. As Boner navigated bumper-to-bumper traffic, several tourists got out of their cars and insisted on taking selfies with him. They assumed he was a robot who was driving the Jeep. It didn't make a whole lot of sense, but this was Vegas. Pain etched Aiden's brow as he turned to me. It hurt me to watch him move because I knew he felt like me, a rotting, dried-up corpse, like an old, smelly sponge that had sat beside the sink too long. Though I meant what I'd said when I repeated that for better or for worse part at the altar, it was hard watching my handsome husband turn into a brittle shell. He'd always been so strong and capable, and seeing him turn into this monster tightened my chest with fear and desperation.
"Are you getting anything, Ash?"
he asked. I grumbled and shut my eyes, hating that my eyelids felt like sandpaper. I did my best to concentrate, but the shouting, honking, and loud music were distracting me. Plus, I could still see the flashy overhead lights through my thinning eyelids. I opened my eyes in time to see him frowning like a big zombie baby.
"Ash, focus."
Excuse me? Why was he expecting my zombie GPS to be better than his? Was it because I was more corpsey? How offensive. Next, he'd be telling me my thighs looked fat in this skimpy dress. I threw up my hands. I can't focus with all this. I pointed floppy finger at the gaggle of tourists standing on the corner, their cameras flashing in my eyes. Can't you try? His dried-up skin crackled as his scowl deepened.
"You're more of a zombie than me."
Oh, how rude. I wanted to fold my arms and turn up my chin, but my arms were too stiff to bend all the way, so I settled for a massive eye roll. Have you seen yourself in the mirror? He arched a brow.
"I haven't started decomposing yet, and I don't have maggots."
I sniffled, And not because he'd hurt my feelings, but because a stupid maggot took that moment to make an appearance. Aiden and the maggots must have been colluding. He'd probably offered them fresher brains in return for making me look more corpsey. I can't help it that bugs are crawling out of my orifices. I pulled a rather long worm out of my nose and flung it into the open convertible beside us. I hadn't meant to hit them, but I might have inwardly smiled when the bleached blonde in the passenger seat screamed. When she tossed me a dirty look, I sneered. She was lucky I had self-control. She had a large, blemish-free forehead, and I just knew her brains would be tasty. Aiden's gaze softened, and he didn't look at all repulsed that I'd pulled a maggot that looked like a long tendril of snot out of my nose.
I know you can't. Can you try to focus?
I can't. I pouted as the rotting meat in the bag beside me made my mouth water. I'm hungry.
How many times are you gonna eat?
Boner's hollow eye sockets judged me from the rearview mirror. As many times as I damn well need to, I spat. Boner shook his head.
In the meantime, the world is ending.
Well, no shit. My voice rose along with my ire, and I thought I even felt the maggots stirring in my brain like a nest of angry hornets. I can't exactly save the world if I'm a rotting corpse. I need something bloody. I was so hungry any piece of meat would do, though I'd prefer brains. I wasn't about to tell Boner I'd turned into a walking cliché. He'd never let me live it down. An image popped into my mind, so powerful I couldn't ignore it if I'd tried. I saw guts, lots and lots of succulent fish guts. Oh, sweet mercy, I had to have them. Okay, at some point, I realized I'd probably hit a new level of low in my miserable afterlife, and I'd eaten dog chow in hell, so that was saying a lot. But damn, I was craving those fish guts like a double scoop of vanilla ice cream topped with a hard chocolate shell topping. I placed my fingers to my temples. Wait, I think I'm getting something. I jetted a finger at the big red thing in front of us. Follow that big square with wheels. Aiden arched back, looking at me as if I'd just sprouted a maggot farm out of my eyeballs.
The bus.
Yes! I waved my floppy finger as it turned a corner in a plume of diesel smoke. That! Aiden scratched the back of his head before sharing a look with Boner.
How did you forget it was a bus?
Why was he making a big deal out of it? People forgot words all the time. I shrugged, trying not to feel too annoyed by Aiden's question while my ravenous stomach felt like it was imploding.
I don't know, hungry.
Aiden pointed at me as if I was my black lab Jack and I'd just gotten caught humping the sofa cushion.
Why'd you end with hungry?
I shook my head, wishing those squirmy maggots would calm down. What?
You just said hungry.
Aiden sized me up as if we were on our first date after meeting on an internet site and I'd made myself appear 30 pounds lighter on my profile. I didn't. Did I? Hell's bells. I was too hungry to think about every word that came out of my mouth. He narrowed his eyes.
You did.
I threw my hands in the air, or at least I tried to, but my stiff arms would only rise halfway. I don't remember saying I'm hungry. He leaned over the seat, jutting a finger at my chest.
There you go again.
I pounded the side of my head like I was trying to drain water out of my ear. Maybe it's the maggots. They obviously didn't like being shaken around because they fluttered in my brain in a feeding frenzy. Stupid critters. I pounded my head again. Aiden grabbed my wrist, a mixture of desperation and annoyance in his gaze.
Stop aggravating them. They're eating your words.
They're what? But then realization dawned. Those little shits weren't just eating my words, they were demolishing my brain. Soon I wouldn't have anything left to say but hungry. Aiden squeezed my wrist and brought my hand to his heart.
We need to find that witch.
The panic in his eyes was heartbreaking. As if being a rotting corpse wasn't bad enough, I was turning into a brain-dead bride. Yeah, we needed to find that witch. And not just because of Earth's impending doom. I closed my eyes again, pressing my fingers to my temples. I think I've got something. I gave Boner directions. Turn here. I pointed to a smaller side street. After several more turns, we neared downtown. I pointed to an alley. Then here. As soon as we reached the end of the alleyway, I got out of the Jeep, groaning as I walked with purpose to the dumpster.
I don't see anyone,
Boner grumbled behind me. I paid him no heed. Yeah, we needed to find the witch, but I couldn't do it on an empty stomach. I found the bag of fish guts on top. Weird how I'd known it would be there.
What the hell are you doing?
Boner's bones rattled behind me like angry maracas. Eating garbage out of a dumpster, what's it look like? I dumped the contents of the bag on the dirty asphalt. Boner backed up several steps as blood and guts splattered everywhere.
Oh, that is so nasty.
It was, but at the moment I was more hungry than ashamed. Though Aiden grumbled, that didn't stop him from helping himself to my feast. We ate until there was nothing left but bones. That hit the spot. I leaned back against the dumpster and let out a rancid belch, patting my tummy. Aiden settled a bloody hand on my knee.
Are you feeling better?
A little. For a zombie whose brain was rapidly decaying, I guessed I wasn't doing too terribly bad.
Ash.
Aiden's sallow brow furrowed.
We need you to find Lucia.
I heaved a groan before closing my eyes. He was right, damn him. I didn't know how I knew, but I sensed the way to Lucia. I walked past the Jeep, dragging a leg which felt like it was slipping out of its socket. Oh, I looked so cliché. I cringed when I thought of all the tourists who would want to take a picture with me, smiling for their camera phones while I secretly salivated over their gray matter. And to think, I should have been enjoying mind-blowing sex on my honeymoon. Instead, I was a zombie bride with bad alopecia and maggot boogers. Sadly, I knew I hadn't even hit my final level of low. I was sure the witch who'd started the stupid apocalypse had more torture in store for me. I was crazy enough to go looking for her. My internal GPS led me to a street corner with 3 Elvises and a screaming preacher at the edge of downtown Vegas. The Elvises posed for pictures while the preacher stood on an empty milk crate, berating them for false idolatry and telling everyone the end of the world was near. Too bad the nut job was right. I spun a slow circle, looking for any signs of the witch, but all I saw were several gift shops and an ice cream parlor. Behind the lines of stores was a walkway flanked by concrete walls leading to a rundown casino. Could Lucia be inside the casino? But why did I feel her presence so strongly on the street corner? Something wasn't right. I looked at Aiden, unable to keep the desperation out of my voice. Here, I swear she's here. Look! A skeleton and zombies! A shrill voice nearly blew out my eardrums. Are you from ZombieCon? Can I get a selfie with you? A girl with hair the color of cotton candy was fluttering around us like a hummingbird to a flower. She wore a tight t-shirt with Greek sorority letters and skimpy booty shorts. She nursed a tropical drink in a blue plastic cup that looked like a bong. She was flanked by 2 friends who looked equally skanky. My eyes crossed, and my maggots swarmed just listening to their nauseating laughter. Pink-haired girl giggled when I growled at her, cocking a hand on her narrow hip. You're not a very scary zombie, are you? I answered by digging a maggot out of my ear and dropping it in her drink. Her mouth hung open for a long moment while the maggot squirmed up her straw. She dropped the drink and ran, the bright green concoction splattering the sidewalk as her friends chased after her. I almost felt bad for scaring her. Almost. In what world did she think it was okay to insult my zombiness anyway? Luckily, her theatrics didn't scare away the horde of tourists who were stuffing bills in Boner's jacket and taking selfies with him.
Ash,
Aiden whispered in my ear.
I don't see the witch.
Neither do I, but I swear I can feel her here. My shoulders slumped. What was wrong with me that I could track down rotting fish guts, but couldn't find the sorceress who'd opened up the portal to Hell's 6th dimension? It should have been easy. Follow the dragons, demons, and screaming. I narrowed my eyes at the gift shop after a scary-looking, bald, bearded guy covered in tats walked inside. He didn't strike me as the kind of guy to go looking for souvenir shot glasses. This was a waste of time. Lucia obviously wasn't here. What the heck was I doing? She could be back in Seattle for all I knew.
Repent, sinners, before it's too late.
The preacher, a skinny white dude with a bad comb-over, high-water jeans, and a crooked nose, screamed, aiming his Bible at me as if it was a shield protecting him from the smell of my formaldehyde.
The day of judgment is upon us.
I shook my head, snickering. If he only knew. He jumped off his crate and strode up to us. I took a step back, not minding one bit when Aiden stepped between us. The guy pulled back his shoulders, sneering up at Aiden.
Do you not know that zombie conventions are tools for the devil to recruit his servants?
Really? I gasped, pushing Aiden aside. Do you think we could find a witch there? Maybe my GPS had brought me here because the preacher was our key to finding Lucia. His heavy mouth sagged in a frown.
You will find many witches there doing Satan's bidding.
I didn't know if he meant to sound accusatory, but the hairs on the back of my nape stood up when he looked at me with eagle-eyed shrewdness. I doubt it. I waved him off as if he was no more significant than the mildew growing in my ass crack. He's stuck on sublevel 13. We just need to find the witch who started the apocalypse. Do you know where we can find her? It was a long shot, but desperate times and all. Aiden glowered at the preacher.
Why are you asking him?
Because he's a preacher. I scowled at the guy. Not a very good man of God, though, if his purpose was to simply pass judgment on everyone. I'd learned that after I'd first arrived in purgatory. God didn't like others doing his job and judging their fellow man. Still, it seemed there were many on Earth who felt it was their duty to be hypercritical turd nuggets.
Don't ask him, Aiden laughed. He's lost his marbles.
The preacher sputtered before quoting from the Book of Revelations, something about hellfire and brimstone. He might be onto something. Look at his sign. I pointed to the cardboard sign he wore across his chest, which said Revelations is upon us. I'd just seen my friends eaten by a shadow dragon. The preacher wasn't far off the mark. Aiden's stiff shoulders bunched even more.
He's probably been preaching the end of the world for the last 10 years.
Maybe so, I said, but he's finally right, and my senses tell me Lucia is near. The preacher waved his Bible in our faces.
Who are you?
We're from purgatory. I nodded at Aiden, then searched the growing crowd of tourists for Boner. He was in the center of the throng somewhere, laughing while flashes went off. We were accidentally turned into zombies. We're trying to stop the apocalypse. The preacher frowned, his gaze sharpening to fine points.
There is no purgatory. There's heaven for those who accept salvation, and there's damnation for those who don't.
Oh, geez. Aiden was right. He had lost his marbles. You're wrong, I said on a sigh. But I don't have time to argue. Can you point me in the direction of the witch? I was still hoping he knew where to find her, or, at the very least, the general direction of the nearest demon hangout. He let out a laugh so shrill my maggots revolted, causing a tiny tsunami in my brain.
So you can practice your satanic rituals.
No, I growled, covering my ears with my palms. So I can send her back to hell. The preacher stepped back, looking as if I'd slapped him, or maybe he was offended by my fish gut breath.
You think this is a joke?
Oh, this guy was pissing me off. No, actually.
You and your friend dress up like Lucifer's lackeys, and you think you can make me look like a fool?
The preacher pounded his chest like an ape.
Sir.
Aiden raked his fingers through his hair.
I don't think you need any help looking like a fool.
The preacher stumbled, flashing a look of indignation that was so staged it was comical. I couldn't help but laugh at his antics, but my laughter must have upset the maggots because I suddenly had this intense itching from the inside of my nose all the way into my brain. Rubbing my nose didn't help. It only made the maggots revolt more. The sneeze struck me so hard and so fast I had no time to shield my nose or the junk that flew out of it. The preacher looked like he'd just stepped in a big crap sandwich, breathing through a wheeze as he gaped down at the dozens of tiny worms crawling across his chest and down his neck. Sorry. I wiped slime and blood off my nose with the back of my hand. No wonder my brain was itching. That feels much better. Maybe I'd get to keep the rest of my words now. I frowned at a gray chunk of my brain hanging off the preacher's collar. Hang on. I grabbed the clump off him and slurped it down like an Asian noodle. Don't want to let good brain go to waste, I said with a wink. The preacher continued to gape at me, not a sound coming from his mouth other than the occasional wheeze. I waved in front of his eyes. You okay? He blinked hard but didn't answer. Wait for it, Aiden whispered. On 3, 2, 1. The preacher screamed like a rabid cat, backing up with the Bible held in front of him. Get thee behind me, demon! Not a demon, I said with a huff. Zombie. Boner managed to escape the throng of curious tourists. Someone stole my clavicle. I wasn't sure where the clavicle was located, but one arm hung limply by his side as if his shoulder had been broken. Boner stumbled toward us, plowing into the preacher's backside. The preacher hollered and spun around, thrusting the Bible in Boner's face. Now judgment is upon this world! Okay. Boner scratched the back of his neck and slowly backed away. I frowned at Boner's sloped shoulder. Maybe you should stop projecting yourself. But I'm having so much fun, Boner whined. The preacher jumped up on his milk crate, swatting maggots off his clothes while the throng of tourists gaped at him. I could see realization dawning in some of their eyes. Uh-oh, I whispered to Aiden. We'd better split before they break out the pitchforks. The preacher jutted an accusatory finger at us. These will wage war against the Lamb, and the Lamb will overcome them because he is Lord of Lords and King of Kings. He jabbed his soiled collar with a thumb. And those who are with him are the called and chosen and faithful. But we were with him. No use trying to convince the preacher, though. He already had his preconceived prejudice, and I knew it would do no good to argue. I casually whistled the tune of Mary Had a Little Lamb and followed Aiden back to the Jeep. Boner's bones clacked as he followed us. Hurry up before I lose any more bones, he hissed. So much for finding that witch. Chapter 7. Going on the preacher's lead, we decided the zombie convention was a good place to look for Lucia, since my GPS was obviously broken. The Sin City ZombieCon was being held at a hotel a few blocks away. Since Boner didn't want to leave the Jeep in an alley, we had to park it in a dimly lit garage and walk down 5 flights of stairs because the elevator was out of order. Needless to say, rigor mortis and stairs weren't exactly compatible, so it took a long-ass time to get to the bottom, especially since Aiden insisted on carrying the rancid bag of beef just in case there were no raw meat snack bars nearby. The heat was getting progressively worse, and I was starting to feel like a shriveled-up piece of meat that had been nuked in the microwave. Thank goodness for my torpedo tit bra holding up my girls, because zombie boobs brought a whole new meaning to rocks and socks. Imagine the socks were threadbare and full of holes, and the rocks were things a family of dung beetles had left in the sun too long. As soon as we poured out onto Fremont Street, I was struck by all the sights and sounds, as well as the massive canopy overhead that played videos and music. Then there was the plethora of zombies. Most looked pretty cheesy, but a few were convincing enough that I wasn't quite sure if they were real or not. Luckily, I knew the real zombies' word of choice: hungry. The convention zombies mostly said brains or moaned, but nobody appeared hungry other than Aiden and me. Yeah. After 5 flights of stairs, my joints were stiff again, and I was starting to feel like a rusty tin man in need of oil. That rotting meat draped down Aiden's back was smelling better and better. I grabbed his shoulder and spun him around. Hang on. I pointed to the blood dripping out of a small hole in the bag. You're losing blood. Hungry. I blinked hard. Why was I always saying that word? I had hungry OCD. What? He swung the bag to the ground, ripping a wider hole in it. Damnation! Blood pooled on the concrete. I should have been repulsed. Instead, I was salivating. Hungry, I groaned. I looked at Aiden, knowing he was thinking the same thing I was, mainly because of the drool hanging from his lip. He glanced over his shoulder, then back at me.
People will see.
I shrugged. They'll think it's an act. This was a zombie convention in Vegas, after all. I could tell by the hungry gleam in Aiden's eyes he wasn't interested in putting up much of a fight.
Okay.
We fell on the bag, ripping it open and slurping up blood before gorging on the meat like a pack of wolves devouring a caribou. I didn't even care that the meat was rancid. If anything, the sour taste gave it an interesting little kick, like Thai food for zombies.
Again?
Boner whined.
Nasty.
Ugh, who'd invited that buzzkill to our apocalyptic honeymoon? I was vaguely aware of flashes as onlookers snatched photos of us shamelessly feasting off the dirty sidewalk. I heard a few comments like, "How realistic," and "What do you think it's made of?" After we'd mopped up every last drop of blood, Aiden helped me up, and we continued on our way, holding hands and ignoring the people who enthusiastically clapped behind us.
This is the best zombie convention ever,
a young guy exclaimed. He was in for a rude awakening. I jerked Aiden to a standstill when we came upon an open breezeway leading into a casino and a familiar-looking row of slot machines.
"What is it?"
he asked. I pointed to the slots. "I saw this in my vision. Maybe she's here." He frowned as a gaggle of fake zombies limped past us and into the casino.
"Do you remember anything else?"
"Yes, a bar and someone standing on a big square box." He arched a brow.
"A stage?"
"Yeah, that." Damn. Looked like the maggots were still eating my words. We walked inside, Boner at our heels, looking for any signs of the witch. I saw a bar, but this was Vegas. Of course there was a bar. I didn't see a big square box, or a stage. A young woman walked past us, drinking some red concoction that made my mouth water. Maybe it was all the ice and pink swirls. Or maybe it was that the drink looked like frozen blood. Either way, I wanted a cool, refreshing drink. A middle-aged bartender with a handlebar mustache that made him look like a cartoon villain who tied damsels to train tracks handed another girl a red drink. I briefly wondered if it was gluten-free, then shrugged. I'd just eaten rancid meat and fish guts. I really didn't think wheat could do much more damage to my rotting intestines. I snatched a $10 bill out of Boner's pocket and went to the bar, slapping the money on the counter. "I'll have what she's having." I nodded at the girl beside me, not caring when she grimaced and scooted farther down. The bartender filled a tall glass from what looked like a margarita machine.
"Are you sure this is a good idea?"
Aiden asked, stiffly sitting in the seat beside me. I shrugged, doing my best to sit on a stool but failing miserably at getting my knees to bend. I need something to wash down the taste of formaldehyde. I thought I saw the bartender's mustache bristle as he sat the drink in front of me.
"That'll be $9.95.
I snarled at him, not caring if I sounded like a dying dog in heat. $10 for a drink? It had better make me shit rainbows. He responded with a deep scowl. Back when I was alive, I'd usually flirted my way to free drinks. But since I wasn't feeling sexy enough to pull it off, I realized I'd have to pay. I slid the 10 toward him. "Keep the change." I picked up the drink and took a dainty sip out of what had to be the world's longest straw. The drink was cool and refreshing, but sweet enough that I knew I'd only be able to tolerate a few sips. Boner sat on the other side of me.
"I wish I could have a margarita."
He patted his midsection, his bones clanking beneath his jacket.
"But drinks run right through me."
I gave him a sympathetic glance, then took another sip. Okay, it wasn't so bad. Yes, very sweet, but life couldn't always be about eating rancid roadkill. I'd have to learn to like other foods. I heard a distinct crack and thunk. I frowned at my middle fingertip, which was lying on the counter. I looked at my frosted hand and realized the cold drink had frozen my appendage right off. Well, damn. Aiden picked up my finger, flapping it in front of my face.
"Nothing a little duct tape won't fix."
I set the offending drink down and held still while he wrapped my finger with tape. I couldn't help but examine Aiden's face while he worked. He had even more cracks in his skin than before, and his flesh was becoming increasingly gray as if he had a flesh-eating virus, yet he didn't complain. That was so like my macho husband, pretending nothing's wrong even when he was literally decomposing.
"How'd you do that?"
the bartender asked, stroking the tip of his mustache. "Do what?" I asked.
"Make it look like your finger fell off."
Wow. These mortals were willing to believe anything. I thanked my zombie husband for repairing my finger with a stiff kiss on the cheek, then leaned forward until the bartender and I were eye to eye. I didn't. It really fell off. I was a little put off by his blank stare, but I wasn't to be deterred. An idea had just popped into my head. Bartenders had to deal with all sorts of freaks. Maybe he knew the way to Lucia. So here's the deal. We're trying to destroy an evil witch named Lucia before all hell breaks loose. You haven't heard or seen anything about a witch who's been resurrected from hell, have you? He arched back, snickering.
No.
Oh well. I flexed my fingers, disappointed when my broken tip refused to move. I turned to Aiden. No more frozen drinks.
"I agree,"
he said, kissing my temple.
"Does it hurt?"
No. I tried to shake feeling into my hand, alarmed when I realized it was as numb as if I'd injected it with Novocaine. But it sure is an inconvenience. Still, my situation could have been worse. I could have been a zombie without my husband by my side, taping me up when things fell off. I was one lucky corpse bride. I jumped at the sound of shattering glass. The bartender had fallen against a shelf of shot glasses.
"That's really your finger, isn't it?"
I fought back a massive eye roll. Or maybe the maggots were holding my eyeballs in place while they chewed out my corneas. That's what I've been saying. As if he knew I'd discovered his hidey hole, a maggot crawled out of the corner of my eye and slithered down my nose. I wiped the offending critter and popped him in my mouth. "No sense in wasting good protein," I said to the bartender. I pretended not to notice the widening pee-pee bullseye that fanned around his zipper. He clutched the counter with whitened knuckles while looking from me to Aiden with that deer-in-the-headlights expression as his mustache practically cowered. He popped the top on 2 beers and pushed them toward us.
"They're warm, so your finger shouldn't fall off. All I ask is that you please leave us in peace."
Aiden and I shared skeptical looks.
"Drinks on the house."
Really? Who was I to refuse free, warm beer? Insert sarcastic eye roll. If I wasn't gluten intolerant, I still wouldn't drink warm beer. That was for fraternity pledges and hobos. Aiden took both bottles without complaint, though. "Come on," he said, groaning in pain as he slipped off his stool, Boner following his lead. "Hang on." I held out a staying hand and eyed the bartender, whose horrified expression would have been comical if I hadn't been the object of his repulsion. "You don't know anything about a witch? A demon army? A horde of real zombies?"
"Just this."
His hand shook like a leaf in a windstorm as he set a flyer in front of me. My eyes bulged as I read the advertisement. Shadows of the Underworld, a wicked all-night rage, midnight until eternity. Next to the ad was a familiar drawing, a skinny witch with long, dark hair and glowing red eyes in a tight black dress. She was holding what looked like a Grim Reaper's scythe in one hand and the bloodied, severed head of a girl in the other. Wait a minute. That severed head looked eerily familiar. Boner's neck bones rattled as he peered over my shoulder.
"Hey, that's you, Ash."
Well, shit. "What do you mean, abort the mission?" I tried to dig my feet into the worn carpet to stop forward progress as my husband dragged me through the casino with Boner trailing us. As soon as we hit the pavement, Boner was accosted by a gaggle of tourists wanting to take photos. Aiden dragged me behind a kiosk of Elvis memorabilia, looking down at me with twin thunderstorms in his eyes.
"She knows we're coming. She's going to cut off your head."
I struggled out of his grip not because it hurt, but because I feared he was going to break off my finger again. Not if we don't let her.
"Look at you, Ash."
He snorted at me like I was an old, moldy container of yogurt he'd found at the back of the fridge.
"You're becoming more decayed by the moment. One good hit and your head will just roll off.
So we should give up? I threw up my hands, or at least I tried, but my stiff limbs weren't exactly cooperating. I couldn't believe my body was drying up so quickly. I'd need more raw meat soon. Ugh, maybe Aiden was right. He clutched my shoulders, his eyes softening with a look of pity so patronizing I wanted to smack him.
This mission calls for less corpsey ghosters.
I couldn't contain my bitterness. Newsflash, we're the only ghosters left. Well, us and Boner.
I don't want to lose you.
His voice cracked with raw emotion.
We're supposed to spend eternity together.
Aw, my husband really knew how to pulverize my decaying heart. I leaned into him, coming within inches of his full lips and not minding as our stale, rancid breath mingled. And we still will. I batted my lashes and bit my lower lip, dismayed when I accidentally ripped off another chunk of skin with my teeth. At this rate, I wasn't going to have any lip left by the time we found the witch. Boner's head poked out from behind a kiosk.
Does anyone know where we're going?
Hell, Aiden grumbled. Heavens help us, he was probably right.
Brains,
a guy mumbled as he slowly walked past us, dragging a foot dripping fake blood. Aiden lunged for the guy, latching onto his arm.
Hey, watch it,
he snapped, jumping back much too fast for a zombie.
Sorry.
Aiden thrust the flyer in his face.
Know anything about this party?
The fake zombie frowned, the heavily painted lines on his face looking like dripping ink stains.
Nah, probably an after-convention party. There's lots of them.
Aiden and I shared a look. Where's the convention? I asked.
Follow me.
The fake zombie slowly spun around.
Brains,
he groaned as he continued to drag 1 foot behind him. We didn't complain about his slow pace. It was hard to walk fast with stiff joints anyway. Why anyone would want to pretend to be a rotting corpse was beyond me. I'd much rather make believe I was an angel eating cheesecake topped with cherries and whipped cream. When an image of the delectable dessert flashed in my brain, my mouth watered as I envisioned the cherries were bloody organs. Sheesh. My zombiness was ruining the most heavenly of all desserts. Being a zombie sucked. We passed several more fake zombies acting like mindless lemmings while meandering through the crowd. Each undead actor was a different blend of cheesy, some with stage blood dripping down their mouths and others covered in fake rot and scabs. If they only knew how it felt to be a real zombie, they'd probably crap the underwear their mamas had laundered for them. The three of us followed the zombie into a casino and onto an elevator. Boner's skeletal face broke into a wide grin when the elevator lurched and an old 80s rock tune played overhead.
I loved this band when I was alive.
Aiden nudged Boner, giving him a shut-the-hell-up look. The fake zombie leaned against the elevator wall, eyeing us with interest. I was wondering how long it would take him to figure us out. Or maybe he wouldn't as long as we played it cool. I rocked on my heels, ignoring the grinding in my knees and feigning disinterest while smiling serenely.
You guys really look like zombies.
The guy sounded like he'd just passed the puberty finish line, maybe a few years behind his friends. Beneath the heavy makeup, I saw several pimples. He also had a slight paunch and toneless, skinny arms. He probably spent his days playing video games in his mom's basement. Poor kid had no idea his games were about to come to life.
Thanks.
Aiden wrapped an arm around my shoulder.
We were going for authentic.
I cringed when I heard a snap and Aiden dropped his arm. Do you need the duct tape? I whispered. He rubbed his shoulder.
I think I can pop it back.
What should have been a quick and easy pop sounded more like the painful grinding of gears as Aiden worked his shoulder back into place.
You even smell like rotting corpses.
The fake zombie pointed at me.
What did you use?
I sniffed my armpit, wincing. I think it's the formaldehyde. Boner laughed.
Could be the maggots or the roadkill you keep eating.
I shot Boner a dirty look. The fake zombie's gaze slowly traveled up the length of Boner's body, from his army boots and camo pants, cinched tight at his narrow waist, to his zipped leather bomber jacket that exposed the slightest bit of neck bone. Actually, the only bones Boner was showing were his hands, neck, and face.
Your costume's the coolest. Are those gloves?
He touched Boner's hand and then jerked back.
Whoa, those feel real.
Boner shrugged.
I was going for authentic, too.
The elevator lurched to a stop and the doors dinged open. Our fake zombie friend bolted off the platform without a backward glance. So much for his undead ruse. Now everyone would know he was a fake. I knew from experience zombies never ran that fast. I wrinkled my nose at the heavy smell of tobacco smoke that permeated the air as we walked across the faded floral carpet to a set of double doors with a Sin City ZombieCon sign above it. There were several tables out front offering tickets and memorabilia. Fake zombies waited in line to get in. Boner nudged me in the ribs.
Maybe we should get a souvenir.
He nodded at a stand with a bunch of ZombieCon t-shirts. Aiden handed Boner the flyer.
Go see if they know where this party is.
Boner walked up and down the line, stopping off at the tables. People were too busy touching his bones and taking his picture to answer questions about the party. Boner made it back with his remaining clavicle still in place and a free ZombieCon t-shirt. He flashed a wide, skeletal grin.
Look what I got. They said I had the best costume ever.
I rolled my eyes and puffed out my chest. You're just bones. I have maggots. Aiden smoothed a hand down his face.
This is pointless. These fake zombies don't know where to find her. Try again, Ash.
I closed my eyes, leaning against Aiden for support, doing my best to summon the witch. Slowly, her malevolent smile came into focus. She was standing in a dark room, mist swirling at her feet. She held a wickedly curved blade in one hand and was glaring down at a child lying on a table. "Tell me where she is!" the witch screamed. "Why haven't my dragons found her?" I don't know, Lucia, the child sobbed. Holy heck, they were talking about me. My hand flew to my throat, my knees buckled, and the world spun. I looked up at Aiden, blinking hard and stunned to see I was lying on the floor.
Sorry,
he grimaced.
I was too slow to catch you.
Boner nudged me with his foot.
Did you see anything?
I swallowed bile, then nodded as a familiar face filled my vision. She has her stepdaughter again. I left out the part about Lucia searching for me, mainly because I didn't want to scare Aiden, but also because I knew I'd overflow my undies with zombie diarrhea if I was forced to repeat what I'd heard. I remembered the little girl was clairvoyant. Lucia was probably using the child's mental powers to search for me. Maybe that was a good thing. As long as Lucia had need for the child, she wouldn't kill her. After Aiden helped me up, we decided to leave ZombieCon, and not just because the line was too long or the fee to get in was more than Boner had in his pockets. We were wasting our time here. I had to use my zombie GPS to find Lucia. It had already failed me, but I thought it best I find the witch before she found me. We hit the elevator and my heart plummeted when a family of Asian zombies, a mom and dad holding the hands of two kids, stepped off the platform. I grabbed the mom's arm, not caring when she screamed. "Listen to me," I hissed. "The shit is about to hit the fan, and when it does..." I nodded at the kids. "Get your family to a... My brain stopped working as if the herd of wild horses thundering in my skull had come to a screeching halt. What was the word I was looking for? She pulled away. "You're crazy, lady." I gave her my best somber look, jutting a finger toward the back of the elevator. "The apocalypse is coming. Find shelter in one of those big buildings where people pray." She gave me the strangest look, as if I'd just ripped a steaming fart and was trying to blame it on a squeaky shoe, only the smell had clearly given me away.
"A church,"
Boner said with a laugh. I tilted my head, glaring at him. "It's not funny. The maggots are eating my words again." I stepped into the elevator, pulled a maggot out of my nose, and threw it on the floor, smiling when the woman gaped at the squirming creature with a look of sheer horror. Aiden clutched my hand, flashing me a look of pity as the elevator doors shut.
"It's okay, baby. This apocalypse will be over before you forget much more."
I hope so. I searched his eyes for any sign of fear, relieved when he stared straight back at me unwaveringly. But I was worried. I thought I'd sneezed all the maggots out. How could I forget the name of the building with the big cross on top? Shit! Boner had just told me, but I'd forgotten again. This undead dementia was making me crazy. I just hoped the damage wasn't permanent. The convention must have been starting because we had to fight our way through a sea of fake moaning zombies, pushing them into slot machines and each other as we surged toward the casino's exit. As soon as we were back outside, Aiden begged me to try to search for the witch again. I closed my eyes and leaned against a wall, trying to summon a vision of the witch.
Hey, look!
Boner's jaw clacked. My eyes flew open. He pointed to an Elvis impersonator with thick sideburns, who was also wearing a flashy minister's robe and clutching a Bible. He was trying to wave people into his little white chapel. Chapel? Ha! I remember that word.
Hunka hunka burning love, half off wedding special tonight only,
he said in a really cheesy Elvis voice. Onlookers laughed behind their hands and hurried past him, but one very drunk couple did follow him inside. Aiden brought my hand to his lips, mischief sparkling in his eyes as he brushed his lips across my knuckles.
I already said I do to the woman of my dreams.
I couldn't help but smile at him. Was he trying to make me feel better, or was he hoping to get laid? He couldn't have picked a worse time to flirt. Even if we weren't trying to stop an apocalypse, we were so stiff and dried up things would probably fall off if we tried to have sex.
That looks like Cam.
Boner jutted a bony finger at the top of the chapel. Sure enough, an angel who looked exactly like Camiel, our archangel friend with thick golden muscles and feathery white wings, was leaning against the steeple, gleaming sword in hand. Was it my imagination, or had Cam grown about 3 feet taller? Aiden tightened his hold on my hand.
It is Cam,
he breathed. My mouth hung open as we slowly advanced toward the building with the cross on top. What was it called again? Something told me it rhymed with birch.
Cam?
Aiden called, scratching the back of his head. The angel knelt, flashing a wide smile.
Well, if it isn't the newlyweds. You don't seem to be faring well.
Faring well? I spat. We're corpses. The angel tossed his blonde mane over one shoulder, then fixed Boner with a stern look.
Where's my Jeep?
Boner straightened, then pointed to a building behind us.
In the parking garage.
Seriously? Such a typical guy. The world was about to end, and Cam was worried about his car? Didn't he even care that maggots were eating my brain? Cam turned to us with a knowing grin.
There's a canteen of Nephilim holy water in the glove box. If you drink it, your bodies will be restored.
Oh, well, in that case, go Cam. You mean we won't be zombies? I asked, practically jumping out of my rotting skin with excitement.
Correct.
Boner, Aiden boomed.
Go get that canteen.
Boner took off at a run, his boots making loud thuds, keys jangling in his hand. A few tourists snapped photos and laughed at the running skeleton, but nobody seemed alarmed. I nudged Aiden. What about the shadow dragons? Won't they eat us? Aiden stiffly turned from one side to the other.
I don't see any dragons. They're here.
Cam folded his arms, his eyes and skin darkening as if he was his own personal storm cloud.
The witch hasn't released them yet.
Why not? I asked, though I was afraid to know the answer.
I don't know.
Cam stroked the gleaming tip of his sword.
She's waiting for something.
Icy shards of fear swept up my spine, or maybe the maggots were all running for cover. She's waiting for me. I held out the flyer. Cam leaned over the eaves, extended a long arm, and took the flyer from me. He sat on the edge of the roof, scanning it.
She has a vendetta against you.
You could say that? I averted my eyes as memories of Lucia's untimely death raced back. Lucia had somehow lost a chunk of her head to a hungry demon after I'd crashed her satanic ritual. Served her right for trying to sacrifice her little stepdaughter. Poor kid had probably been scarred for life. Now the Wicked Witch stepmother had somehow resurrected from the dead and had the child in her clutches again. Also, she was clearly still pissed at me. Just then, the earth shook so hard I toppled into Aiden. Cam scrambled up the side of the building, clutching the steeple with one hand and his sword with the other. An ear-splitting crack rent the air, and I watched in horror as the ground split open down the middle of downtown Fremont Street. The giant canopy crumbled and was sucked into the earth. Tourists screamed and ran into casinos only to run back out as windows shattered and plaster fell to the ground. Then they ran back inside again when a giant blinking marquee shorted out and toppled, shattering on the ground in millions of shards. The midday sun vanished, hidden by ominous clouds, and in a blink, the clouds parted and a full moon hung in the sky. The glowing white orb slowly turned pink, then red, a blood moon, and the temperature rose by at least 20 degrees. Oh, fuck. Either climate change had accelerated by 1,000%, or Lucia was ready to party. I turned to Cam. What do we do? He nodded toward the door beneath his feet as frantic tourists ran inside. Either get inside the church or go destroy the bitch. Church! That's what they call it. I let out a long groan and turned to Aiden. Those are our choices? He scanned the dark street. Where the hell is Boner? A thunderous roar rent the air, and the screams that followed nearly made my knees buckle. Rotten, digested meat rose from my stomach to my throat as a heavy shadow swept past us. Cam swatted the shadow with his sword as if he was shooing a fly. Cursed beasts! I clutched Aiden's forearm. We can't drink that water. The dragons will eat us if we're not zombies. Aiden's jaw hardened as he glared at the shadows that blotted out the sky. Well then, pardon my language, but we're fucked. Chapter 8. We kept to the sides of the buildings, stepping over broken glass and even a few lifeless bodies. I was still reeling from the shock that the city had literally transformed into a hot, filthy cesspit in under a minute. The place looked like a bomb had gone off. The average mortal would have thought we were in a nuclear holocaust had it not been for the river of lava that dissected the city and the bubbling, boiling volcano in the distance. Though the air wasn't quite as hot and stifling as the sublevels of hell, I knew it was only a matter of time before Earth's dimension would be completely overshadowed by the demon realm. Then what would happen? Would Aiden and I take on our full demon forms? Me sprouting wings and him looking like the Grim Reaper from our nightmares? Would Earth be eternally transformed? The elevators forever broken, trapping us in this miserable dimension? That would make for a really sucky honeymoon. By the time we'd made it to the parking garage, we were out of breath, tired, hot, and hungry, but that was the least of our problems. The garage had been reduced to a pile of rubble, no doubt with Boner and the Jeep trapped inside. Even if we'd wanted to drink the holy water, it was too late now. I sure hoped Boner was okay, and if not, that purgatory hospitals had a method of restoring pulverized bones. We didn't have much time to worry over Boner, as the lifeless bodies littering the streets came to life once again, groaning they were hungry and stumbling over each other in the sweltering heat. Some of them actually fell into the lava in the crack, too slow and stupid to realize their mistake until they were neck-deep in steaming sludge. Demons converged on the town, slithering and slinking past us, skirting the wide river of lava that had once been Fremont Street, and making their way to that same corner where I'd sneezed on the preacher. I was right about Lucia's location. Now all we had to do was follow the freaks, or the demon freaks, to figure out how to get to her. Hungry, a zombie cried, stumbling past me. He lifted a piece of plaster off a pile of rubble and threw it in the lava, and that's when I saw the family crouched in the hole. It was the same fake zombie family I'd tried to warn earlier. The mother shrieked, shaking the unconscious father, while the children crawled behind her. Hungry, the zombie growled, extending a hand to the family. As the zombie was trying to yank the mother out of the hole, Aiden lopped off its head, sending it careening into the river with a plop. I wiped a thick layer of sweat from my brow before pointing toward the little white building with a cross on top. Get to shelter now, I hollered. Aggravated, I still couldn't identify the building. Tears streamed down the mother's face. But my husband... The man groaned and his head fell back. That's when I noticed the large gash. Damn, I wished I had that holy water. Aiden climbed into the hole, kicking debris out of his way and slinging the unconscious man over his shoulder with a grunt. The mother and her kids followed Aiden while I brought up the rear, zapping any zombies or demons who tried to attack. We burst our way through a room packed with frightened fake zombies, Elvises, superhero characters, and various drunk and scared tourists. Aiden unceremoniously dropped the man in a pew before wiping sweat off his brow. I hated the look of desperation in the mother's eyes as her husband bled all over the seat, and I sent up a silent prayer for his survival, begging the call center to mark it as urgent. Luckily, a doctor, at least I hoped she was a doctor and not in costume, pushed the mother aside and examined the man's wound.
"Come on,"
Aiden grumbled,
"before we're mobbed."
I quickly scanned the room. A few tourists were giving us the stink eye. One in particular, the pink-haired sorority chick whose drink I'd wormed, was glaring at us from behind a rather large tattooed biker dude who was clutching a baton. "Okie dokie," I said, following my husband outside. I seriously doubted my yellow belt ninja skills could go up against the biker. I could zap him, but I was here to protect humans, not kill them, even if they wanted to lop off my head. After Aiden pulled me outside, I thought my rotting skin was going to melt off my bones. It had to be at least another 10 degrees hotter. Sheesh. I briefly feared what was going on with the rest of the world. With this kind of global warming, the ice caps would melt in no time, and all coastlines, my mom's included, would be underwater. One more reason to send the bitch back to hell. We fell in with a bunch of demons and zombies, skirting a giant zombie who was feasting on a tiny squealing demon. I licked my lips when I saw the zombie slurp up the demon's innards and briefly wondered if it tasted like bacon. Aiden clutched his stomach, walking so slowly I feared his feet were turning into concrete blocks.
"Damn, I'm hungry."
I placed a hand on my grumbling midsection. Either my guts were imploding or maggots were eating them. "Maybe we could eat something first?" I begged. Aiden searched as if in a daze.
"Where?"
I spotted a zombie feasting on the brains of a man wearing familiar preacher garb. "Over there," I pointed. Aiden surged ahead, knocking the zombie off the preacher with a grunt. The zombie toppled over and I zapped him back until he fell into the river with a shriek. Aiden and I stared down at the preacher's one lifeless eye, the other one had obviously been eaten, as he lay spread eagle on the sidewalk, gaping up at the heavens as if calling to God for mercy. Even though the guy was a douche, I sure hoped God had showed him pity and at least allowed him on to level 2 in purgatory. He'd learned real fast that not only had he been mistaken, but being kind to mankind, not judging them, was the best way to earn a spot in heaven. Aiden shook his head.
"I can't eat a man of God."
I could. My limbs were so stiff it felt as if my veins were filled with toxic sludge, and that bloody corpse made my mouth water. Weird, I know, that I'd be tempted by anything that wasn't smothered in chocolate and whipped cream. The preacher's only toppings were swarms of flies. What the heck was wrong with me? He wasn't exactly godly, I argued, hunger winning over my disgust at the realization I was about to go cannibal. "Hungry," I added involuntarily, the word a reflex triggered by my growling stomach. Aiden looked at me as if I'd grown a second head.
"We can't eat a human."
"Do you see any dead pigs lying around?" A few casinos had toppled into one another while others were alight with fire. The sky had turned a bright, ominous crimson, and the ground bubbled with flaming geysers and lava. Demonic creatures chased screaming mortals across piles of rubble, and I was so stiff and tired I could do nothing to help them. "Hungry," I moaned again, sounding more feeble.
"If we eat him, we're no better than them."
I was ashamed to read judgment in Aiden's eyes, but my shame turned to frustration and then anger. No, I didn't want to eat a human, but I'd soon turn into a rotting statue if I didn't get some fresh blood in my system. I nudged the preacher's lifeless body. "He's already dead."
"Ash,"
Aiden begged.
"It's immoral."
The horrified look in his eyes filled me with self-loathing. I clenched my fists until nails broke my brittle skin and that floppy middle finger slipped out of its bandage. Anger filled my skull like a steam kettle. How dare he judge me? A zombie's gotta do what a zombie's gotta do. Besides, I was fairly certain letting the world perish was more immoral than eating someone who was already dead. Aiden, I pleaded. If we don't do this, we won't have the strength to fight the witch. Hungry. I didn't mean to throw in that last word, but it was becoming clear this insatiable hunger was talking for me. The corners of his mouth turned down.
If we do this, will we ever be able to forgive ourselves?
His voice shook like a puddle in an earthquake. I let his words sink in for a moment, though it was hard with the loud rumbling of my stomach blocking out most other sounds. Aiden was right. Damn him. I could only imagine Boner and Sarge nicknaming me Debbie Donner when they found out what I'd done. They'd take Debbie Does Vegas to a whole new level. Then what do we do? I cried, clutching my gut as it roiled and rumbled. Damn, I was hungry. We were interrupted by the loud rumble of an engine. I recognized that sound. Cam's Jeep. I looked up to see the Jeep hovering above us. The vehicle was enclosed in the defense shield that looked like a giant blue soap bubble. The bubble popped after Boner landed and shut off the engine. He jumped out of the driver's seat, his skeletal knees clacking as he reached us in a few long strides.
There you guys are. I've been looking all over for you.
Boner hopped on top of a toppled, dented soda machine, his wicked grin practically stretching from ear to ear. Boner was alive.
Man, am I glad to see you.
Aiden grabbed Boner in a fierce hug, patting the skeleton hard on the back.
Hey.
Boner struggled out of Aiden's embrace.
Don't dislocate my bones.
He jumped down from the machine, brushing dirt and grime off his bomber jacket. We didn't think you'd made it. I shifted from one foot to the other, feeling anxious as more flies swarmed my dinner and another zombie slowly approached us. I wasn't in a sharing mood.
I was in the Jeep when the building went down.
Boner threw his arms wide, sounding as if he'd taken one too many hits off his bong.
It's got some bad-ass defense shields.
Wow. I scratched the back of my head, shifting my gaze from Boner back to my dinner and then to the approaching zombie. He was gaining ground, despite the fact that he was dragging a bent and dangly foot behind him. I had no idea it worked that well.
Cam said all the best scientists get a free upgrade straight to heaven.
Boner had dropped his voice to a whisper as if Cam's information was top secret. That makes sense. I trailed off, flexing my fingers and preparing to unleash my electricity. The zombie wasn't stealing my dinner.
Hey, sorry to interrupt your small talk.
Aiden waved gray, peeling hands in front of our faces, his elbow joints creaking with the movement.
But we have a planet to save. Do you have the holy water?
Boner smiled triumphantly and pulled a canteen out of his jacket.
Right here.
I froze as an ominous rumble sounded in the distance. Aiden, the dragons. Once the dragons figured out we were no longer undead, I had a feeling they'd make us wish we were.
What are our alternatives, Ash?
Aiden's tone dripped with disgust.
Would you really eat a human?
I forced myself to look away. We'd only been husband and wife one day, and already he probably regretted marrying me. Maybe he thought I had no morals, no conscience.
Give me the water,
he grumbled. I reached for him. No, wait, I cried, but it was too late. He'd already uncapped the water and taken several swallows.
Here.
He shoved the canteen in my hands. Color returned to his ashen skin.
Drink,
he commanded. I was amazed by Aiden's transformation. The cracks in his skin healed, his tattered clothes mended, and the dull look in his eyes was replaced with the familiar blue vibrancy. He was back to being my handsome groom from our wedding day, and I was still a grotesque, rotten squirrel muncher. I clutched the canteen so hard my tendons popped, and then, without further thought, I took several long swallows. When I paused to take a breath, Boner snatched the water from me.
That's enough. Save some in case you need it later.
I heaved a sigh of relief as the sludge in my veins magically evaporated, easing my hunger. Best of all, that swarming in my brain stopped. My maggots were gone. I gaped at my clothes. I was back in my beautiful wedding dress. minus the red bloodstains and matching heels.
Look at you,
Aiden beamed.
my beautiful bride.
Then he spun and decapitated the zombie that was about to fall on the preacher's body. He held out an arm to me.
Shall we, wife?
I tilted my head, biting my lip, pleased to see there was no more judgment in his eyes. Too bad I still felt it in my heart. I swallowed my shame when I heard another roar in the distance. We shall, husband.
Where are we going?
Boner asked. Good question. Since I was no longer a zombie, I had no idea where to find Lucia. Aiden waved at a cluster of demons at the far end of the block.
Like I said before, we follow the freaks.
A geyser burst from the opposite side of the river, shooting off a spout of flame that spewed dust and debris. In the flash, a dark figure was illuminated, exposing the silhouette of a dragon. Run! I screamed and latched on to Aiden. Boner sprinted ahead of us. We ran back to the chapel, my heartbeat pounding in my ears as the dragon's flames licked my heels and singed the lace on my dress. I could no longer see him, but I could sure feel him. Boner threw open the door and we dove into the chapel as Cam's sword crashed down on the beast. The shadow shattered like shards of tempered glass, bursting through the doorway and frosted church windows, causing the refugees to scream in panic. Weird, because when I looked up, the windows were still intact. Dark dragon scales littered the floor. I clutched Aiden's arm. So that's how you kill a shadow dragon?
I need to get me one of those swords,
Aiden grumbled. He pointed to an old Hispanic man with gray sideburns and a teenage girl with a long black ponytail huddled together beneath a window and covered in gray goop.
Were they in the dragon's belly?
Good question. After Aiden helped me up, we approached the pair, who looked at us in wide-eyed shock.
Did you free us?
The man asked Aiden. Aiden shook his head.
An archangel did. Thank the heavens.
The man slumped, holding the girl's head while she sobbed against him.
You're ghosters? We are.
The old man frowned at the girl in his arms.
My granddaughter and I were the only ghosters left in our squadron when the dragons got us. Even the Grimms were eaten.
Aiden grabbed a blanket off a nearby table and handed it to the old man. The girl beside him looked like she'd barely hit puberty. Why was a child fighting dragons? Why wasn't she in heaven? I asked the grandfather. He smiled at his grandchild, wiping goo off her face with the blanket.
She wanted to be with me.
That didn't make any sense. But as a ghoster, it's dangerous. Lines around the old man's eyes crinkled as he turned up his chin.
She is mi familia. She stays with me. Besides,
he added with a wry grin,
she's a talented ghoster.
I shared a puzzled look with Aiden. I didn't think kids were allowed in purgatory.
We had special permission from God,
the old man said.
Like I said, she's talented.
The girl wrapped her arms around his neck. Puppy, she cried. I want to go back to purgatory. Aiden knelt beside her, dropping his voice to a soothing whisper.
The elevators are disabled until we can stop the apocalypse.
She looked at Aiden with wisdom beyond her years. Can you stop it? I watched Aiden work a knot in his throat before laying a hand on the girl's shoulder.
We sure as hell are going to try.
Thank you, she breathed, clutching Aiden's hand. He shook it off as if he'd been shocked and drew back.
What was that?
A glimpse inside the beast's belly. A dark shadow fell across the child's face. You must free the other ghosters. I grabbed my husband's elbow, steadying him. What happened, Aiden? He gaped at me before jutting a finger at the girl.
She showed me her memories of being inside the dragon. It was horrifying.
The old man chuckled, wrapping a possessive arm around the girl's shoulder.
I told you she was talented.
I heard a gasp and then a loud cough, and that's when I realized we were being watched. I turned a slow circle. The humans were gaping at us, and I wasn't projecting. That meant Earth was now Hell's sixth dimension, and every human in the chapel had probably shat their pants listening to our exchange. Oh well, they'd seen worse outside. I briefly wondered why I hadn't sprouted wings or why Aiden hadn't turned into his grotesque Grim Reaper form. Maybe that was a good thing. Maybe the sixth dimension hadn't totally encompassed the Earth. I scanned the crowd for the fake zombie family. The mother was crouched over the father, quietly sobbing, while the children huddled against her. I sent up another silent prayer that I wasn't too late. I held a hand out to Boner. "Give me the water." He frowned.
"But we need to conserve it."
"Fuck conserving," I spat and yanked the canteen from him. The chapel was so packed I had to climb over pews and step on a few people to get to the fake zombies. The doctor who was helping the zombie father had left to help someone else. She'd probably figured the father's head injury was too severe. I placed a hand on the wife's shoulder. "Remember me?" She gaped at me, then scooted away while keeping her husband's head cradled in her lap. I didn't have time to fool around. I squared my shoulders, leveling her with what I hoped was my best no-bullshit glare. "Hold up his head. We need to pour this on his injury." I shoved the canteen at her. She made a face, moving back even more while indicating to her children to get behind her. "What is it?" "Holy water. Real holy water." I gestured at my smooth arm and pretty gown. "Fixed me up, see?" She stared at me for a long moment, her tapered eyes narrowing. Maybe she was trying to read my body language to determine if I was lying. In the end, she relented with a heavy sigh. She probably surmised he'd be dead soon if she did nothing. Boner climbed in behind me, mumbling something about how a little went a long way. I tried my best to ignore his fretting as I poured water over the gash in the fake zombie father's skull. Within a few seconds, the injury had magically healed, and he was sitting up, looking around the chapel in a daze.
"What happened?"
"Daddy!" the children sobbed, wrapping their arms around him. The mother turned to me with watery eyes. "How can I ever thank you?" I held out a staying hand. "Just promise me you'll stay in the chapel until this is over." "Trust me, we're not leaving." News of the miraculous healing quickly spread through the chapel, and much to Boner's dismay, I had to heal a few more serious injuries, plus a diabetic who'd run out of insulin. I ignored the guy who complained about his erectile dysfunction, as if I was going to grease up his penis with holy water. The guy's wife wanted me to take care of the giant mole growing on the tip of her nose. Somehow, I got the feeling one ailment was a direct result of the other. By the time I finished making the rounds, there wasn't much left in the canteen, and Boner was not happy. But what else could I do? Let all those people perish? Besides, helping them made me feel better about myself after I'd tried to go zombie Donner Party on that dead preacher. And keeping myself occupied with the mortals meant I didn't have to look at my husband and see the disgust in his eyes. Here I'd thought our marriage was off to a bad start when an apocalypse ruined our wedding day. That was nothing compared to the self-loathing and guilt I felt for almost eating another person.
"Aiden. Though I was reluctant to leave the sanctuary of the chapel, we had no choice. That witch had to be stopped before the entire world perished. I pulled my bride through the crowd, holding tightly to her hand and steering toward the exit. Otherwise, she'd give every last drop of precious holy water to the mortals. I was amazed by her compassion and generosity, making me feel guilty for my censure of her earlier. I knew she'd only been considering doing what was necessary for survival. Thank the heavens for Boner. I'd never been so happy to see him in all my existence. Not only had he restored our vitality, but he prevented my bride from doing something she'd regret. I'd be damned if I'd let her live an eternity with that guilt. Perhaps that's why I gave Boner a pass when he said he was going to wait inside the chapel until I gave the all clear. I pulled Ash's hand to my mouth, brushing my lips across her knuckles. "Ready, wife?" We were walking into a demon's nest without so much as a backup plan, and I said a silent prayer that the angels would protect us on our perilous mission. She flashed a half-hearted smile, a shaky burst of laughter erupting from her throat.
"No, but let's get this over with."
I pushed open the door and we walked hand in hand into the balmy air. I unbuttoned the top of my shirt as moisture evaporated from my throat in an instant. I thought working the docks in the sweltering Texas sun was bad. That was nothing compared to the bone-weary heat of hell's sixth dimension. "Where are you going?" a voice boomed above us. I peered up at Cam, who towered over us like a monolithic Greek statue. I squeezed Ash's clammy fingers before letting go. "We have to stop the witch." though I still didn't know how. I feared we'd get ourselves cast down to hell or worse, separated for eternity. I'd go mad without my bride. Cam pulled a cord off over his neck and threw it to me. I smiled when the cord with the gleaming gold star fell into my hands. Cam's wishing star, a powerful magical device. Remember how to use it? Cam asked, swinging his sword over his shoulder. I sure do. I slipped the star around my neck, overwhelmed with gratitude at the Archangel's generous gift. A wishing star could grant me any tool I wished for. It had come in handy a few months back when we'd had to save our friends from Hell's fourth dimension. Thanks. I could use a Shadow Dragon sword. I checked out our surroundings. A narrow building catty-corner to us crumbled to the ground, dust and debris scattering in a plume of smoke so thick I had to shield my mouth with my arm, though it did little good. Bitter soot and smoke filled my mouth and coated my lungs. The dust hung like a fog, reducing our visibility, which meant it would be even harder to spot the dragons. I clutched the wishing star, wondering what other tool I'd need to defeat the shadow serpents. Now if I could just see the dragons. Cam nodded at my wife. Ash can light them up with her electricity. I can? She squeaked, then averted her eyes when I glanced at her. Her cheeks had been inflamed ever since the preacher-eating incident. Cam folded meaty arms across his chest, dangling that huge sword like a carrot, making me feel slightly inadequate compared to his Herculean strength. They will stay lit for a few seconds, long enough for you to slay them. Excellent. I reached for Ash's hand, pleased when she didn't pull away, even though she wouldn't hold eye contact with me for more than a second. There are too many. Cam pointed his sword at a distant cluster of shadows that almost looked like a flock of birds. You should lay low until midnight, when their mistress will call them to the ritual. Ash cleared her throat. Shouldn't we stop her before then? Cam frowned. I doubt you'll make it that far. We have to try, Ash said, which made me love her all the more. See that casino over there? Cam pointed to a building about a block away that looked amazingly intact, with not even one broken window. Even its bright green shamrock marquee was still lit. Odd, considering so many of the other edifices looked ready to disintegrate. The one that doesn't appear damaged? Cam nodded. There's a wedding chapel inside. It's why it's still standing. There's an archangel guarding it. It's directly across from Lucia's underground lair. Ash gasped. She's underground? It's a nightclub called the Devil's Den, Cam said matter-of-factly. How do you know this? I didn't mean for my question to sound like an accusation, but I was perturbed Cam hadn't told us this earlier. He told me. Cam pointed his sword at a demon head lying in a pile of rubble. Ash gasped, and I stepped back, taking her with me. The demon had 2 horns sticking out of his head like twisted roots, and a gray tongue that lolled to one side. I arched a brow. And we can trust him. Cam tossed his blonde mane behind one shoulder, then flashed a knowing smile. I have a way of extracting the truth. I clutched my wishing star when the air pressure dropped and an ominous rumble sounded behind Cam. Cam spun, stabbing the air with his sword. I had to shield my ears at the soul-splitting cry of a wounded animal. I pushed Ash behind me as shards of dragon shadow fell to the ground like broken glass. A middle-aged man and an old woman emerged, looking around in a daze. Get inside the chapel, ghosters, Cam said. The man shrieked like a little girl and hurried after the woman into sanctuary. Watching Cam in action made me all the more eager to dust some dragons, and hopefully find our friends who had been eaten. Cam nodded to the cluster of dragons in the sky, which appeared to have doubled in size. Either the dragons had suddenly hit a growth spurt or they were drawing near. I wasn't about to find out. Come on, Ash, I mumbled, pulling her closer than I needed to, but relishing the feel of her soft skin brushing against mine. I whistled for Boner, and he rushed out to join us, hunched over like a spooked animal, his empty orb scanning our surroundings. Godspeed to you, ghosters, Cam called as we climbed over a pile of rubble. Thanks, Ash called back. I have a feeling we're going to need all the god and speed we can get. Chapter 9. Ash. Sweet
Mercy, I was freaking burning up. Lord strike me down if I ever complained about PMS hot flashes again. Sweat pooled between my breasts until I had my own personal cleavage hot springs. We trudged through debris, decapitating demons and zombies, and wiping moisture out of our eyes. My palms were on fire after using my lightning on several demons, but Boner was rationing the holy water, so I had to put up with the pain. I felt the shadow before I saw it. He snuck up on us from behind, his fire scorching my heels. I barely had time to turn and zap him, and when he lit up, I nearly wet my panties. Okay, maybe I squirted a little, but it could have been the sweat between my thighs. Had I mentioned it was hot? I'd seen bigger dragons. Though this one wasn't much larger than an elephant, he had massive jowls dripping with goo, reminding me of a great white shark after a feeding frenzy. As he was about to clamp down on my head, Aiden sliced open his neck with a sword that looked like Cam's massive blade. The dragon's scream was like a chow bell for the other dragons, because no sooner had we dusted that monster than another followed, and another. We barely had warning, other than their scalding breath and the feeling that the air was heavier, like the pressure drop before a storm. A few ghosters fell out of the dragons, and we yelled for them to take cover in the chapel. Most of the ghosters ran straight for Sanctuary, screaming and flinging goop off their limbs. A few were so disoriented they were gobbled up again by other dragons. After Aiden had a few close calls with the monster, I knew it was time to seek shelter. We were both breathless and exhausted, and I wasn't sure how much more of the infernal heat we could withstand. Not to mention my palms were bubbling with oozing blister bullseyes, and they stung like a mofo. Luckily, we found ourselves backed up to the revolving door to the hotel that was still intact, thanks to the chapel inside. I zapped one last dragon, then ducked inside, falling with an unladylike thump and a curse. Aiden fell in right behind me, tripping over my legs and nearly impaling himself on his sword. Several shadowy jowls pressed against the door, smoke wafting from their fangs. They scattered, shrieking when a flash of steel cut through the air. The archangel's wings obscured her face, but I noticed the curve of her breast, shapely hips, and dark, bulging biceps. The archangel had to be at least 10 feet tall, and she cut down every last dragon in a matter of seconds, then launched back into the air. The building shook with a seismic thud, and I imagined the Amazonian angel landing on the roof. Girl power? I so wanted to be like her when I grew up. By thunder, Aiden breathed. She's magnificent. I didn't know why it bothered me, but it did. Maybe because my husband hadn't praised me for the way I'd dusted dragons. Was he still ashamed of me? Aiden probably wouldn't be able to look at me if I'd turned the preacher's brains into my personal buffet station. Good thing Boner had shown up with that holy water. Hang on. Wasn't Boner with us just a few moments ago? Aiden? I cried, scanning the tinted windows for any sign of our skeletal friend. Where's Boner? Aiden sat up on his elbows, wiping sweat and gray goo off his brow. I don't know. We turned toward the large foyer that had crystal chandeliers suspended from a vaulted ceiling. A set of carpeted steps led to a sunken hall crowded with terrified mortals hiding behind overturned poker tables and slot machines. Anyone see a skeleton in camo come in here? Aiden yelled. We were answered with bug-eyed stares and gaping mouths. Well, that wasn't good. What the hell had happened to Boner? Come on, Ash. Aiden kept prodding me. Almost there. Yeah, he'd said that 5 flights ago. I was beginning to lose faith in my husband. Keeping pace with Aiden while we trudged up 12 flights of stairs wasn't easy. He had longer legs than me, and he got to hold onto the railing. I wasn't about to touch anything with my throbbing, burning palms. By the time we reached the top, I thought I'd die from a heart attack. My chest hurt so bad maybe my heart had exploded, and I'd already died twice. We were on the rooftop of the casino overlooking all of downtown Vegas, or what was left of it. The landscape looked like hell, with toppled buildings, giant craters, and a twisted river of lava stemming from what appeared to be a volcano in the distance. Demons and zombies roamed the streets, terrorizing hapless mortals who hadn't found shelter. I wanted so badly to help them all, but after that last dragon battle, I was too sweaty, hurt, and exhausted to risk getting into another fight. I couldn't help but feel like a big bucket of zombie shit for letting down those mortals. Heck, I'd let down Aiden and even myself tonight. Yet some twisted act of fate had decided I was supposed to take down the witch? The air was more humid outside than in that stuffy stairwell, making it hard for me to breathe. I leaned over, clutching my knees and trying to catch my breath, wondering briefly why I hadn't sprouted wings like all the other times I'd visited hell and taken on my demon form. Maybe this was a good sign. Maybe hell hadn't completely encompassed Earth.
"You okay, Ash?"
Aiden asked, stroking my back. "I'll be fine." I abruptly straightened, stepping away from him. I didn't feel worthy of his concern.
"Look,"
he said. Beyond a helicopter landing pad at the other end of the roof, an angel sat atop a blinking shamrock marquee, sword in hand, one eye on the sky and another on us.
"Come on,"
he whispered, tugging my hand. I hissed as pain jolted through my throbbing wound. It felt like Aiden had stabbed me with a blade dipped in acid. "Watch it!" I held up my bleeding hand. Aiden cursed, his eyes turning a thunderous shade of cobalt.
"I'm sorry, sweetheart."
"Don't worry about it. We've got bigger problems," I grumbled, pushing past him. I realized I was being a bitch, but I couldn't help it. My wedding had been ruined, the world had gone to shit, and I'd been a married woman for over 24 hours and still hadn't gotten laid. I trudged across the landing pad to the angel with a purposeful stride, stopping when she eyed me with one raised brow. She was almost as big as a Nephilim, and she probably had more raging bitch power in her little finger than I did in my whole body.
"Hey there."
Aiden stepped in front of me, waving at the behemoth angel. Her freakishly white, glowing eyes stood out against her ebony skin. She had muscular legs that went on for miles, and not a single strand of hair on a bald head that was smooth as a marble. She wore one of those Grecian-style robes and sandals like the other archangels, and a leather scabbard hung from her thick corded belt. She slapped her palm with the flat side of a gleaming gold sword, eyeing the skies with twisted lips as dragons flew overhead. What little moisture I had left in my mouth went south, banging against my bladder like a steel drum when she glared down at us, her eyes pulsing like strobes. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to look away and nervously eyeing my husband.
"Sorry to bother you, but have you seen our ghoster friend? A skeleton with a bomber jacket and helmet."
Aiden's voice shook like the subtle tremors rising from the earth moments before a train barreled into the station. He shifted from one foot to the other, amazingly maintaining eye contact with the angel. Her black wings ruffled as she crossed her arms.
"I saw a skeleton flying in Camille's jeep about an hour ago,"
she said with a thick, unrecognizable accent. Aiden cleared his throat.
"This would be more recently, about 15 minutes ago. He was on foot."
"I have not." I almost thought I heard pity in her voice.
"He's most likely been eaten by a dragon."
Aiden heaved a groan, raking fingers through his hair.
"That's what I'm afraid of."
My heart sank like a lead weight in my gut. Our last friend was gone. Aiden and I had to go up against a powerful sorceress and her army of dragons without any help. I wasn't a betting woman, but since we were in Vegas, I figured the odds were definitely not in our favor. My eyes watered at the thought. What a shitty honeymoon. I wiped moisture from my eyes, wincing when tears stung my wounds. I resisted the urge to run when the angel jumped down next to me with a thud. Clasping my wrist, she frowned at my wound before pulling a leather necklace with a vial attached to it over her head and handing it to me.
"For your hands,"
she said. "Thanks." I turned the vial over, examining the beautiful reflective glass in the shape of a teardrop. I sure hoped this was holy water. I uncorked the vial and dabbed a few drops on my hands. Sure enough, my wounds magically healed, and the pain was just a distant memory. "Ah," I moaned, corking it and giving it back to her. "I really appreciate it." I thought about drinking a few drops to help with my nervous stomach and achy muscles, or at the very least rubbing some of the balm on my sore feet, but I didn't want to use up all her holy water on minor injuries. If and when we made it back to Purgatory, I was going to book a deluxe massage with a mani and pedi. I didn't care how many credits it took. I was kicking dragon ass, damn it. I deserved it. The angel expanded wings which had to be as wide as a small passenger plane. Then she gracefully fluttered to a corner of the building and waved us over. I fought the urge to dig my heels in when Aiden pulled me toward her. I had a feeling I wasn't going to like what she had to show us.
That is where you'll find the witch.
She motioned to a familiar street corner, the one where we'd first encountered the preacher, though it now resembled a war zone.
A secret set of stairs at the back of the gift shop leads to the underground nightclub.
So my instincts had been right. Lucia had been there all along.
The dragons will be summoned by their mistress before midnight, she continued. That will be the best time to strike.
The angel pulled a giant timepiece out of her white robe, showing us the face. It was only 9:15. We had to wait another 3 hours before fighting the sorceress. Ugh. It would feel like an eternity. Aiden let out a slow breath.
Thank you, angel.
She turned to us, and the light in her glowing eyes dimmed until I could see flecks of gold and gray.
You may call me Mala, and it is I who should be thanking you for risking your souls to save humanity.
The smile she flashed didn't quite reach her eyes, and I didn't need to have Basil's psychic ability to know what the angel was thinking. You two are fucked, and not in a good kinky way. You are literally fucked hard up the ass with a giant spiked demon dildo infected with a raging case of herpes. Sure thing, Mala. I shared a wary look with Aiden. It's not like we had any choice in the matter. Either we destroyed the witch, or she destroyed the world. I reluctantly followed Aiden down the stairs. The fact that I could tell he was forming a plan in his head both terrified and excited me. I had a sinking feeling in my gut our mission wasn't going to be successful, but I just wanted this night to be over. What do we do now? I asked.
You heard the angels.
Instead of continuing down the stairwell, Aiden exited onto the top floor.
We need to wait until midnight to strike.
He swept a hand at the hallway, flashing a devious grin.
After you.
He couldn't be serious. The hall was dimly lit with orange emergency lights and as muggy as a sauna. But what about Boner? He placed a hand on my back, nudging me toward a door at the end of the hall.
Ash, we can't help him now,
he whispered, his breath unusually hot and heavy even for hell. I narrowed my eyes at the placard beside the door that read Penthouse Honeymoon Suite. I looked at Aiden, nervously gnawing my lower lip. I don't think this is a good idea. Could he seriously be thinking about sex at a time like this? He cupped my chin in his hand, eyes swirling with lust.
Ash, this may be the last chance we ever have to be together.
Aiden, no, I breathed, placing a hand on his chest and trying to push him away. Killing dragons must have been good for my libido, because truthfully, I wanted to go into that suite. I could sure go for a good fuck to drive away my worries about the future and the memories of the last 24 hours. Before I could object again, my husband smashed open the door with the blunt end of his scythe, then swooped me into his arms and carried me across the threshold. Though the room was just as dark as outside, it was surprisingly cooler than the hallway, and I realized the fans overhead were still turning for some miraculous reason.
Sorry I couldn't give you a better honeymoon.
His eyes flashed with naughty, wicked promises before he slammed the door shut with his foot and strode across the bedroom with me still in his arms. Hot damn, my husband made me horny. Put me down, I pleaded, wishing my conscience would shut the hell up so I could get laid.
As you wish,
Aiden chuckled. The air whooshed from my lungs when Aiden tossed me on the bed, then climbed on top of me, knocking my knees open and seating himself between my legs. I wanted to give in to the passion of the moment and throw my legs wide like a sex-crazed siren while begging my husband to pound me into oblivion. There was just one small problem, and it wasn't the demons, dragons, or even the realization that we were probably going to perish in a maelstrom of fire and pain once the witch was finished with us. Even as Aiden was trailing hot, delicious kisses down my neck, and I tossed my head back with a groan when he reached beneath my gown, flicking his thumb across my swelling desire, I couldn't help but remember that look of disgust in his eyes after I'd almost eaten the dead minister. "Stop, Aiden!" I cried, pushing him off me and rolling onto my side. I covered my face, sobbing into my hands. Our last night together, possibly ever, and I had to ruin it. I was the worst wife ever.
"Please don't cry, sweetheart."
Though I fought it, he rolled me toward him, wrapping his arms around me and kissing my forehead. His affection only made me cry harder. "Don't!" I pounded his chest. "I don't deserve your love." How could he possibly want to hold and make love to creepy cannibal Ash? He encircled both my wrists with one large hand, his brow furrowing as he searched my eyes.
"What are you talking about?"
I almost ate a person!" I spoke on a watery rush of air before another sob claimed me. I was so damned ashamed. He stroked my face, causing my eyelids to involuntarily flutter.
"You were a zombie. You couldn't help it."
I swallowed hard, needing to look away for fear I'd see judgment in his eyes. "You were a zombie too, but you refused to eat him." He brushed a lock of hair behind my ear. Damn, his touch felt good.
"You were far more decomposed than I was. You had maggots."
My eyes flew to his. I did. He trailed a finger down my cleavage and flattened a palm against my stomach.
"It was probably the maggots talking for you."
I hadn't thought of that. Damn parasites, I grumbled.
"Ash, I don't know what's going to happen when we go up against the witch."
He went back to my stomach and brushed my breast before skimming my collarbone. His touch sent ripples of pleasure through me, triggering all the fire alarms in my girly garden, making me gush like a busted water pipe.
"We may have only 3 hours left to exist."
He continued tracing a lazy circle across the top swell of my breast.
"I don't want to spend that time mulling regrets when it could be spent loving you instead."
When Aiden bent his head toward mine, I didn't pull away, and when he brushed a feather-soft kiss across my lips, I instinctively threaded my fingers through his hair. "Oh," I gasped when he slid a sleeve off my shoulder and licked my exposed nipple. "Since you put it that way." He did have a very good point. How silly to spend what could possibly be our last moments together pouting over a very bad judgment call made by voracious maggots. It wasn't my fault the parasites had been hungry. Besides, they were gone now. The only worm left was a very stiff, thick one pressing against my hip bone. I reached between us, cupping that rather delicious erection in my hand, loving how it twitched beneath my touch. Soon our touches became more heated, more desperate, and we tore off each other's clothes, not caring if buttons popped or zippers ripped. After we were fully naked, we kissed and explored each other with passionate abandon. When he licked and nipped his way down my abdomen to that sweet spot below, I dropped my legs. I moaned my delight, bucking against his mouth while he alternated between sucking my nub and licking my ribbon with long, languid strokes. When his fingers joined in the action, my orgasm shot off like a firecracker with a short fuse. I hadn't been prepared for the force of the pleasure, zinging through me like a ricocheting bullet. Aiden chuckled when I gasped, my flesh pulsing against his tongue. He wiped his mouth, flashing a slanted smile.
"Like that?"
he asked. Heat flamed my face. "You know I did." He crawled up the length of my body, his stiff protrusion jutting against my back, while he cradled me in his arms and nibbled my ear. I threw a leg over his hip, rubbing my slick channel against his cock. "I want more."
"You asked for it,"
he chuckled, rolling me over with him. Aiden, I giggled, then gasped when he latched onto my hips and pushed me onto my knees, impaling me in one fluid thrust. I sucked in a sharp breath, letting it back out as a slow hiss when he slipped out and thrust in again, so hard he woke up every nerve ending in my body, like downtown Vegas coming to life in a dazzling display of lights. He reached around me, cupping my mound and drawing circles around my swollen nub while thrusting again and again. The pleasure was so intense I had to break away, falling forward with a gasp, then crying out when he leaned back, pulling me with him. Though our bodies were slick with sweat, he anchored me in place with a firm hand on my breast, my back flush against his chest, my legs straddling his thighs. I dropped my head back with a groan, resting against his shoulder when he thrust upward, piercing my weeping flesh with his thick cock. When he slid his other hand down my stomach and across my mound, gliding across my ribbon before pinching and flicking my secret sweet spot, I cried out. I tried to squirm and buck against him, but I was trapped in his embrace, so I did the only thing I could. I rode out his torturous touches, surrendering to the pleasure when he stroked me without mercy. When he leaned back, I fell with him, palms pressed against the bed for support. He thrust harder, stroked faster, digging his fingers into my breast, flicking a thumb across a taut nipple. The sounds of the bed springs squeaking, our heavy breathing, and the wet slaps of our frantic joining drowned out the dark noises outside. The harder he fucked me, the more I wanted. I just couldn't get enough of my husband. The orgasm built fast and hard, jolting me with a ripple of pleasure that shot to my extremities and caused me to suck in a gasp like a backward scream. The quakes rolled through me and then back to my dripping sex, convulsing around him. His mouth sought mine and he thrust deeper, shooting his seed into me with a curse. His throbbing cock beat against me, triggering another orgasm as powerful as the first two. I wound up like a spring, then quickly unraveled and fell apart in his arms, melting into him while he stroked my slick, swollen spot until I came again. We fell on the bed in a tangle of sweaty limbs, stroking, kissing, and loving each other until we were ready for more. This time, Aiden made love to me slowly, whispering sweet words of love into my ear, tunneling into me until I surrendered to the climax that crested for several glorious heartbeats. He kissed my brow and nose, seeking out my mouth before stilling with a grunt, biting down on my lip while he poured himself into me. Spent and exhausted, we held on to each other until our breathing slowly returned to normal. I laid my ear against his chest, listening to the steady beating of his heart. I wished my husband could hold me like this always, but we had a witch to kill. The thought of our confrontation hovered over me like a black cloud and popped my afterglow bubble, leaving me cold and empty inside, though just moments ago I'd felt basked in love. Damn, the apocalypse sucked. I might have dozed off for a few minutes in Aiden's arms, which felt nice, really nice. My heart clenched at the thought that this might be the last time we'd get to sleep together. I snuggled against him, not minding when his chest hairs tickled my nose. Then I tried to pretend we were actually on our honeymoon, and this darkened room was a penthouse suite in Purgatory, Bahamas. But the distant roar of a dragon shattered my fantasy, like someone had smashed our celebratory champagne bottle across my head. I jolted upright at an ear-splitting dragon screech, this one directly overhead, and then I saw what looked like shards of glass falling past our window. Mala was kicking dragon ass again. Aiden smiled at me, patting the pillow beside him. Maybe we should get some rest while we wait. I shook my head, pulling my knees to my chest. I'm too stressed to sleep. A shiver stole up my spine at the sound of yet another dragon howl, this one more agonizing than the first. More shards fell past our window. Damn, Mala was busy. I wondered if we should go help her, but the thought of moving made my feet throb even more. I'd do anything for a good pair of socks and sneakers. I crossed my legs and examined my wounds. I'd been so busy fighting demons and dragons I hadn't remembered injuring my feet, but the cuts and bruises had already festered. I seriously regretted not using more of Mala's holy water. Aiden sat up, scowling at my feet. What the blazes, Ash? It's called trying to battle dragons on scalding concrete without any shoes. Aiden jumped out of bed and threw on his clothes. Where are you going?
Stay here.
He held up a palm.
I'll be right back.
He grabbed his scythe and flew out the door before I had time to argue. As if I'd argue. Where was I supposed to go anyway? I laid there for several interminable minutes, listening to all kinds of dark sounds outside. The rumble in my stomach finally forced me out of bed, so I raided the mini-fridge. Most of the food had gluten, which looked pretty appetizing after munching on rotten animal carcass, but the last thing I needed while trying to survive the apocalypse was explosive diarrhea. So I settled for some melty mini peanut butter cups and warm bottled water. I hadn't had peanut butter cups since I was a kid. Not because I didn't like them, but they were too fattening, and if I was going to pack weight on my already fluffy butt, it was going to be with a warm chocolate brownie with ice cream and hot fudge sauce. Still, the chocolate and peanut butter hit the spot, and I figured I'd already worked off the calories battling dragons. I'd just finished licking chocolate off my fingers when Aiden returned. He laid a small suitcase across the bed.
Here you go, sweetheart.
To my surprise, he uncorked Mala's holy water and splashed some on my bare feet.
I need to bring this back to her.
I leaned against the headboard, moaning in relief when my feet magically healed. Thanks, sweets, I said with a wink. He opened up the suitcase and tossed me a pair of socks and high-top sneakers.
There's more clothes inside that look like they'd fit you.
The sneakers made me do a little girly squeal. They were cherry red, just like my wedding pumps, which I hoped were still tucked away in that tree at the graveyard. Oh, Aiden! I sat up, squeezing the sneakers to my chest. They're perfect. Might as well kick demon and dragon ass in style. I hoped whomever he'd stolen them from didn't mind me saving the world in her shoes. I examined the contents of the suitcase before frowning down at my tattered gown. Thanks, but I'd rather stay in my wedding dress. If I was going to be cast to hell indefinitely, I'd rather be a damned bride than a damned tourist. I did put on the socks and sneakers. They didn't exactly go with white taffeta, but I wasn't expecting a ticket from the demon fashion police. I grabbed club soda out of the mini-fridge and worked on my dress stains while Aiden brought the holy water to Mala. By the time he returned, I'd managed to eat another bag of peanut butter cups, run a brush through my hair, and clean up a bit, because nothing ruined an apocalypse like that not-so-fresh feeling. I wrapped my arms around his neck, nuzzling his chin. You're a lifesaver. He cupped my cheek, kissing the tip of my nose.
It's the least I could do after everything you did for those mortals, especially that zombie family.
I grimaced when I remembered the dad's head wound and the terrified looks on their kids' faces. Luckily, there weren't too many families in downtown Vegas, because I wouldn't have the energy to help them all. I didn't want the kids growing up without a dad. It's no fun. My eyes misted. Too bad my dad hadn't had holy water when he was sick with brain cancer. I was just a baby when he died. I didn't even get the chance to know him until he became my guardian angel, Black Lab Jack. Aiden kissed my temple, wrapping me in a strong embrace.
No crying, sweetheart. It's almost over.
What was almost over? The apocalypse or the world as we knew it?
Looky here.
Aiden let me go and grabbed a bucket off a nearby desk.
Champagne.
He pulled a bottle out of water I assumed was once ice before popping the cork. I took a hesitant step back. I don't think it's a good idea to mix drinking and stopping the apocalypse. I'd always been a cheap drunk. Maybe even an easy lay, but I sure as hell wasn't a dumb fuck, though that's exactly what I'd be if I got drunk before the battle of the millennium. Aiden pinched his fingers together.
A few sips.
He flashed a devastatingly sexy grin and poured my glass half full.
It's our honeymoon after all.
I reluctantly took the glass from him. A few sips. That was it. What shall we toast to? He tapped his glass against mine, dropping his voice to a throaty growl.
To loving each other for an eternity.
I swallowed nervous laughter, then took a long sip of champagne. It was surprisingly fruity and sweet, if a little too warm. I sure hope so. I took a few more sips, then whimpered when Aiden took the glass from me. He set the glass on the dresser, took my hands in his, and led me to the bed.
I'm sorry I couldn't give you a better honeymoon.
It's not your fault. I hooked a thumb at a shadow passing our window. None of this is. Aiden stroked my knuckles, dropping his gaze to the green shamrock bedspread.
If I have one regret, it's that we will never have kids.
I gasped, arching back. Aiden's admission took me completely by surprise. I thought you didn't want kids. He flashed the most pitiful puppy dog eyes, and my heart sank like a stone, knowing I could never give him what he wanted.
I never said that, Ash.
His voice was so low I had to strain to hear it.
I think you would have made a wonderful mother.
I couldn't help the obnoxious snorting sound that escaped me. Me? A mother? Ha! I splayed a hand across my chest, feeling as if he'd struck me with an emotional spear. Of all the times to discuss children. It's not like we could have them anyway, so why bring it up? I'd never given kids much thought when I was alive, mainly because I knew I'd never be as good a mother as my mom. But I'm too spoiled and selfish, I argued. Aiden heaved a sigh.
And compassionate and giving.
You're not going to let me hate myself, are you? I chuckled, even as my eyes filled with tears. I couldn't tell if they were tears of joy or sadness.
It's okay, Ash.
He wiped my cheeks, his voice sounding as watery as my eyes.
I'll love you enough for the both of us.
Oh, Aiden. I threw my arms around my husband, searching out his lips as we fell on the bed in a tangle of arms and legs, and my libido sprang to life again. He pulled away too soon, leaving an empty sense of longing in my soul I couldn't explain. I started at the sound of an ear-piercing scream, a child's scream. Aiden and I shared horrified looks before he went to the balcony and slid open the door. Be careful, I called, following him as he slipped the wishing star off his neck and turned it into a gleaming silver sword. The scream came again, a strange, hollow echo that ricocheted off the broken buildings. I shuddered, fear coiling around my spine like an icy serpent. Where is it coming from?
I don't know.
Lucia, no! A child yelled. Heat blasted my face. I struck the dragon with a bolt and Aiden stabbed it. The creature let out a painful wail before splattering all over us. We toppled back into the room, and Aiden slammed the door so hard I feared the glass would shatter. I sat up, wiping gray goo from my face and dusted shards which looked like shadowy scales off my dress. What the hell was that stuff? More importantly, how were we able to hear the child shouting from the top floor of the hotel when Lucia's lair was supposedly underground? I supposed it didn't matter. A child was in danger and we had to help her. I let Aiden help me up and then I marched for the door. He grabbed my shoulder, spinning me around. Where are you going? Duh! I cocked a hand on my hip. To save the kid?
Wait.
He grimaced.
It could be a trap. We need to do like the angels said and wait until midnight.
I gaped at him a long moment, the only sounds in the room my pounding heart and our heavy breathing. Another scream sounded in the distance, threatening to unravel what little threads of sanity I had left. I flung open the door. Fuck waiting. I'm not sitting around while a child is tortured. Chapter 10. We made it across the street and into the gift shop without incident. I didn't hear any more screaming, which meant Lucia had succeeded in sacrificing her stepdaughter, or we'd been set up. An uneasy feeling that twisted my gut in knots told me Aiden had been right and we were walking into a trap. It had been too easy to reach our destination. We followed a trail of bloody footprints past overturned racks of souvenirs and into the back storeroom. I did a double take at a toppled clothing rack and made a mental note to snag the Vegas bride and groom t-shirts and matching baseball caps if we survived the apocalypse. Damn, we'd better. The bridal baseball cap had a white veil and red sash attached to the back. It was 10 degrees of tacky, and I wanted it so damn badly. It would totally complement my high-top sneakers. Look, Aiden. I lunged for the cap.
Ash.
Aiden clutched his big-ass sword with whitened knuckles.
We can go souvenir shopping later.
Fine. I set the cap down and followed him to a door in back. Aiden nudged it open with his foot, then stepped back, sword ready. As the door creaked open, techno music filtered in from below. I'd always thought techno sucked, but this thumping and clanging sucked on a whole new level. How about some Katy Perry or Meghan Trainor? Demons had absolutely no taste in music. It was too dark and strange. Probably had something to do with all that hell, fire, and damnation they were used to. I followed Aiden down a dark, narrow stairway lit only by the pulsing lights below. The stone passage seemed to be getting tighter, making me feel claustrophobic. It didn't help that it was hotter than a festering yeast infection after an hour-long spin class and a trip to the sauna. Good thing I was in comfortable sneakers because I wouldn't have survived the steep stairway in heels, especially the way my legs were trembling at the realization I was about to battle the most powerful sorceress in hell. The further we descended, the more I recognized a familiar skunky smell. Wow. Demons, techno music, and weed. Not exactly my favorite combination, although I suspected I'd need a big dose of medicinal marijuana after Lucia was through with me. As soon as we exited the stairwell, Aiden pulled me close. "Keep your head down." We were in some sort of cavern. It had the same hollow, empty feel as the caves my mom had taken me to as a kid. My eyes tried to adjust to the dim light, though it was difficult with so much smoke obscuring my vision. What the heck? Had Lucia lit the world's biggest bong? We kept close to the wall, hiding in the shadows. The demons were too preoccupied with themselves to notice us, but it was only a matter of time before we were spotted. We were in a crowded hall with a bar on one side and slot machines on the other. The walls and floor were slick stone, but the rest of the place reminded me of a typical Vegas nightclub, only the freaks were much freakier. A bartender with 8 arms was serving flaming drinks and fat-rolled joints to onlookers, who hooted and hollered at a trio of demons who were either eating each other, fucking, or both on top of the bar. A table full of zombies were ripping apart a dead tiger, and a bull demon with green smoke pouring out of his wide nostrils was ramming the side of a slot machine, making coins fall out the front. I could barely make out the tiled dance floor through the thick smoke. Then the mist swirled and parted long enough for me to see the frightened child strapped to a table on the stage. "Aiden, look," I breathed. Aiden stiffened beside me. "I see her." Panic wedged a knot in my throat and energy tickled my palms. "We have to save her."
"Wait."
Aiden dug his fingers into my arm.
"It could be a trap."
I swept the room, but Lucia was nowhere to be found. "Do you see her?" I whispered as we slowly made our way out of the shadows and onto the dance floor. Just a few more feet and we'd reach the girl. If we could help her escape, we could take her to Mala, then come back and deal with the witch.
"Shh,"
Aiden hissed.
"I think she's nearby."
I placed a hand on his back. "Where?" I breathed.
"Here."
A wicked laugh echoed through the chamber. I gasped and looked around. The mist rolled in so thick I could barely see 2 feet in front of me. The child and the bar full of demons disappeared as if they'd suddenly all dropped into another dimension. A flash of light nearly blinded me. I screamed when Aiden fell into my arms. I barely had the strength to ease his fall as he landed at my feet with a sickening thud. "Aiden!" I shrieked. Blood was pooling out of his ear. Oh no, this wasn't good. I didn't know what would become of my husband since he was already dead, but I wasn't willing to find out. I had to destroy the witch and get Aiden some holy water. Jolts electrified my skin as I balled up my energy, preparing to strike. When the witch emerged from the smoke, I struck hard and fast. She shrieked, shattered into millions of tiny fragments, and then laughed. It took a moment to realize I'd hit an illusion, because 2 more smoky Lucias popped up in her place. No sooner had I smacked those than 3 more appeared. What the hell? 4 more Lucias encircled me, simultaneously tossing back their long black manes, slow, malicious grins spreading across their gaunt faces. "You have an impressive magical power, Ghoster. The child didn't tell me of this. I will have to draw out her torture much longer now." The witches said in tandem, their voices so scratchy either Lucia had choked on a few too many demon dicks or she had a hellacious case of laryngitis. "Is that how you evaded my dragons?" I kept watch over my husband, energy crackling in my palms. Wouldn't you like to know? The Lucias tilted their heads, eyeing me as if I was a science experiment. Tell me. Like magic, the smoke cleared, revealing the dance floor and stage once again, though the demons were still obscured in shadows. I recognized Lucia's stepdaughter, the bound and gagged little girl with flame-red hair. Could this have been the screaming child, or had Lucia manufactured the scream to get me to come? A bronze chalice and silver blade lay next to the child. The 4 Lucias blended into one witch, though she still resembled a hologram, her skin appearing translucent. I thought about striking her, but I wanted to conserve my energy, and I still wasn't sure this was the real Lucia. The witch pointed at the child. Tell me, or she suffers. I watched in horror as Lucia held out her hand and the blade rose above the table, hovering over the child's throat. The girl whimpered, fighting against her restraints. Talk about an evil bitch stepmom. Lucia made Cinderella's family look like the Brady Bunch. Fine, I'll tell you, I cried. Drop the blade first. Lucia dropped her arm with a sinister smile and the blade tumbled to the floor. I expelled a shaky breath. I was turned into a zombie. I scanned the area for a weapon I could use against the sorceress. Despite the sweltering heat, my blood went cold when I looked up at the giant, buzzing sphere hovering over us. The size of a small yacht, it reminded me of the world's biggest hornet's nest. Only those weren't hornets swarming the gray cylinder. They were shadow dragons, and they appeared to be trapped inside an invisible force field, circling the sphere while smoke poured out the bottom end. They kept bumping the shield like mosquitoes hitting a bug light, their roars muffled, anguish in their long jowls and hooded eyes. Somehow they had been enslaved by Lucia. When Lucia stepped closer to me, I was forced to step back, nearly tripping over my prone husband. How was I supposed to defend him and the child when my legs were as shaky as 2 wet noodles? The witch gave me a slow once-over. You don't look like a zombie. I turned back. I shrugged, pretending to examine grime beneath my chipped fingernails. I wasn't about to tell her how I did it. She crossed her arms, tapping a spiked leather boot on the tile. Lucia looked like an anorexic Elvira, in a long, tight black dress with slits going up each side, revealing thighs skinny enough to fill one of my pant legs. I don't believe you. What does it matter? I threw up my hands, the energy buzzing so hard I feared I'd burn my hands down before I got a clear shot at the witch. I'm here. Now let the child go. I protruded my chest. It's me you want. She tossed back her head, a maniacal laugh making her sound like the spawn of Chucky's bride and a rabid cat. Do you really think you're that important? She flicked a disinterested hand at her stepdaughter. After you so rudely ruined my last ritual, I wanted to make you watch me sacrifice the child. The girl whimpered, shooting me a look so pitiful my heart nearly imploded. Then my head practically did explode. You sick fucking bitch! I shrieked and unleashed a powerful bolt. The electricity burst through the smoke and sliced through Lucia as if she wasn't there before shooting back at me. I ducked just in time, wrinkling my nose at the smell of burning hair. Had that bitch just electrocuted my hair after all the money I'd spent on deep conditioning treatment? Oh, she was going down. I patted my head, panic seizing me when I felt a burning bald spot. Not again. I thought my zombie alopecia days were behind me. 10 Lucias appeared around me, smoke swirling at their feet, their laughter like demonic nails scraped against an infernal chalkboard. Great. How the hell was I supposed to strike down 10 of them when my bolts didn't even work on one crazy-ass bitch? Mind how you speak to me, spirit, they said. I am the most powerful sorceress who's ever lived. It was my spell that opened Hell's 6th dimension, and it's my magic that controls the shadow dragons and resurrected these corpses. Ghoulish figures circled the perimeter of the dance floor. Terrific. The zombies were obviously finished with their tiger, and they'd brought along some friends. There were way too many for me to zap them all. They were probably waiting for Lucia to ring the chow bell. The band of Lucias walked around me, making my head spin. Just as I am able to deflect your magic now. Their eyes shone with crazed malice. My witchcraft has made me more powerful than the devil himself. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a skeletal hand crawling toward me. I turned back to the Lucias, doing my best not to call attention to the hand. Normally, a crawling bony appendage wouldn't have fazed me much, because weird was the new normal in the afterlife. But this hand was dragging the canteen of Cam's holy water. Hurry, Boner. I stood in front of my husband's head, hoping my feet were enough of a shield so Lucia wouldn't see Boner's approaching hand. My heart pounded a loud staccato in my ears, drowning out most of the buzzing overhead and the moaning zombies waiting for Lucia to open the buffet table. I cocked a hand on my hip, revving all 8 turbocharged bitch cylinders. If you have so much power, why do you need to sacrifice a child? Not just any child. The Lucias eyed the whimpering girl through slitted lids. A virgin with a pure heart and powerful magic. Red shadows fell across the witch's features, making the demonic bitches look scarier than shit. Once her magic and purity are infused in my blood, I will have the power to ascend to the heavens, where I shall take the throne. Not if I can help it, bitch. Do you really think you can overthrow God? Of course I can. There's no way up. The elevators are locked. Just like there was no way up from hell, the Lucias said smugly. Okay, the psychos had a point. I sure hoped God had a contingency plan. I turned up my chin. God is more powerful than you. I felt pretty confident in that statement. Is he? Then why isn't he down here fighting me? Why must he hide in heaven while his spirits are eaten by my dragons? Good question. And yeah, it perturbed me that Aiden and I were doing the brunt of the work. God could have at least sent a few behemoth angels to help us. We're just ghosters. I pulled back my shoulders, summoning a confidence I didn't feel. You can't defeat his angels. So far, I'd seen them strike down every demon, zombie, or dragon that attempted to breach their defenses. That had to count for something. Believe me, I will momentarily. When the witches narrowed their eyes at me, I felt a sickening chill, like thousands of tiny spiders were crawling through my veins. Boner's bones clacked behind me, followed by the sound of a splash. Hopefully Aiden would soon recover, but I still didn't have a plan. There was no way I could attack all 10 Lucias at once. Who knew if any of them were the real witch anyway? She could be hiding in a back room, using her demonic projector screen to beam her ugly faces around me. I really had no options left except one, and it was dragon shit crazy. But as Aiden groaned, I knew I'd run out of time. Not if I can help it. I lifted my hands to the sky, channeling every ounce of energy I could muster, and fired a powerful bolt straight to the core of the dragon nest. It exploded in a burst of demonic shrieks, light, and fragments of shadow. I fell on top of Aiden, shielding him as best I could. Then he rolled me over, lying on top of me and flashing that devastatingly sexy, slanted grin. "You okay, sweetheart?" he asked. I was momentarily stunned, looking at what appeared to be a small blue glass dome surrounding us. "Yeah, are you?" He tapped his ear, which had been caked in blood moments earlier. "Right as rain." "Aiden, what is that?" I pointed at the pulsing dome around us. He clutched the wishing star around his neck. "It's a shield, like the kind on Cam's Jeep." "Oh," I breathed, loving the feel of his warm body on mine and wishing we still didn't have to make an escape. Clever. I watched with a mixture of awe and horror as the Lucia holograms fought the dragons, striking them with bolts of electricity and yelling at them to heed their commands. So far, it wasn't working out. Guess Lucia needed to spend a little extra time on dragon obedience classes. One by one, the witches were picked off by the swarming dragons until there was only one witch left. It was then I noticed this witch wasn't translucent like the rest. The real Lucia. If I could just get a shot at her. I tried to push Aiden off me, but he held me in place.
Steady,
he whispered.
Let the dragons take care of her.
They probably would have, if the ceiling hadn't crumbled and Cam's jeep fell from the sky, crashing on top of the witch. The dragons escaped through the gaping hole above us in a streaming gust of gray wind as Boner laid on the horn.
Come on!
He frantically waved us over. Aiden jumped up, popping our protective bubble. He picked up Boner's hand and canteen and tossed them to him. I ran to the girl, who was thankfully unharmed, the debris from overhead having missed the stage by a few feet. I smoothed her brow and wiped tears off her cheeks. It's okay, sweetie. We won't let her hurt you again. She sniffled once, then eagerly nodded her understanding as Aiden sliced open her bindings. After he swept her into his arms, we climbed into the back of the jeep. I pulled her into my lap when he set her beside me. I grimaced at Lucia's bony legs poking out from under the back end, but I feared she wasn't truly defeated. How did you kill a dead witch? What about Lucia? I cried as Aiden jumped into the front seat.
Back up,
Aiden said to Boner. Boner grinded the gears of the jeep, backing over the witch with a sickening thud. Aiden jumped out, clutching his scythe. I held the child to my chest, shielding her from the carnage as Aiden obliterated Lucia's prone body, leaving nothing but black streaks on the tiles.
That ought to do it,
he said, retracting his scythe and jumping back in. Boner flipped a switch and we took off, hovering like a helicopter. He flipped another switch, and a giant see-through blue bubble encircled the vehicle. It was an essential defense shield with so many dragons flying about. Whee! The girl giggled and clapped her hands, bouncing in her seat, her vivid green eyes alight with wonder. A wild crimson curl fell over her eyes. Odd how the kid had almost been a virgin sacrifice, and now she was laughing as if she was on an amusement park ride. I'd heard kids were resilient, but damn. What's your name, child? I asked as Boner navigated through the gaping hole in the ceiling. I didn't remember getting it the last time our paths crossed. She turned up her chin, which was marred with a few smudges. Otherwise, she appeared to be unharmed. Alice? Alice, I'm Ash. I motioned to the guys up front. This is my husband, Aiden, and our friend Boner. Her smile nearly stretched ear to ear. Nice to meet you all. Aiden leaned over the seat and held out a hand to her.
The pleasure is all mine, Alice,
he said with a wink. She aggressively shook his hand, not showing the slightest hint of fear. It wasn't until we were far above the cavern that I breathed a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived once I surveyed the damage below. The city was alight with volcanic fires as demons and zombies chased terrified mortals. The witch might have been destroyed, but we still had a lot of work to do.
Aiden. Thanks for saving me, Boner. I slapped my friend on the shoulder, then winced when he fell forward, causing the jeep to dip and the girls to scream. Sorry, I mouthed to Ash, who had wrapped a protective arm around Alice. How could she have thought she wouldn't make a good mother? Ash was a natural with the girl, who was a natural with us, giggling and squealing and not minding at all that she was flying in an automobile full of ghosts above a cursed city. Boner gripped the wheel with one set of bony knuckles while jiggling his other hand around as if he was still trying to snap it back in place. Where have you been? I asked him. I went for the jeep. I couldn't leave it sitting on the road. Cam would have killed me. I wanted to point out the obvious, that he was clearly already dead, but I let it go. It took you all that time to get the jeep? Though I was grateful to Boner for saving us, I was more than aggravated he hadn't told us he'd be taking a detour, making us fear he'd been eaten. No. He nodded toward the shadowy figures circling us. A few of them flew too close to the translucent shield, shrieking and then flying away when their wingtips sparked on contact. The dragons were chasing me. I made it all the way to the coast before I figured out they can't penetrate the shield, so then I flew back. I looked at him sideways. You flew to the coast and back. Yup, and the ocean is rising fast. He waved skeletal arms with animated movements, army helmet tipping to one side. Several homes along the beach are underwater. I glanced at Ash. All color had drained from her face, and I knew she was worried about her mother in Portland. I feared this would happen. I expelled a deep breath, trying to still my rattled nerves, just when I thought the worst was behind us. But the cities don't look as bad as this. Boner nodded at the war scene below. Just a few rivers of lava, and most of the buildings are intact. That's good to hear. I flashed Ash a hopeful smile. Her answering smile didn't mask the sadness in her eyes. She clung to the child's hand like a lifeline. But watch what I learned. Boner sounded like a kid in a candy store. He spun the wheel and we made a U-turn midair. My stomach lurched. I burped up rancid champagne and gave Boner the death stare. Alice giggled her delight. Again! Ash draped a hand across her brow. Are you trying to get me to vomit all over Cam's Jeep? Sorry. Boner flashed a grin, then tilted the steering wheel down. I sucked in a curse when we dove toward a casino straight for the Archangel Mala, who was standing on top of the building with her sword. What the hell are you doing, man? I lurched for the steering wheel. You're gonna ruin it. Boner smacked my hand away. Look behind us. I spun and squinted at the stream of gray on our tail, like the waves left in the wake of a steamboat. We passed so close to Mala, I almost felt the whoosh of her sword as it crashed behind us, cutting down the stream of dragons in one swoop. The dragons exploded in a sea of gray, splattering the angel with shards and goop. Woohoo! Alice punched the air. Pretty wicked, right? Boner turned in his seat, his empty eye sockets focused on the child. Like leading a bunch of lemmings off a cliff. Do it again, she cried. By thunder, that girl was braver than most Grimms. As we circled Mala, the behemoth angel pointed her sword at us, then twirled her finger above her head. She wanted us to do it again. We made several more passes, Alice squealing her delight and Mala cutting down every dragon that tailed us until there were only a few shadows dotting the sky. My poor bride clutched her stomach and leaned back in her seat. Her ashen skin was turning green. Either she was infected by the zombie virus again, or else she truly was about to vomit in Cam's Jeep. I grabbed Boner's skeletal arm. We need to land. Just a few more passes, he whined. Ash is sick. Oh, I guess I'll need to recharge soon anyway. I checked the dashboard. The gas indicator was on empty. As if on cue, the Jeep sputtered and dipped. First, the shield evaporated, and then the boosters fizzled out. I clutched my seat, panic pounding my chest like a mallet. You need to recharge now, Boner. I didn't think it was safe for Ash to zap the vehicle with everyone on board. Hang on, he called as the dashboard lit up with red warning lights. I turned to the girls. Brace yourselves. Ash threw an arm across Alice's chest and clenched the door handle, her eyes wide as saucers. The girl grabbed onto Ash's arm and squinted her eyes. We crashed on top of the sanctuary roof with jarring force. Boner slammed on the brakes, but the Jeep spun out of control. We collectively screamed as the vehicle barreled across the building and burst through the barrier wall before toppling over the side. My head hit the seat as the vehicle was jerked backward, then stilled. The girls screamed. I was too shocked to utter a word as we stared at the river of lava below. Then the Jeep slowly moved up the wall, as if the tires had sprouted suction cups and were crawling backward. I'm going to be sick, Ash cried, then vomited all over the back of Boner's helmet. Gross, Boner yelled. He tore off the helmet and tossed it into the lava. It landed with a sizzle, disappearing beneath the sludge. If the Jeep slid back down the wall, we'd burn in an instant, most likely dropping down to a lower level of hell. How had we not plummeted to our doom? Was the Jeep wired to crawl up the sides of buildings? Ash retched again, this time on Boner's skull. Boner threw up his hands. I give up. I slowly turned in my seat, afraid to make any sudden movements. Angel Mala's wings flapped with heavy, pulsating beats, and the tendons in her neck and arms bulged as she strained to pull the Jeep back onto the roof. Sweet mercy. The angel had saved us. She heaved the vehicle back over the top with a groan, falling back on her haunches as the mechanical beast sputtered and clanked before going silent. I gaped at my bride, then at the angel who'd saved us, and finally at Boner, who sulked in the front seat with vomit running into the back of his bomber jacket. That was the funnest ride ever! We collectively gaped at Alice. She was clapping as if she was applauding a concert performance, a grin stretched across her face. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Ash smiled after she wiped vomit off her lips. That child's laughter was a balm to our souls. Chapter 11. Ash. Aiden carried me downstairs to our honeymoon suite, Alice shadowing us while Boner stayed with Mala. After Aiden laid me on the bed, kissing my brow, he handed me a warm bottle of ginger ale from the minibar. "Are you okay? Do I need to get the holy water?" he asked, concern marring his brow. "I'll be okay. Save the water for emergencies." I gulped soda, draining the bottle in a matter of seconds. It was far from refreshing, but it would have to do. I let out a long belch, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. Odd how I could stomach decayed squirrel and rotten carcass, but a few spins on a magical car and I was puking up peanut butter cups. "Thanks, sweetie." I beamed at my husband as I scooted against the headboard. Alice sat on the side of the bed, kicking her heels and drinking a can of soda. She was a petite child with curls that cascaded down her back like wild red ivy. Last time I'd seen her, I'd assumed she was around 10. Her eyes reflected awareness and understanding that made her seem far older than any child, but her hands and feet were small. Maybe she was younger than I thought. She was wearing a long nightgown with little kitten prints and pink satin slippers, which meant she'd probably been abducted during the night. Poor kid must have been terrified. Aiden stood, patting the girl's shoulder in a surprisingly fatherly gesture. "Alice, I'm going back upstairs to speak with the angel Mala. Would you do me a favor and look after Ash?" Alice straightened, her eyebrows dipping in a stern expression so cute it was comical. "Of course." "Thanks," Aiden said.
"No."
She vehemently shook her head.
"Thank you both for saving me."
Aiden shrugged, flashing me a sideways grin. "It's what we do, kid."
"Really?"
She looked ready to jump out of her little pink slippers.
"I want to be like you when I grow up."
Aiden chuckled, mussing her hair. Then he turned to me, planting another kiss on my forehead. "I love you," he breathed against my skin, sending a zing of lust right to my lady parts. If there hadn't been a kid in the room, I would have latched onto his collar and pulled him onto the bed, demanding more orgasms, nausea be damned. I grabbed his collar anyway when he tried to pull back, as the realization struck me that we'd both almost lost our souls to a psycho demon bitch. "And I love you now and forever," I whispered hot and heavy, kissing his earlobe. I was trying my darndest to get him excited, hoping my barf breath wasn't a deal breaker. Once we returned the kid to her home and made it to Purgatory, Bahamas, I'd show Aiden just how much I loved him for 2 straight weeks. "Behave," he whispered, and hurried out of the room, adjusting his pants on the way out. Ha! I leaned against the headboard, unable to wipe a goofy grin from my face. We'd done it. We'd defeated the witch and survived to tell the tale. "Well," I said with a heavy sigh, "it seems we've had quite a night."
"Tell me about it."
Alice rolled her eyes and blew a lock of crimson frizz off her forehead.
"One moment I'm getting into bed, and the next the monsters in my closet come to life."
Wow. Talk about a traumatic childhood experience. I remembered being afraid of monsters at night, too, only I was able to crawl into my mom's bed or bring my lab Jack into my room. Not once had I ever seen a real monster, and my mom had assured me it was all my imagination. "I'm sorry, sweetie." I reached for her, cupping her soft hand in mine. "We'll get you home as soon as we can."
"No rush."
She took a sip of her drink.
"I don't have a home anyway."
My breath caught in my throat and my heart slammed against my ribcage like a bus smashing into a brick wall. No home? But your father.
"Turned me over to the state after our house burnt down."
Alice fidgeted with the tab on the can.
"Blamed it all on me."
"Oh, Alice, I'm so sorry." I barely choked out the words, my throat constricting with emotion. I remembered the night I'd first met Alice. Her stepmom had managed to open a portal to hell while trying to sacrifice the child. Shadow had said the supernatural intervention agency would need to burn down the house and everything in it.
Poor Alice had only been a pawn in Lucia's sick ritual. She'd had nothing to do with the fire, and yet her father blamed her? "What about your mother?" I asked. Surely both parents wouldn't abandon such a sweet child. Alice frowned at her can, squeezing the metal until it crackled. "I don't remember her. She left when I was a baby. My dad said she couldn't handle my weirdness." By weirdness, I figured she meant her clairvoyance, just like my friend Basil. Alice saw spirits even when we didn't project. I assumed she also had visions, which was why Lucia had demanded Alice find me. I wasn't sure what other abilities she had, but I thought her weirdness was awesome. I placed a hand on her narrow shoulder, trying not to tear up. "I love your weirdness." "Thanks." She looked at me with such sweet eyes it took all my willpower to keep it together. "You're the only one," she continued. "Everyone picks on me because I'm different." Everyone? This kid was chipping away at my heart bit by bit. Soon I'd have nothing left. "All the kids at my foster house." She kicked the side of the bed. "Even my foster parents." I clutched my throat, willing myself not to let her see me cry. But that sadness was quickly replaced with anger. Some people don't deserve to be parents. Please don't listen to them. I cupped her chin in my hand, forcing a smile, though I felt anything but happy. "You're brave and beautiful, and pretty darn gifted." She blinked at me with what I thought was admiration. "I can sometimes see things before they happen. Freaks other kids out." "You don't freak me out." Compared to some of the souls I'd met in purgatory and hell, Alice was fairly normal. "How old are you, sweetheart?" I asked, unable to quell my curiosity. "I'll be 9 this summer." This wise child was only 8 years old? We were interrupted by a loud grumbling coming from my stomach. Oh, that's not good. Alice's brow knotted together. "Do you need to throw up again?" I burped up peanut butter residue and clutched my stomach. It roiled and bucked against my hand as if it had its own intestinal apocalypse going on inside. A few little peanut butter cups shouldn't do that much damage. It must have been the stress from battling Lucia, plus Boner's acrobatics. "No," I frowned, "but just in case, I'd better not eat anything else." Alice placed a hand on her abdomen, wrinkling her pert nose. "I think I'm hungry." I threw my legs over the side of the bed, ignoring the nausea that struck me like a mallet. "Let's raid the minibar." Just because I was sick, that didn't mean Alice had to suffer. I pulled the contents out of the fridge and laid them on a table. Alice studied the bags of chips and candy bars. "I can't eat anything with gluten in it." That took me by surprise. Why not? "It upsets my stomach." She flashed a rueful smile. "It also changes my behavior. My dad said it makes me crazy." Boy, her father was sounding like a real gem. "It's okay." I smiled sympathetically, clutching my roiling midsection. "I can't eat it either." As if I couldn't adore this kid anymore, turns out we were digestive issue twins. Her jaw dropped. "Really?" "Really. It turns me into a cross between Bride of Chucky and Godzilla." I made a face while fanning my bottom. Only the flames come out the other end. Alice laughed so hard she fell into a chair, then leaned against the table while her eyes watered. Finally, she calmed down enough to wipe a few tears off her pale, freckled cheeks. "I like you." Alice's laughter was like healing water for my soul. I'd never been so moved by a child before. "I like you too." I resisted the urge to pull her onto my lap and give her a big, warm hug like my mom used to do with me. This kid didn't know me after all, and I didn't know her all that well. Still, she'd burrowed into my heart with a simple smile. I picked up a bag of chips, scanning the contents. "Are you good with labels?" "Kind of." She pointed to the last bag of mini peanut butter cups, the same ones I'd eaten earlier. "I can't eat those. The mini ones have wheat." Fuck me. No wonder I'd turned into a queasy barf bag. "They do?" I gasped, scowling at the chocolates as if they were plagued with a zombie virus. In my case, they were. The vomiting, shitting zombie virus. I don't see it listed in the ingredients. Yeah, it's tricky. She pushed the bag away. They use it to flour the tinfoil.
Oh, crap. Literally. Oh, crap. I ate 2 bags of these earlier. Her eyes bugged.
Are you going to be okay?
I remembered the holy water. Yeah, I know something that can help. I estimated it had been a few hours since I'd eaten the peanut butter cups, which meant I had a few more hours before that ticking time bomb in my colon went off, turning my anus into an exploding ring of fire. As soon as Aiden got back, I'd ask him to get me holy water from Mala or Boner. My poor little bikini panties and white bridal gown depended on it.
So what's going to happen to Earth now?
Alice asked, digging into a bag of potato chips. I'm not sure. I toyed with the frayed end of a napkin with a green shamrock on it. I suppose that's why Aiden went to talk to Mala. Now that Lucia is gone, there will be a lot of cleaning up to do. Especially if I don't get my hands on some holy water. Alice grimaced.
If Lucia is really gone.
She popped another chip in her mouth, seemingly unconcerned by her statement. I looked at her as if she'd grown a second head. If Lucia is really gone? Of course she is. Aiden obliterated her with his scythe. There's no coming back from that. I did my best to sound convincing, though my confidence faltered when I saw doubt in her eyes.
But what if that wasn't Lucia?
I realized Alice was referring to the multiple Lucia holograms, but those figures had been translucent, and the Lucia Aiden killed had had substance. I doubt it was an illusion. There were ashes. Alice shook her head.
But Lucia had decoys. She called them nettles.
I shot from my seat like a backward bolt of lightning. Lucia had nettles? Hang on. The Lucia Aiden obliterated hadn't acted like a nettle. Usually, nettles were like demonic automatons, repeating the same annoying phrases until they drove me crazy enough to zap them. Nettles act like robots. Really stupid robots. My voice shook as I did my best to keep my composure. Alice loudly crunched her chips, seemingly unaware that our world was imploding.
But Lucia put a spell on all the nettles in hell to make them do what she said. That's how she made zombies. She sent the nettles inside dead bodies. There were a few that looked just like her. She kept those nettles for herself. She can make them do what she says, even when she's not in the room.
Ah, crud. I marched to the door, doing my best to ignore the ever-growing violence going on in my stomach. Let's go tell Aiden. Just as we reached the door, the entire building shook with a seismic thud, then another, which was followed by an ear-piercing screech. Alice gaped at me with wide-eyed fear.
What was that?
I don't know, I stammered, but deep down in my gluttony gut, I feared the truth. The bitch wasn't dead. I grabbed Alice's hand and dragged her out the door, praying my colon held out long enough for me to get hold of some holy water. Aiden. Is Ash okay? Boner asked as he sat in the Jeep adjusting the dials. I think so. I cleaned gray goop off the side mirror with my elbow. My dress shirt had already been ripped and bloodied. What difference would dragon entrails make? I leaned against the door of Cam's Jeep, grimacing at the stained and ripped interior. I hoped Cam wouldn't be upset with us for ruining his ride. It looked as if it had been dragged through hell, which wasn't far off the mark. The automobile was running again, most likely due to Mala's magic. She floated above us like a demigod, feet apart while balancing on the guardrail, the gentle flapping of her wings ruffling my hair. I'd like to get Ash to purgatory soon. I'm sure she would recover faster there. I squinted up at the angel's muscular backside, wet with sweat and glistening like onyx. I cleared my throat and summoned the courage to address her. Pardon me, but when do you suppose the elevators will be operating? She turned her head to the side, casting me a glare before scowling at the sky. As soon as the witch is destroyed. She was destroyed. I stiffened, feeling heat creep into my face at the implication that I'd failed. I obliterated her. And I ran her over, Boner squeaked. The angel fanned out her arms, nodding toward the river of lava that snaked through the city. If the witch had been obliterated, the spell would be broken, and the veil between this world and hell would be closed. I jolted back, struck by the force of her words. Then who the hell did I obliterate? I'm sure the answer lies there. Mala pointed at the sky. I instinctively grabbed my wishing star, channeling a dragon's sword as I looked up at the ominous whirlpool of gray clouds spinning above us. Holy shit! Boner jumped out of his seat. Is that a tornado? Mala tilted back her head, laughing. You could call it that. As the massive clouds spiraled toward us, I feared my legs would give way beneath me. What do we do? Her eyes glowed like two hot suns. Run! She flew from her perch, disappearing into the vortex of the tunnel with a battle cry that ricocheted through my bones. Ash. Alice and I had just reached the rooftop when we saw the angel Mala sucked into a freaking tornado. The entire sky was black with ominous clouds, and in the center was an angry, spinning vortex that bounced from casino to casino, making its way toward us. Aiden! A heavy gust of wind blew my dress up past my waist. Holy shit! I tamped my dress down with one hand while holding tight to Alice. What is that? Aiden cupped his hands around his mouth. Get in the Jeep, he hollered. I held tightly to Alice's arm as we ran. Several times the blustery winds threatened to snatch her away from me. I was nearly out of breath by the time we reached Aiden, and my stomach was doing backflips. Aiden helped Alice and me into the back seat before jumping in front. Why did Mala fly into the tornado? I yelled above the din of the approaching storm. The tip of the massive vortex was almost upon us. That's not a tornado. Those are dragons. Boner activated the shield as dozens of gaping maws descended on us. Aiden nodded toward the little white structure at the other end of the block, still intact despite the destruction all around it, reminding me of a lone beacon in a storm. Get us to the chapel. The wind was so strong we were forced to make a crash landing on top of the pile of rubble that had once been the parking garage. Alice climbed onto my back, her arms wrapped tightly around my neck, threatening to cut off my windpipe. That would have been a good time for my demonic birdzilla wings to sprout, but I didn't feel the slight itching along my spine. Aiden unsheathed his sword, then helped me navigate the rubble. I cut my leg on a piece of wire and almost stumbled a few times, but we made it down in record time. I set Alice down as the tip of the vortex struck beside the church. Aiden braced his feet and raised his sword. What the blazes? Cam climbed onto the cross, swatting at the tornado as if it was a living thing. The vortex jumped and spun around him, shooting lightning bolts at Cam's chest and forcing him to play defense by deflecting them with his sword. Cam needs help. Boner rushed ahead of us, his bones clacking so hard I feared they'd break. Stay behind us, I commanded Alice, carefully following Aiden across scorched and crumbling earth. Wait, Ash! The child screeched like a banshee. I gasped, spinning around, worrying that she was hurt. What is it? She placed her fingers to her temples, her eyes rolling so far back I feared she was turning into a zombie. I had a vision. She rocked on her feet as if in a trance. Lucia is going to hit you with lightning and take you to hell. Oh, lovely. I sure hope this kid was a sucky clairvoyant. I grabbed her shoulders, shaking her out of her trance. Then let's get to the shelter before she does. We'd almost reached the church doors when the twister retracted into the sky, disappearing with a screech. I wiped a bead of sweat off my brow with a shaky hand, expelling a pent-up breath of relief. The vortex materialized again so fast I had no time to prepare. When a lone figure shot out of the center, landing with a thud and wielding Mala's blade, I knew we were all royally fucked. Lucia, I breathed. The damn bitch had to have grown double in height. She looked at me with blazing eyes that shone like twin rubies. A maniacal laugh burst from her throat as she pointed the tip of Mala's blade at my chest. I told you I would defeat the angels. Look out! Alice screamed, knocking me to the ground as a bolt of lightning shot out of Lucia's sword. I sat up, rubbing my foggy head, static swirling in my brain. I didn't think I'd been hit, but I felt funny. You bitch! Aiden hollered, charging Lucia with his blade held high. Aiden! I screamed, but my throat was so parched hardly a sound came out. Lucia was about to strike Aiden when Cam jumped down from the chapel and began circling her like a tiger stalking his prey. Boner ran around them both, clucking like a chicken and making other distracting sounds. I rubbed my foggy head. We need to get inside.
I turned to Alice, and that's when I noticed she was lying spread eagle on the ground, her lifeless eyes staring up at the sky, and her hair fanned around her in a wild, kinky mess. Her slippers had been blown off, revealing 2 smoking holes at the bottoms of her feet. I grasped her hands, sobbing at the giant, streaming welts that marred her palms. Icy shards of fear like I'd never known solidified in my veins, threatening to split my chest in 2. "Alice! Alice!" I grabbed the child, holding her to my chest. "Alice, sweetheart!" Tears fogged my vision. She made not a sound, her limp arms flailing as I shook her. I had to get her some holy water. I picked her up and carried her to the church. I was vaguely aware that my husband was fighting for his immortal soul. I needed to help him, but Alice needed me more.
Chapter 12. Aiden. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ash run into the chapel carrying Alice, Boner following them. The girl had risked her life to save my wife's soul, jumping in front of her when Lucia threw a bolt of lightning at Ash. I feared the child was dead. My fear for Alice turned to sorrow, then rage, and I charged Lucia without concern for my own safety. I knew I was no match for the behemoth witch, but anger clouded my judgment. Good thing Cam intervened, circling the sorceress with his sword drawn. Lucia wielded Mala's sword like a cobra preparing to strike. How had the witch gotten Mala's sword, and where was the Dark Angel? If Lucia could defeat a powerful guardian like Mala, what chance did we have? Fortunately, Lucia's dragons didn't attack as they swirled above their mistress, their ominous howls reverberating in the wind and shaking me to the marrow of my bones. I feared it wouldn't be long, though, before Lucia unleashed her monsters. There was no way Cam and I could fight a dragon army of that magnitude.
Ash. "Boner!" I reached the chapel's threshold, nearly out of breath. "I need the holy water! Quick!" The window shattered behind me as a bolt zinged through the room. The mortals screamed, ducking for cover. I didn't have time to hide. I had a child to save. Lucia's evil cackle echoed outside as she taunted Aiden and Cam, calling them pussies and promising to banish their souls to hell. My husband needed me. Boner raced to my side as I laid Alice down on a pew. "Hurry!" I impatiently waggled my fingers. After Boner handed me the canteen, I held Alice's head in my lap and tipped it into her mouth, but nothing came out, not even a drop. "It's empty!" I threw the canteen across the room, pulled the child to me, and sobbed into her hair. I was overcome with a grief so powerful, it felt as if my chest had been cleaved in 2, and every last shred of happiness had been drained from me. I screamed at the ceiling. "Why, God? Why would you let this happen? Why did this sweet child have to die for me?" I rocked Alice in my arms, crying so hard I was convulsing. I didn't care that the room had gone eerily silent and all the mortals were gaping at me. I didn't care that the world outside was falling to ruin. This child had been born into a harsh world, devoid of love even from her parents, and she'd been cast from the world just as brutally. Death wasn't simply unjust. It was a cruel, heartless bitch. "Ash?" a weak voice called, piercing my fog like a vivid rainbow emerging from parted clouds after a storm. The child in my arms blinked up at me with curious, bright green eyes. "Alice!" I cried, kissing the top of her head and running my hands down her shoulders. A joy like I'd never known fused my broken heart together in an instant, and then my heart soared. Alice was alive. "Are you okay, sweetheart?" "I think so." She rubbed her eyes as if she was waking from a nap. "What happened?" she asked with a lazy yawn. "Lucia shocked you." My parched throat choked with raw emotion. "I thought you died." I ended on a sob and then coughed hard as my throat threatened to close. Boner handed me a bottled water and I gulped it down. The warm liquid wasn't refreshing, but it did the trick. I took the other bottle he offered and, sitting Alice upright, forced her to drink. I nervously shifted in my seat as the howling winds outside intensified, and another bolt of lightning flew through the room, knocking a large cross off the wall. After Alice finished the bottle, she handed it back to me. "I feel funny." She wiggled her arms and legs like she was trying to shake feeling back into them. "Kind of tingly."
"Maybe she did die," Boner injected. "Maybe she's stuck down here because the elevators to heaven are disabled."
I shot him a glare that was hotter than a lake of lava. I refused to believe it. Alice couldn't be dead. Life couldn't be that unfair. I struggled for an explanation. Something. Anything other than Boner's cruel conjecture. But dead bodies litter the street. Why aren't they walking around? Boner shrugged.
Their spirits probably dropped to a lower dimension.
I hope not. I smiled at Alice. You were probably just stunned. I brushed a strand of wiry hair behind her ear. Funny, but I didn't remember her hair being so dry, and her curls had been wild, but they were even more so now, some of them standing upright like she was a red dandelion on steroids. Plus, those blisters on her hands looked terribly painful, far bigger than that tiny blister burned into my chest the night I'd electrocuted myself.
I saw the jolt, Ash.
Boner folded his arms, his hollow eye sockets focused on me.
I bet it was way stronger than the time you were electrocuted by your blow dryer.
Shut up, Boner, I snapped. He shrugged.
Just keeping it real.
He thumbed a bony finger behind him.
Cam needs my help.
He ran to the door. When he threw it open, I ducked, shielding Alice when a huge chunk of debris struck Boner's shoulder. He fell back, then looked at his sagging arm.
Not another clavicle,
he cried, before latching onto the handle with a limp arm and slamming it shut behind him. I was all too aware there was still an apocalypse going on outside. Shit. Aiden needed my help too. I rose on shaky legs, clutching the side of the pew when the entire chapel shook with earthquake-force tremors. I need to stop that bitch, I breathed, and also seek revenge for her hurting Alice. Energy crackled in my palms as I thought of all the ways I'd love to torture that sick monster. Alice latched onto my wrist, and I snapped back, feeling energy spark from her skin. "If I'm dead," she said, "then Lucia can't sacrifice me." "Why not?" I asked. "She told me the only reason she was keeping me alive was because she needed a living virgin's blood for the sacrifice." There was hopefulness in her voice, almost as if she wanted to be dead. "But you're so young. This sweet and gifted child had so much life left to live. You had a whole life ahead of you. And now she has an afterlife." The teen ghoster with the long black ponytail sat beside Alice, clutching her hand. "It's not so bad being dead. I get to be a ghoster with my puppy." Alice perked up like my lab Jack whenever I fried bacon. "I want to be a ghoster." "Look, can we just focus on getting through this apocalypse?" I turned at the sound of a loud crash outside, followed by the obnoxious blaring of a car alarm. "Sure." Alice eagerly nodded.
Get down here, niñas,
Poppy called, patting a spot on the floor behind an overturned podium.
Vámonos.
"I'm sorry, sweetie." I touched Alice's face. "I need to go help my husband. Promise you'll stay with them?" I begged. "I don't want anything else happening to you." She wordlessly nodded. "Ash, wait!" Alice launched into my arms, hugging me hard. "Please make it back." "I'll do my best." I gave her a tight squeeze, sending up a silent prayer that my best would be good enough. I turned at the sound of Lucia's laughter. I saw her through the shattered church windows, pointing her sword at Aiden while he ducked behind Cam's crumpled Jeep. She was playing with my husband like a cat toying with a mouse. Not on my watch. I raced to Aiden while Boner distracted Lucia by running around her legs. Lucia couldn't keep up with him. She seemed to have an awkward time getting around on giant legs. Boner was fast for a skeleton. Then again, he didn't have to worry about his thighs slapping together or his boobs punching his chin while he ran. "Aiden!" I landed on my knees behind the upside-down Jeep, ripping my pretty gown and wincing when I scratched at my shins. He grabbed me in a fierce hug, letting go much too soon.
"Ash, it's too dangerous out here."
He flashed his big, mean, angry man eyes before turning back to Lucia. Oh, like that would stop me. Had he forgotten I'd survived hell 3 times already? "It will be dangerous in there if I don't help you."
"Is Alice okay?"
"She's awake. I left her with the other ghosters." I left out the news that she might be dead. Aiden didn't need anything else to worry about at the moment. "Where's Cam?" I wiped sweat off my brow, flinging the beads on the ground. Damn, this place was hot.
"Over there."
The angel was draped face down across the gray marquee of a toppled casino. "Oh no!" I cried. Is he dead? Not that he could be dead in the mortal sense. I had no idea if angels could die. I figured they were already dead, but this world was so topsy-turvy, there was no telling. Aiden shook his head. I saw his hand move a few seconds ago. Either he's faking it or he's just knocked out. Damn, this bitch had to be stopped. First Alice and Mala, then Cam. Boner's scream rent the air like the cry of a diving falcon. Despite the sweltering heat, icy fear swept through my veins when I saw a pile of bones smash against the side of a bus, then fall to the ground in 1,000 pieces. Okay, I'd about had it with that bitch. Rage swirled in my skull like a trapped firestorm fighting to break free, and electricity crackled in my palms. I rose on unsteady legs and walked around the upturned vehicle, channeling every ounce of energy into my fists. Aiden walked beside me with his sword. "You look ready to kick ass, my beautiful bride," he said. Lucia's eyes pulsed like strobe lights as she turned to us, raising her sword. I lifted my hands. "Oh, I'm more than ready. But if something happens to me, I will find you and bring you back." Aiden aimed his sword at the sorceress. "I made wedding vows, and I intend to keep them." We fired off bolts at Lucia, striking her with a blast of blue light so powerful she flew back, nearly stumbling into the river of lava. The swirling dragon funnel above us spun faster, kicking up debris around us, pelting us with dirt and rocks and whipping my hair around my face. The ominous howling wind was so loud I could barely hear myself think, much less concentrate on Lucia. The wind ripped off the taffeta outer layer of my gown, tossing it into the lava. No doubt Lucia had already rigged this battle so the outcome would be in her favor. It worked, because I faltered when a flying board smacked me across my lower back, nearly making me tumble face first into a giant crater. Holy fuck, that hurt. Aiden howled, lowering his guard for a split second when a stop sign smacked him across the shoulder and nicked the side of his face. That's all the distraction Lucia needed to level the playing field. With a primal roar, she jutted her sword toward us, catching our electric currents on the tip. A red jolt of energy flew out of the sword, pushing back our light. I braced my legs, groaning and panting while using every ounce of strength I had to push the witch back. But then gluten chose that moment to rear its ugly head. My stomach twisted and bunched like demons were playing Twister with my insides. I hunched over, trying to ignore the pain, while fighting for my immortal soul. Just my luck that I'd get glutened during the apocalypse. Figures I could digest rotten roadkill, but a smidgen of flour turned my intestines inside out. Lucia flashed a wicked smile as she gained ground, pushing us back farther and farther. Sweat was rolling down my face and pouring into my eyes, fogging my vision. Another sharp pain stabbed my insides. My confidence faltered and I stumbled, giving Lucia the advantage to drive us back even more. Aiden stumbled too, chest heaving while he tried to hold her back. "You have to let go, Ash," he cried. "Save yourself. We can't hold her." "Nope. Where you go, I go. For better or for worse, baby." I flattened my palms against the light, grinding my teeth and pushing with all my might. Yet Lucia continued her advance, laughing maniacally when her red light was within inches of consuming us. "Fight her, Aiden!" I cried as my husband fell to his knees, cursing as the red light consumed his sword. "Please, baby, I love you." I saw a flash of red hair out of the corner of my eye, and then another stream of blue light flew past and joined with mine. "Alice!" I cast a glance over my shoulder at the child with blue streaks of energy flying from her palms. "What are you doing?" "Helping you," she said with a broad smile. "Where did you learn that?" I shouted to her over the din of the dragon storm that swirled above us. "I don't know," she called back. "It just came to me." Sweet heaven on fire, this girl was amazing. But my admiration was short-lived. If she could shoot bolts, that meant she was definitely dead. That fucking psychotic witch would pay. Aiden stumbled to his feet, raised his sword with a roar, and slowly forced Lucia back. With all three of us pounding Lucia with blue energy, she flew to her knees with an ear-splitting shriek, shaking the ground with powerful tremors that fanned out like a wave, buckling the ground beneath our feet. "Brace yourself," I called to Alice. The kid rode out the shockwave with a laugh. Lucia turned her glowing eyes to the sky.
Demons of shadow and shade, pour your venom in your mistress's blade!
As red light continued to pour out of her sword, she managed to raise the tip high enough so it pointed at the needle of the vortex. I watched in horror as the twister angled toward Lucia, gaping maws wide as the dragon swirled to her. "Oh, this can't be good," I hollered.
"Hit her harder,"
Aiden grunted, moving forward until his blue light encompassed the witch. Alice and I plowed ahead, joining our energy with Aiden's. The sorceress shrank before our eyes, screeching like an injured bird while calling to her dragons. As our energy swirled around her, her face shriveled like a dried-up sponge, leaving her once youthful face wrinkled and scarred. The tip of the vortex was almost within reach of Lucia's sword when she fell over on her side, the sword clattering to the ground beside her. A volcano erupted in the distance, shaking the ground with a powerful rumble. The river of lava slowed to a crawl, then retreated quickly up the street, evaporating in a matter of seconds, sucked into the volcano like a giant slurping up a noodle. The dragon tornado sputtered, coming to a slow halt. It dropped, hanging over us like a low, dead fog. One by one, ghosters and grims fell from the dragon's open maws, landing on the ground with ungraceful thuds. The shadow dragons rolled back to the volcano, disappearing into the gaping hole like fog dissipating from a moonlit ocean. Next came the demons, squealing as they flew past us, sucked into the volcano as if they'd been caught in a wind tunnel. Lucia lay by the edge of the dried-up river, a motionless, shriveled-up piece of shoe leather. I expelled a shaky breath of relief. If Hell's portal was retracting, that meant the witch had lost her powers. She could no longer hurt us. We did it. We'd defeated the witch and ended the apocalypse. I rushed to Aiden as he fell to his knees, dropping his sword to the ground. I bent down beside him, slipping an arm around his waist. "Sweetheart, are you okay?" A slow, languid smile split his face in two.
"Right as rain."
I held a hand out to Alice. "Come here, baby."
"Look."
Her lower lip trembled as she held her bloody palms out to me.
"It burns."
"It's okay, baby." I let her lean against me and drop her head against mine. "We'll get you some holy water." I heaved myself up, amazed I could stand at all as much as I trembled. Cam cupped his hands around his mouth and hollered to us from atop the tipped marquee.
"You folks okay?"
Was it my imagination, or had Cam shrunk down to his normal size? "Yeah," I yelled back. "We'll manage." Then I nodded at the pile of bones near his feet. "Boner, not so much." Cam launched into the sky. He fluttered to Boner's remains before giving me a thumbs up.
"Don't worry, we'll fix him up."
I wasn't quite sure what Cam had in mind other than spraying the bones with a fire hose of holy water. Boner was practically pulverized, a skeletal Humpty Dumpty. But if Cam said he'd be okay, that's all that mattered. Mala stumbled toward us, her face and arms a bloody, scarred mess. She was no longer a 10-foot-tall behemoth, but a puny 6 feet, and her eyes were a surprising dark plum color. She ripped the cord of holy water off her neck, and rather than use it on herself, applied a generous amount to Alice's hands. "Thanks, Mala," I mouthed to her. I didn't care that my hands burned like the devil or my stomach was still revolting. I hated seeing Alice in pain. Aiden fumbled to his feet before pulling out his scythe.
"It's time to obliterate the bitch,"
he growled, casting Lucia a look of such raw fury a chill swept up my spine. Damn, I was glad I wasn't in her shoes. "Hang on." Mala stood above us like a Greek goddess, wiping sweat and grime off her brow. "I need my sword." She trudged toward Lucia, kicking her aside like she was punting a football. Ouch. Lucia landed a few yards away with a crack and a grunt, rolling onto her other side and looking straight at me. My stomach roiled when Lucia's hollow eyes lit up like twin red embers. Oh, fuck. It happened so fast I had no time to defend myself. A coil of red energy shot out from Lucia's fingertip and wound around my ankle. The volcano shuddered, then bellowed, spewing out a stream of wind that retracted when it reached Lucia, pulling her back into the belly of the beast, and me with her. I sucked in a scream as I went flying through the air, bumping into buildings and banging against the ground. The last thing I heard before being drawn into the mouth of the volcano was Aiden screaming my name. Chapter 13. Who the hell is screaming and what's happening? I smacked into something scalding and sticky that burned my shoulder. Ouch! I hollered. That freaking hurt! A hot, humid wind blew my dress over my head, obscuring my vision, but that weightless spinning feeling meant only one thing. I was falling. But where? I swatted my dress out of my face in time to see the inside of hell's fleshy tube whooshing past me. That's when I realized I was on an involuntary road trip through Satan's vagina. I sucked in a sharp breath when memories of Lucia's gleaming red eyes came rushing back, followed by me getting sucked into a volcano that was actually a giant portal to hell. I must have blacked out for a moment when I'd struck my head during the fall. I looked down at my nemesis, whose crinkled eyes were looking back at me. She held onto my ankle with a red static rope of pain, flashing a nasty smile, one that revealed a mouthful of rotting teeth and promised a millennia of torture. And not the watching reality show soap opera while listening to your coworker try to sell you $200 worth of processed diet shakes at your agonizingly boring job torture. No, this disturbing smile promised an eternity of atomic wedgies while getting my eyes burned out with flaming poker sticks, followed by being forced to drink a bucket of dog shit soup with extra maggots. I wondered how long we would fall until we landed in Sublevel 6. The trip down to eternal damnation sure took a long time. I slammed into a fleshy wall again and my back stung as if Lucia had opened it with her whip, but I recognized that feeling. My wings were finally sprouting. This could be my only chance at escape. I hunched over, doing my best to stretch the membrane so the wings popped out. Yeah, it hurt like hell, but I knew my situation would be a lot worse if I didn't escape. I cried out as one wing popped free, then the other, ripping the back of my wedding gown to shreds. 2 horns sprouted out the top of my head. Good thing I'd left my veil back in purgatory. Hell had a way of ruining my favorite clothes. Finally, I was in demon form, a giant gold birdzilla. I'd been waiting for all my demon powers to manifest. Now, Lucia was in for it. The pulsing portal was so hot it quickly dried my wings' mucousy membranes. Lucia's eyes widened when I unfurled my golden feathers, beating against the suction that pulled us under. It was no use. The undercurrent was far stronger. The wings came in handy when the portal spit us out into a giant cavern wider than 10 football fields and as tall as a skyscraper. I screamed as we tumbled through the sky, trying to kick Lucia off me, but the more I struggled, the tighter she held onto my leg. I gave up trying to shake off Lucia and instead focused on not becoming a flaming pancake. I scanned my surroundings. The lake of lava was in the center of the cavern, but there was dry land around it if I could just make it across the lake. I did a double take when I saw what was waiting for me on the shore. Shadow dragons, backlit by the flaming geysers that erupted from the lake. Thousands of them stared at me with gaping maws, looking like a herd of hungry cats waiting to pounce on one hapless mouse. I flapped my wings hard, aiming for one of the many towering stalagmites jutting from the center of the lake. Its flat, rocky surface looked no wider than a helicopter landing pad, but it would have to do. When a gust of hot wind shifted direction, I feared we wouldn't make it. Panic seized my chest and I flapped with all my might, reaching for the edge of the rocky structure. Lucia landed on her knees, wincing, then yanking the electric cord tethered to my ankle. I landed hard, the force of the impact ricocheting through my skull. I tucked my wings and rolled to a standstill, teetering at the edge of the cliff. I sat up, rubbing my dizzy head and wondering if there truly were 2 Lucias standing in front of me or if my eyes were crossed. She converged into one sadistic demon and snapped a string of electricity at me like a whip. "You stupid bitch! You ruined everything!" I guess so, considering she had literally aged about 50 years after Aiden, Alice, and I zapped her. She was shriveled up like a raisin and hunched over like a broken tree branch. Her long black hair had turned into gray, brittle twigs. I flapped until I reached steady ground, then I rubbed my throbbing temple. I can't help it if you suck at world domination. It was the wrong thing to say to a pissed-off sorceress who most likely controlled my fate in hell, but I was furious too. The bitch had nearly destroyed humanity and killed an innocent child. Not to mention she'd ruined my wedding day and honeymoon. She circled me like a vulture drooling over roadkill. Even her bent and crooked neck reminded me of the predatory bird. My magic is more powerful than any magic you've ever known. I threw up my hands. Then why the hell are we stuck down here? Her cackle was like rabid cat nails on a demonic chalkboard and being forced to listen to the word moist for eternity. She pointed a long, crooked finger at me. You might be stuck down here, but I won't be. I struck her hard with a bolt, but I was no match for her. Somehow, her energy managed to lasso mine and wrap it around my throat, scalding my neck and choking me in an electrified noose. Oh, fuck. Note to self, you are not powerful enough to take on a sorceress by yourself. Where the hell was my husband? I fell to my knees, gasping for breath and scorching my fingers, trying to loosen her magic's grip. It was no use. My world spun and I felt myself blacking out yet again. Hurry, Aiden. I fell on my side, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. Lucia swayed over me, tightening the noose and chanting something that sounded like a spell. Lord of darkness, smoke and fire, give me what I most desire. Vengeance for my rotting skin, a soul for a soul to begin again. My world darkened. When I came to, I was staring up at myself. I blinked once, twice, and wondered if I was having some sort of hellish out-of-body experience. I tried to sit up, but I was so sore it hurt to breathe, let alone move. My reflection smiled down at me, and not the usual smile I gave to my friends or the sympathetic smile I flashed the souls walking around in purgatory with metal objects jutting out of their chests. No, this was the devious smile I reserved for people who really pissed me off, like Travis's skanky sugar mama after she'd given me a failing grade on my final exam, or the bitch at the purgatory supermarket who'd snatched the last chocolate bar before I could reach it. Why was I giving myself that look? What the hell? Had I become my own personal nettle? When my doppelganger held a hand down to me, her wings buzzing behind her, I reluctantly took it, hoping she wasn't planning on tossing me over the side of the cliff into the bubbling cauldron below. It wasn't until I sat up that I noticed my hands were shriveled up and covered with liver spots. My fingers were so bent and twisted it hurt to make a fist. Had I been turned into a zombie again? What the hell did you do? I rasped, clutching my throat when the voice that came out sounded terribly different, and not a parched throat kind of different, but a whole new voice different. I gaped at the dried gray hair that hung limply across my shoulders, and the tattered black dress with slits up both sides revealing ugly, bony knees. Holy fuck! I was Lucia! My likeness tossed back her head and laughed, waving at me with a snarl. I couldn't very well stay in my body after you ruined it. I shifted uncomfortably, a burning, itchy pain manifesting in my borrowed vagina like a raging case of satanic syphilis. You also forgot to douche. I pointed a crooked finger at the woman who'd stolen my body. You have a flaming case of vaginitis. Not to mention her crotch was as dry as weak old burnt toast. She smoothed the sides of my tattered white wedding gown, smiling down at her new D-cups and curvy hips. Do you think life has been a picnic in sub-level 6 of hell? No wonder you're such a bitch. I shifted again, trying to scoot my crotch across the ground like my dog Jack drag racing his ass across the carpet whenever he had a stinky clinger. I winced when the burning intensified. I'd be a bitch too if I had to deal with demonic vaginitis forever. Don't worry. She pulled her lips back in a snarl before pointing to 2 shadows hovering above us. You won't be dealing with it after your lover obliterates you. What? I gasped when the angel Cam dropped a hooded figure on the stalagmite's surface before shooting back into the sky, circling us like an eagle preparing to snatch up a mouse. The figure pulled back his hood, revealing a skeletal face that looked like leathery beef jerky. My husband in Grim Reaper form. Scythe drawn, he charged me like a raging bull. Oh, hell no. No, Aiden! I shielded my face with my hands. It's me, Ash. Obliterate her, Aiden! The fake Ash shrieked, jumping up and down like a deranged chicken. Hang on, I'd never act like that. But Aiden didn't seem to care that I wasn't being my usual self. Red hellfires were in his eyes as he raised his scythe, pointing it at my chest. No, Aiden, wait. I clasped my hands together in a prayer pose. I'm Ash. I swear. She stole my body. Lying, bitch! Lucia's mock indignation would have been comical had she not been using my body to look like an idiot. I slammed my fist on the ground, wincing as pain shot up my elbow. Get out of my body! Aiden hesitated, looking from me to the person who'd hijacked my skin suit. Lucia shoved him. Hurry, Aiden! Obliterate the witch! Aiden, please don't! I sobbed. I'm Ash, I swear. And then the vaginitis took that moment to strike again. Sweet hell on fire, it felt like a swarm of fleas had set fire to my lady garden. I scratched that nasty vagina with a vengeance, digging down there with clawed fingers, not caring who was watching. That shit was intense. Aiden's leathery flesh crackled as he scowled at me. What are you doing? Scratching this crotch, I cried with no relief. She's got a fucking yeast infection from hell. Get me out of this body, Aiden, or at least get me a vibrator lubed in turpentine so I can torch this nasty vagina. Aiden's shoulders stiffened as he clutched his scythe. Okay, you're Ash. You fool! The Lucia in my body shrieked. Destroy her before she starts another apocalypse! She lunged for Aiden's scythe, but he moved away, holding it above his head. Stay back, Aiden warned. Cam, he yelled to the angel circling above us. We have a problem. Cam flew down and landed with a thud that shook the stalagmite so hard it shuddered, then wobbled. Aiden's eyes bulged. This structure isn't stable. Cam grimaced. Nothing is stable on sublevel 6. Just great. We were all about to turn into Satan's soup. Aiden inclined his head at the witch. This bitch has stolen my wife's body. When Aiden slid his finger up the scythe toward the obliterate buttons, I gasped. Don't destroy my body, Aiden. Lucia backed up with a snarl, coming precariously close to the edge of the cliff. Don't come any closer or I'll jump. I'll be knocked down a level and you'll never see this body again. As if to emphasize the danger we all faced, a giant geyser of lava burst into the air, melting a nearby stalagmite. Well, crud. We needed to get out of here, and hot damn, my crotch was on fire. Lucia was looking awfully pleased with herself, sticking out her stolen breasts, swaying so close to the edge I feared she'd fall in any second. Her hand flew to her gut and she doubled over, falling to her knees with a curse. Sadly, the sickening, bubbly eruption that drowned out her string of curse words was not the sound of another geyser but Lucia crapping my wedding gown. Gross. She needed an adult diaper pronto. What the fuck? She cried. Aiden's leathery skin bunched as he shot me a puzzled look. Oh, yeah. I couldn't help but smile. I accidentally ate gluten today. It's about to get a whole lot worse. Because nothing ruins an apocalypse like explosive diarrhea. She looked at me with a slackened jaw. You're gluten intolerant? Aiden narrowed his eyes at Lucia. That's an understatement. The earth beneath us trembled, and I screamed as we fell a good 3 feet before the stalagmite steadied, though I could feel a slight tremor beneath my butt. This whole thing was going down any second. Aiden, Cam grumbled, we need to go. Lucia fell on her side, clutching her gut. It feels like demons are eating my insides. Welcome to my world, and oh, what a freaking baby. I dragged her nasty vagina across the dirt again. It's way better than what I'm dealing with. Cam removed a vial from around his neck. Ash, I have Mala's holy water. He tossed it to me. Catch. Did he expect me to have quick reflexes in this dried-up body? I reached for it but missed, crying out when Lucia jumped up and snatched it. Thanks. She slanted me a sideways smirk. Don't mind if I do. She uncorked the bottle and tipped it back, taking several swallows. You bitch! I cried. Cam started laughing, slapping his knee. Even better that you drink it, witch. Lucia gasped, clutching her neck with both hands. No! My vision swirled like I was spinning in a washing machine. This weird feeling came over me as if my soul was shrinking. My world blacked for a second, and then I woke up. I looked down at pretty white taffeta flowers over a silk gown, dissected with a shiny red sash. I held my hands in front of my face. My beautiful manicure was restored. I was back inside my body. Hooray! I pumped the air with a fist, happy to be back in the old me, and doubly happy that my soiled undies felt as fresh as spring daisies. I beamed at my friend. Awesome holy water, Cam. That's the purpose of holy water, to restore you to your original self. Aiden scratched the back of his head, looking from me to Lucia, who was again an old dried-up hag. Ha-ha! Probably because my body had drank the water, not hers. So is Ash back in her real body? Aiden asked. Yep. Cam folded meaty biceps across his chest. You can obliterate the witch now. No, I'm Ash, Lucia wailed, scooting toward the edge of the cliff. That's when I noticed the pool of blood between her legs. Damn, I really had itched the hell out of that thing. Hurry, Aiden, Cam said. If she falls into the pit, you'll never find her on sublevel 7. I'm sorry. Aiden shifted from foot to foot, sweat dripping down his gray flesh. I don't want to obliterate my wife by mistake. Aiden, I'm Ash. I turned to Lucia with a scowl. What was my dog's name? That's a trick question. Her snake-like gaze darted from me to Aiden. I hate animals. Wrong, Aiden hollered, aiming his scythe at her chest. Lucia gaped at him, her jaw hanging open so wide she was bound to catch some of Basil's imaginary flies, then she turned and lunged. Aiden caught her in his beam as she was about to topple over the side of the cliff. She shrieked, then burst into a blinding ball of light. I turned away, shielding my eyes, and when I looked back, there was nothing left of her but a few drops of crotch blood and a small black smudge. I hunched over, heaving a sigh of relief. Thank God that's over, I mumbled. The stalagmite shook again, and I screamed as it fell hard and fast, like one of those amusement park rides. Cam and I grabbed onto Aiden and launched into the air moments before the earth crumbled beneath our feet, disappearing into the boiling sludge. Hurry, Cam said, flapping his wings with a vengeance. Before Hell's portal closes. We barely made it through the narrow, puckered opening, which looked more like Hell's anus. No sooner had we gotten through than it closed behind us, and a hot gust of wind, like a giant hellfire fart, launched us out of the volcano and into a cool dawn sky lit with brilliant pinks and purples. I yelled when my wings retracted. Luckily, Aiden, who had been transformed from a dried-up meat stick back into my handsome husband, grabbed me. Cam managed to hold all our weight while gliding back to Earth, his wings balled up like a parachute. I watched with a mixture of shock and horror as the volcano imploded on itself with a thunderous boom before disappearing completely, leaving nothing but a pile of toppled buildings in its wake. We'd done it. We'd stopped the apocalypse, hopefully for good this time, and all it had taken was a little gluten. Chapter 14. We tumbled onto the helicopter landing pad of the Shamrock Casino, which had weathered the apocalypse. Sorry. Cam rolled his shoulders and shook his feathers. This was the best I could do. Aiden clasped the angel's hand. And I appreciate it, Cam. Cam looked up toward the heavens. I need to give the big guy a report. Of course, Aiden said. I was expecting the angel to fly, but an elevator descended from the clouds, landing midair. Cam waved to us before fluttering through the gleaming silver doors. The elevator shot back up, shrinking to a speck of dust before disappearing. My husband cupped my face in his calloused grip. I almost lost you. His eyes shone with tears, catching me off guard. I hated seeing my big, strong man cry. I wrapped my arms around his waist, breathing in his earthy scent mixed with the sulfuric smell from Hell's fires. I blinked at him, surprising myself when my vision clouded too. You would have found me eventually. Not if I'd obliterated you. He stroked my lower lip with the pad of his thumb. There's no coming back from that. I forced a smile. Good thing you didn't obliterate me then. I would have obliterated myself. A lone tear slipped down his cheek. Aiden, don't say that. I trembled in his arms at the thought. Please don't ever say that.
I can't face an eternity without you.
His voice cracked like splintered wood and more tears streamed down his face. Oh, this man. He might not have obliterated me, but he'd sure as hell cleaved my heart in two. You won't have to, I promise. I threaded my fingers through his thick hair, sighing when he bent his head to mine, capturing my mouth in one heat-searing, passionate kiss. Our tongues collided in explosive fury, and he wrapped his arms around me, deepening the kiss and grinding one very solid erection against my pelvis. Hubba hubba. Time for the honeymoon to begin. When a bone-jarring thud shook the building, we were forced to pull away from each other. Fuck, not another apocalypse. We raced to the side of the building and looked over the railing in time to see a Nephilim, a giant winged creature that was part big-ass human and part bat, smoothing his hands over a cracked building across the street. My eyes widened when the flaw magically sealed.
Nephilim,
Aiden breathed, his eyes sparkling like diamond dust.
By thunder, they're repairing the city.
Look, I pointed. Several dozen more Nephilim were floating down from the heavens, landing with thunderous booms before getting to work on repairs. Oblivious humans turned translucent when they walked right through the giants, oohing and aahing as the cracks magically disappeared. They couldn't see the winged creatures, which meant they could probably no longer see spirits. I thought of Alice, a newly turned spirit. How would she react when the humans found her body? And who was there to help her? I turned to Aiden. Alice must be terrified. He somberly nodded.
Let's go find her. Aiden. Alice was at the chapel, sitting all alone in a pew, while Tank, the Grim Reaper, knelt in front of her. Tank was trying to force a plush teddy bear into her hands, but Alice was having none of it. She turned from the formidable spirit, arms crossed and brow scrunched, repeating,
"No, no, no,"
when he tried to give her the toy. The mortals were using the chapel as a temporary hospital, completely oblivious to us spirits as they tended the injured and sick. We had to navigate through several disoriented people before we could reach the child. As soon as she saw us, her eyes lit up like 4th of July fireworks.
"Ash!"
she screamed and jumped up, launching herself at my wife. Ash knelt, rocking her in her arms and gently crying into her hair. It was the most touching and beautiful sight I'd ever seen. Alice pulled back, pouting, tightening her hold around Ash's neck.
"That Grim says I have to go to heaven, but I want to stay with you."
I glanced at my big friend, who looked helplessly from the girls to me. "Hey, Tank, I got this one." "You sure?" he asked. There was no mistaking the relief in his tone. Being a Grim Reaper wasn't easy, but retrieving kids was always the hardest part of our job. "Yeah," I said. "I'm sure you've got plenty of other souls to collect." "The list is a mile long," he groaned, raking a hand across his bald head. "We'll be getting plenty of overtime credits." He patted me on the shoulder. "Glad to see you made it back." He left in a hurry, on to retrieve his next soul. The elevators would have long lines for the next few weeks, which made me think of Cam's Jeep. I'd spotted it outside. A Nephilim had restored it to its former glory. It would take a little longer to get to heaven in the Jeep, but I wanted to take a detour anyway. There was something I needed to do for my bride. First, we'd need to find a driver, since I'd never learned how to navigate an automobile. I knelt beside Ash, caressing her back before tapping Alice's shoulder. Alice had buried her face against my wife's neck. I knew she'd have a hard time letting go. "How are you?" I asked her as she blinked at me. She had the most brilliant green eyes, reminding me of Ash and her Murphy family. Alice sniffed, wiping her wet eyes with the back of her hand.
"A little confused."
She looked at the people who walked right through us, oblivious to our presence.
"This is weird."
"You'll get used to it,"
Ash said, strained laughter ringing in her words.
"Soon weird will be the new normal."
Alice wrinkled her freckled nose.
"I've never known normal."
"Then you'll fit right in," I chuckled, despite the fact that my heart was heavy, very heavy. I'd taken thousands of children up to heaven over the last century, but none of them had moved me like this child. She deserved a full life, but it had been cruelly cut short.
"Alice."
Ash held the child at arm's length, clutching her shoulders and staring into her eyes.
I wanted to thank you for saving us back there. You were so very brave.
Alice shrugged, looking down at her pale bare feet.
It was nothing.
I cleared my throat, forcing the words out despite the rising tide of emotion swelling in my chest. It was everything. Without your help, the world would have perished. You're a hero. Her jaw dropped.
I am?
Yep.
Ash sniffled.
You are an amazing child, and don't let anyone ever let you think any different.
Alice flashed a smile so wide and bright my heart simultaneously tumbled and soared. Ash was right. She truly was remarkable.
Ash. Aiden and I held Alice's hands as we walked outside. I was thrilled to see Boner leaning against Cam's Jeep, a huge skeletal grin stretching earhole to earhole. He thumbed at the vehicle.
Need a lift?
I clasped my hands together, practically jumping out of my shoes. Boner, you're okay!
Mala fixed me up. I even got my clavicles back.
He pointed to a long line of people that extended down the block.
That's the line for the elevator.
Holy crap, I breathed. Then I felt bad that so many souls had lost their lives. I hoped it wasn't like this in every city. Boner jumped in the Jeep and waved us over.
I think it would be faster if we took the Jeep.
A series of booms shook the ground beneath us.
What are those things?
Alice gasped as a Nephilim thundered past, riding overturned souvenir carts and repairing shattered windows. Don't worry, I winked at her. They're our friends. They're here to fix up the planet. Alice leaned into me, going as boneless as a filleted fish.
Ooh.
When a Nephilim lifted an overturned kiosk, I was immediately drawn to the bride and groom t-shirts. Hang on a minute, I said to Aiden. I want some souvenirs.
You two go on ahead.
Aiden released Alice's hand, patting her on the top of the head.
I need to speak with Boner.
I briefly wondered what that was about, but then decided I didn't care. I wanted a t-shirt, and there were at least half a dozen souvenir carts waiting to be explored. Alice and I hit the motherlode. I snagged bride and groom t-shirts and caps, and I even found a best man shirt for Boner. No, he hadn't been the best man at our wedding, but he deserved the shirt for risking his soul to help us. Then I found a few more really cute shirts and jewelry. I shoved them into a bag along with several gluten-free chocolate bars. Alice double-checked the labels since she was obviously better at it than me.
Isn't this stealing?
Alice asked as we moved to another cart. No, put these on. I dropped a pair of flip-flops on the ground that looked about Alice's size. The poor kid had been wandering around barefoot since that bitch had blown off her slippers. They're not in our dimension. They won't see anything missing. She looked up at me, squinting.
Huh?
I couldn't help but laugh. I'll explain later. I smiled as she slipped on the shoes. They were a perfect fit. Look, Alice. I held a frilly sundress with hearts and kittens against her, much like the nightgown she was wearing. This is perfect for you.
It's pretty.
Alice looked at the dress and started bawling. My heart twisted in a knot as I knelt in front of her, clutching her elbows. Sweetheart, why are you crying? I dug a scarf out of the bag and used it to wipe her tears. Her lower lip trembled.
I don't want to go to heaven. I want to stay with you.
Damn. As if the kid couldn't break my heart anymore. Come here, baby. I pulled her into a tight hug. I'm sure Aiden and I have earned enough credits to visit heaven after this little ordeal. We'll come see you often. But even as I said the words, I feared it wouldn't be enough for her, and I knew it wasn't enough for me. She pulled back.
But what will I do there?
I hated the look of rejection in her eyes. It's amazing. I forced a note of enthusiasm into my voice, even though it was hard, really hard, knowing I didn't want to leave her. You can eat or drink whatever you want. You have your own personal servant, and you can pick any house.
It sounds lonely.
Ugh, she was right. But kids were meant to be in heaven, and Aiden and I were meant to be ghosters. You'll get to connect with long-lost relatives. It's not bad. She narrowed her eyes, twisting her lips in a scowl.
Then why don't you live up there?
This kid was too smart for her own good. Purgatory needs ghosters. Her eyes lit up like my old black lab Jack whenever I tossed his football.
I want to be a ghoster.
I thought about that young ghoster I'd met, the one who'd been trapped in the dragon's belly. Baby, you saw how dangerous ghosting is. I imploringly searched her gaze. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. The loud blare of the Jeep's horn startled me.
Come on, we need to get going,
Boner yelled. Hold your horses. I turned back to Alice, wiping a few fresh tears from her freckled cheeks. I'm sorry, sweetie. We need to get going. She heaved a sigh, kicking the ground.
Okay.
When we passed a kiosk of toys, I said, Want anything? Last chance. She eagerly nodded, pointing to a rainbow unicorn with a golden horn.
Can I have that?
Of course. I took it off the shelf and handed it to her. You can have as many toys as we can fit in this. I held out a big, empty shopping bag.
Really?
I squeezed her cheek, the warmth from her smile flooding my heart. I can't say no to you. By the time we finished shopping, our arms heavily laden with bags, there was a crowd of familiar faces standing around the Jeep. Aiden patted his twin brother on the back.
Look who's here.
Callum? I set down my shopping bags and gave him a hug. What are you doing here?
We got called up after all the ghosters were eaten by dragons.
He nodded at his girlfriend Kara, and I hugged her next. Really? I looked at Kara for reassurance. Yeah, she laughed. And then we were eaten. I cringed. Sorry about that. Hope you're okay. She shrugged. We survived. I heard all about your ordeal. I rolled my eyes. I'm hoping to forget it, but I feared memories of that itchy crotch would haunt me forever. Melanie and Sarge were there too, along with Crow and Basil. They'd all spent a harrowing night in a shadow dragon's belly, a night they said they'd rather forget. When I introduced everyone to Alice, she hugged my leg and bashfully said hello. She's really attached to you, Melanie whispered. I know. I silently nodded, unable to say more, like how I was very attached to her too. Basil held out her hand. I've been waiting to meet you, Alice. Alice let go of my leg and shook Basil's hand.
Me too,
she said with a smile. Okay. I hadn't been expecting that, but for some reason I wasn't shocked. There wasn't room in the Jeep for everyone, so our friends made quick goodbyes and went to stand in line at the elevator. Hey, Boner, catch! I threw him the bag with his t-shirt. He hastily opened it like a kid unwrapping his Christmas present.
Best man! Thanks!
He slipped off his bomber jacket and slid into the t-shirt. It was a little big on him, but it was meant for the flesh and bones Boner, not the bony one.
You sure were.
Aiden patted him on the back, his bones clanking like a pile of dominoes.
You came through for us enough times to earn the title.
Boner puffed up his scrawny chest.
I did, didn't I?
After I threw the other bags in the back, I heaved a big teddy bear into Aiden's arms. Hold this, would you? Aiden clutched the stuffed toy by the neck.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Aiden grumbled, and with good cause. The thing was as wide as him and almost as tall as Alice. Hold on to it. I clasped Alice's shoulder. It's for Alice. I swear I saw Aiden's heart melt all over the pavement.
Oh, okay.
Well, that made 2 people Alice had wrapped around her pinky finger. Alice went up on tiptoe to kiss him on the cheek.
Thanks, Aiden.
I loved the way his cheeks flushed crimson.
Are you going to do some more spinnies, Boner?
Alice asked as I helped her into the back seat.
Maybe if you're good,
Boner teased. He then slipped his jacket back on and strapped on another helmet, only this one wasn't like the camo one he'd lost. This was a child's bicycle helmet with purple and pink flowers. Aiden and I shared funny looks but didn't say anything. Besides, that helmet was probably the least weird thing on him. Aiden cleared his throat.
I hope you don't mind if we take a detour. I want to survey the destruction.
Good idea, I said, as long as Boner has enough gas. I waggled my fingers. I don't have my demon powers anymore.
We're good.
Boner's hollow eye sockets looked at me in the rearview mirror.
Cam gave me a spare tank. Ash, I can't wait to see your reaction when...
Aiden loudly cleared his throat, elbowing Boner.
Let's get going. We have a lot of ground to cover.
I got an uneasy feeling when Aiden shot Boner a shut-up-or-die look. What was he up to? Chapter 15 Words couldn't describe the relief I felt when we flew over Portland. Almost all of the structures were still intact, and the residential neighborhoods looked untouched. The only areas that had been affected were the neighborhoods and shops close to the cemeteries. It had been like this during the flight up along the coastline. It seemed Lucia's destruction had mostly centered in Las Vegas. Then again, we saw giants everywhere, and there was no telling how much they'd already repaired. A sickening feeling twisted my insides when Boner slowed and angled the car toward my mom's church, and I suspected Aiden was the reason behind our pit stop. Our protective blue bubble popped when Boner landed on a dirt road running through the apple grove. "Aiden," I groaned. "What are we doing here?" His eyes were expressionless. "Do you think your mom is still inside?" "As long as there are people who need help, yes," I said, as butterflies swarmed in my stomach. Knowing my mom, she'd organized a relief crew and was helping the sick and injured. But what was Aiden planning? Visiting mortal family members was a serious breach of Ghoster protocol and could get us kicked out of the Supernatural Intervention Agency. Boner pulled the Jeep beneath a shady tree in front of the church. There was a flurry of activity going on inside. People were coming and going, carrying blankets and canned goods. A banner hung from the porch with the words "Temporary Shelter and Emergency Supplies" written in permanent marker across the top. I recognized my mom's handwriting. Yep, she had organized this. She was a saint. "Come on," Aiden said, unbuckling his seatbelt. I sat rooted to the spot. We can't go in there. Aiden reached over the seat, clasping my hand in his. "Of course we can." I jerked back as if scalded. What is the point of this? Do you have any idea how hard it is to see my mom and not be able to talk to her? Aiden didn't even bat an eye. "That's why you're going to project." "But it's against regulations." "Ash, you just saved the world from destruction. I'm sure the SIA will give you a pass. Besides, I think it's a shame that I'm a married man and I haven't even met my mother-in-law." My brain went numb from shock or fear. How would she react to seeing her dead daughter walk through her church? "You're serious, aren't you?" He leveled me with a no-bullshit stare. "Dead serious." I would have laughed at the pun if I hadn't been piss-my-panties terrified.
You're lucky to have a mother, Ash.
Alice looked at me with big, somber eyes.
I think you should do it.
This kid made my heart do all kinds of backflips. I jumped at the sound of a familiar bark. Jack Jr., my mom's black lab, was standing on his hind legs, scratching at the door, his tongue lolling to one side and tail wagging 100 miles an hour. Though we weren't projecting, Jack could see us. It had something to do with his sixth sense as a guardian angel. "Hey, watch the paint!" Boner hollered. "I just had it repaired." "Jack!" I squealed. I didn't wait for more prodding from Aiden. I jumped out of the Jeep and fell on my knees, opening my arms to my reincarnated childhood best friend, aka my dad's spirit in a dog's body. Jack jumped into my arms, coating my face with sloppy kisses, his tongue darting everywhere, including up my nostril. "Look at how big you're getting." I tried to pet him, but he was so wiggly I could barely keep him still. He needed to grow a few more inches, and his chest still had to fill out a bit, but he was almost as big as the last Jack. I was finally able to get him to sit still long enough to give him a big hug. My eyes watered when he whimpered in my arms. I'd missed my buddy so much. Aiden knelt beside me, scratching behind Jack's ears. "How you doing, buddy?" Jack answered with a bark and gave Aiden a big sloppy kiss. "Jack, what are you doing? Come on inside." I gasped at the sound of my mom's voice. She was approaching, and my heart leapt before making a big, heavy thud. She was thinner than I'd ever seen her. Her eyes were sunken, and her long, wavy hair was gone, replaced by a crew cut. What had happened to her? But I suspected I knew the answer. She had the look of a chemo patient. Boner and Alice called to Jack. My dog happily chased after them when Boner reached into the glove box and pulled out a fresh box of cookies. They gave Jack plenty of pets and cookies while I focused on my mom. Aiden and I shared a look of understanding before I projected myself. "Hi, Mom." My eyes misted over as my mom stopped in her tracks, gaping at me. "Ashley?" Her hands flew to her mouth. "Ashley,
My baby?
When she started to shake and convulse, I feared she'd die then and there. Come on. I rushed to her and grabbed her elbow, leading her to a bench beneath the shady tree. Let me help you sit down. I lowered her onto the seat and then sat beside her.
Ashley?
She reached for me, tears cascading down her face.
Is it really you?
Yep. I forced myself to swallow the emotion that threatened to cut off my windpipe. It's me. She cupped my cheeks with both hands, imploringly searching my eyes.
I've missed you so much.
I covered her hand with mine. Me too.
I have to be dreaming.
She frowned, releasing me.
Or dead?
You're not dreaming, and you didn't die. I reached for her hand again, hating how brittle her skin felt, like her bones were covered with a thin layer of papier-mâché. The portal to hell was opened yesterday, and my friends and I had to close it.
You were cast down to hell?
The agony in her voice was almost unbearable. No. I forced a smile, trying to rub warmth into her cold hands. Not exactly. Not by God. I live in purgatory. She arched back. Purgatory? I'm a spirit. I made my legs fade and then reappear again. I've just come to say goodbye, and then I have to go back.
Oh, baby.
She clutched her throat, the look of horror in her eyes making me feel like she'd shot a barbed needle straight to my heart.
Are you okay there?
Of course. I did my best to sound upbeat, even though the sight of her decay made me want to fall apart in her arms. I love it there. Grandma and Uncle Mikey live up in heaven, I added. They visit me and Grandpa in purgatory on weekends. She stilled, and her wan complexion turned even paler.
My brother is in heaven?
She rasped. I refrained from rolling my eyes, remembering how devastated she'd been when her minister had told her my uncle had gone to hell because of his sexuality. Your preacher was wrong, Mom. Uncle was a good man. He shot straight to the top because of all of his charity work. She went eerily still, staring at me for a long moment before bursting into tears. She fell into my arms, sobbing against me.
Thank the heavens, she cried.
Thank the heavens! When Aiden loudly cleared his throat, I looked over her shoulder. We have to get going, he mouthed. I silently nodded. Grasping my mom's shoulders, I forced her to sit up. I wiped her eyes, then I waved Aiden over. Mom, I'd like you to meet my husband, Aiden. He sat on her other side and held out his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. She gaped at him, then back at me.
You're married?
Yes. I beamed at my handsome husband. Very happily married.
Oh, Ash,
she said on a breathy whisper. He's a hunk. I couldn't help but laugh out loud when Aiden flushed a bright crimson. I'll go check on the others, he said. Excuse me, ma'am. It was a pleasure to meet you. Then he bowed to her like the old-fashioned gentleman he was.
Not ma'am.
Susan, she corrected.
And please give me a hug.
Aiden's face turned even redder as he leaned down and gently hugged her. She looked so frail in his arms, like she'd snap in two if he held too hard. When he let her go, he whispered to me, I'm sorry, sweetheart. Just a few more minutes. I know, and thank you. I kissed him on the cheek, admiring his round ass as he walked away. He's more than just a hunk, Mom. I moved over until my thigh was pressed against her bony knee. He's the most wonderful man I've ever known. He's risked his soul to save mine plenty of times. She shrank back. Your soul's in danger? Not anymore. I held out my palms. Trust me, I'm okay. I swallowed hard. Mom, are you okay?
The cancer is terminal.
She had a haunted expression in her eyes.
It's my fault for not getting my annual checkups.
You were always too busy looking after others to take care of yourself. I tried to wipe a smudge off her face, cringing when I realized it was a bruise. She didn't even flinch.
I don't want to leave your sister all alone.
The selfish part of me should have been happy, knowing she was going to be with me soon, but my heart ached for my sister. Sure, we hadn't gotten along that well, and she was a spoiled brat, but I had been a spoiled brat most of my life too. Luckily, I'd grown up. At least I hope I have. she'll have Jack. I glanced at our four-legged friend who was chasing Boner around a tree begging for more cookies. He's our family's guardian angel. She sucked in a sharp breath. He is? Trust me, he'll risk his life to protect her. I thought about telling her Jack was my father but decided against it. She'd probably feel even worse, knowing she'd soon be leaving her reincarnated husband behind, and we'd uncovered enough heartache for one afternoon.
Susan, we have a situation.
My mom's pastor, a bloated old man with pants 2 sizes too tight and the face of a pufferfish, yelled from the front porch. Sounds like they need you. I refrained from commenting on the guy when he crossed his arms and impatiently tapped his foot. How were they going to manage when she died? She waved him off. He can wait. We need to get going soon anyway. I hated to leave her, but we were breaking protocol. Despite the fact that I helped save the world, the SIA admins could be real douchebags. Knowing them, they'd deduct my credits or put me on house arrest for a month.
But you just got here, she protested.
I know. I felt so bad leaving her, wishing I could be here to help her during her final hours on Earth. I'm breaking the rules just visiting you. I stood on wobbly legs, shocked at how much I trembled. I'd faced down hellish dragons and demons, and yet the thought of leaving her shook me to my core. She twisted her fingers together, looking up at me with eyes that appeared to sink even farther.
So I will see you soon then?
Yep. I forced a smile. We'll throw you a big party with lots of cheesecake.
Oh.
She clasped her hands together.
I love cheesecake.
Wait until you try Heaven's cheesecake. It's divine. My mouth watered at the thought. I could sure go for some chocolate cheesecake with chocolate cookie crust and fudge topping. Aiden joined me, placing a strong hand on my shoulder. You ready? I nodded, unable to stop the tears from flowing. My mom stood up, looking so frail I feared she'd topple over. She wagged a finger at Aiden.
Take good care of my baby.
You have my word, he said. She hugged him again, then kissed his cheek.
A real hunk,
she said to me over his shoulder. I couldn't deny I loved watching his face flush all the way to the roots of his hair and even his ears. But she was right. He was a delicious hunk of man-meat. My mom and I started bawling before she fell into my arms. I held her up as she swayed in my embrace. Though my heart was unraveling, I had to keep it together for her and be strong enough for the both of us.
I love you, baby, more than words can express.
Our tears mingled when she kissed my cheek.
I love you, Mom.
I squeezed her, though not too hard, for fear I'd injure her, then I reluctantly let go. Jack bounded up to us, spinning around our legs like a canine tornado. Even though I was bawling like a baby, I couldn't help but laugh at his antics. I was so thankful she had him. Walking away from her was one of the hardest things I'd ever done. The moment I stopped projecting, she sank on the bench, sobbing uncontrollably and clutching Jack's neck. I turned, ready to rush back to her, but Aiden grabbed my elbow. Look. The congregation poured out of the church and raced to my mom's side. I spotted my sister among them, and I knew they'd take care of her. Alice walked up to me, slipping her hand in mine.
Your mom seems real nice. You're lucky.
Thanks. I brushed a strand of unruly hair behind her ear. I think so, too. When Aiden and I found our untouched clothes in the tree branch where we'd left them, I clutched my red shoes to my chest and did a happy dance right there on the grass before realizing I was dancing on someone's gravesite. Luckily, a portal to hell didn't open up and suck me under. I was pleasantly surprised when we were all granted access to heaven. Even Boner, who'd transformed back into his flesh and bones surfer dude self, was allowed in, which meant we'd earned a lot of credits down below. Pete, the gatekeeper, was expecting us. When he opened the gates, my grandmother was waiting on the other side. After more hugs and more tears, she led us to my penthouse apartment. Uncle Mikey, along with distant Aunt Mar Murphy and her parents, my great-grandparents several times removed, were there for an impromptu cheesecake party. Mar raced to Boner, crying in his arms while he soothed her, whispering that everything was all right. I still had a hard time reconciling that they were a couple. They couldn't have been more oddly matched, but they appeared happy together. That was all that mattered. My grandma and uncle alternated between kissing and hugging me. I was expecting them to lay into Aiden for letting me risk my immortal soul, but they surprised me by hugging him too. Aiden finally managed to escape their coddling, finding a spot on the other side of the room next to Mr. Murphy. I kept an eye on Alice, who seemed overwhelmed by all these strange people. She gaped at Mar and then at me, obviously confused by our facial similarities. I pulled her to my side. I know she looks like me, but she's my aunt many times removed.
She could be your twin.
I know, but believe me, we're not. Though I considered Aunt Mar a friend, I still cringed at the competition. Maybe because I sometimes felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, she'd been my husband's first love. My mouth watered when a valet who looked very similar to Mom before the chemo offered us each a piece of cheesecake. Want a slice? I winked at Alice. You don't need to read labels here.
You sure?
She asked, eyeing the piece of caramel cheesecake the valet waved under her nose. Yep. I patted my tummy before greedily taking a slice of chocolate heaven. No stomach issues in heaven. I leaned down, whispering into her ear. Not even a fart. She giggled, then took the plate of cheesecake and shoveled a big bite into her mouth. Who do we have here? Mar came up to us, her arm looped through Boner's. Another Murphy? Alice smiled up at her.
How did you know my last name?
I nearly choked on chocolate fudge. Your last name is Murphy? I recognize the ice. Mar said to Alice, You are a descendant of my brother. How cool was that? That makes us related, I said to Alice. I was so excited I nearly jumped out of my shoes. Or maybe it was the cheesecake giving me that floaty feeling. Fourth cousins, if I'm not mistaken. Mar looked over at her mother, my great-grandmother many times removed, and she nodded her agreement. Cool, Alice and I exclaimed in unison. I nudged Alice with my hip. I knew I liked you for a reason. The smile she gave me made my feet feel even more floaty. A loud gong sounded from the doorway. I shoveled another bite of cheesecake into my mouth, vaguely watching my valet open the door. I was shocked to see 4 buff angels walk in, dressed in robes with fancy gold sashes. The room hushed when the angel in the lead unfurled a large scroll. Aiden and Ashley O'Connor. His iron-eyed glare scanned the room before settling on me. I swallowed a big lump of cheesecake without even the satisfaction of savoring the taste. Yes? You have a summons from the Holy One, the angel said, his deep voice sounding like a bass drum in my ears. Aiden and I shared puzzled looks before Aiden finally cleared his throat. When? The angel's gaze sharpened. Now. My jaw dropped, and before I could stop myself, I said the first stupid thing that came to mind. But I haven't finished my cheesecake. Chapter 16. I waited impatiently in the Holy One's lobby for the summons. It took most heavenly dwellers a century or more to get an appointment with him, but I didn't want to be here. I was still worried about Alice. Mar had taken her to meet the rest of the Murphys, including Alice's great-grandparents, and said she'd bring her back to my penthouse in the morning. What if Alice didn't like the Murphys? What if she had a terrible time tonight? Or worse, what if Alice loved them so much she wanted to stay with them? I knew I was being selfish to want her to come back to me, but I couldn't help it. God's secretary kept offering us bottles of Heavion, or, as Aiden and I like to call it, angry water. I politely refused the first time, but the woman's persistence was getting under my skin. I didn't want any damn water. I just wanted to get back to Alice and my cheesecake. By the time we were ushered into God's office, a lush, Grecian-style park with rolling green hills and a beautiful waterfall, I was ready to pull out my hair. There you are. God waved us over. He sat in a white wicker chair. Won't you have a seat? He nodded to the table in front of him. Cam told me all about your adventure. I owe you a debt of gratitude for destroying the witch. I did my best to contain my surprise at God's new appearance. Last time he'd been Jackie Chan. This time he looked exactly like my husband, with the exception of a few gray hairs peppering his sideburns and fine lines crinkling his eyes. Aiden leaned close to me. God looks like an older version of you. That gave me goose pimples. He looks like an older you, too, I whispered back. God had once told us he took on the form of those we admired most. a testament to how much Aiden and I loved each other.
Thanks,
Aiden said to God as he pulled out my chair.
We were just doing our jobs.
I thanked my husband and sat, reaching for his hand when he sat beside me. God's eyebrows dipped beneath his bangs as he gave me his signature all-knowing stare.
But your job didn't include an unauthorized visit to your mother, did it?
I resisted the urge to slink under the table, doing my best to quell my shaking hands. No? Oh boy, I sure hoped Aiden and I weren't in trouble.
No worries.
He laughed and poured 3 glasses of wine.
She'll forget everything after the Nephilim finish working their magic.
I took the glass he offered but didn't drink, even though I could have used a bit of alcohol after God's bombshell announcement. What do you mean she'll forget everything? He couldn't have thought of a better way to pulverize my heart. She was about to forget everything I'd told her? That my uncle was safe and happy in heaven and I'd married the man of my dreams? God took a long sip of wine, then set it down on the table, leaning back in his chair with a satisfied sigh as if he didn't have a care in the universe.
After they repair the world, they'll alter everyone's memories.
Aiden shot from his seat.
What? Why?
God smiled up at my husband.
We can't have them all knowing firsthand about the afterlife.
I pulled him back into his chair. It's okay, I mouthed to him. No, it wasn't okay, but I didn't need him getting on his holiness's bad side. Why not? I asked the deity. God stapled his hands, rocking back in his chair.
We want mortals to choose to be good, and not because they are worried about earning credits or being sent to eternal damnation.
But what about the Bible? I asked. It pretty much already spilled the beans about heaven and hell.
Knowing the 10 Commandments is different than seeing hell close up.
God took another long sip of wine before leveling us with eyes I swore saw straight through our souls.
Humans were given a template for good and bad. It's their choice if they want to follow it.
Aiden drummed his fingers on the table, looking unconvinced.
How are you going to explain all the people who died yesterday?
God waved away Aiden's question as if he was shooing an imaginary fly.
The same way we explained the apocalypse of 1918. Influenza.
Huh? I looked to Aiden. So not all those people died of the flu? Aiden shook his head.
I don't remember an apocalypse of 1918. We altered the residents of Purgatory's memories, too,
God said matter-of-factly. Aiden's jaw clenched, and I could tell he was more than aggravated.
Why? Elevator technology was fairly new back then, and we didn't know how to disable them in case of an emergency.
God let out a hearty chuckle before tossing the rest of the wine in his glass down his throat.
Let's just say that apocalypse got a little messy.
Aiden scratched the back of his head, his expression softening.
I guess I'm glad I forgot.
You didn't have the Nephilim to help either, I pointed out. Until recently, the Nephilim had resided in hell because God still held a grudge, or felt they needed to be punished. God chuckled.
The archangels worked double time on that one.
Aiden leaned forward, his eyes narrowing to slits.
Why didn't you help us?
He asked what I'd been too chicken to say out loud. God poured himself another glass of wine. Wow, the guy liked his booze. Probably why he needed to rest on the 7th day. He was too hungover. I cringed when I remembered he could read minds. He affirmed I'd been busted when he tapped his forehead and flashed a knowing grin. He held his glass up to the light, swirling the wine around until it changed to water. I bit my lip, averting my gaze when he winked at me. I'm not your AA sponsor, God. You can drink all you want.
When a child makes a mess in her room, whose job is it to clean it?
He asked Aiden.
Hers.
Aiden frowned.
She made the mess. Exactly.
God tipped his glass to us.
It's not my job to clean up the messes mortals make on Earth.
But Lucia made the mess, I blurted. I didn't tell the bitch to go ape shit on humanity.
And mortals made Lucia,
God answered. I couldn't contain the accusation in my tone. And you made mortals.
Touché.
He laughed before looking at me with such a stern expression I felt the urge to look away.
So I did. And it was those first mortals who ruined it for all humanity when Eve went against my orders and bit into the forbidden fruit. We know the story, Aiden grumbled.
God looked thoughtfully at us both before turning his water back into wine. He took a long swallow before setting the glass down with a clank and wiping his face.
You should, since you were the original do-over on the reincarnation wheel.
Wait, what? Aiden jumped from his chair, looking at God with a mixture of shock and horror.
Excuse me.
God ran a finger across the rim of his glass.
You two were my first humans, Adam and Eve.
Whoa. Mind blown. Aiden fell back into his seat, looking as if he'd had the wind knocked out of him. I was too numb to say anything, so I just looked dumbly from my husband to God, waiting for the deity to yell, "April Fools." God leaned over the table, pushing our wine glasses toward us. I picked mine up and downed the contents in several gulps, praying the buzz would hit me hard and fast. Aiden just continued to gape at us.
After your little transgression, God continued, you begged for a do-over, so I turned you into bugs and so on. It took you long enough to get back into human bodies. Ash,
he said with a dramatic eye roll,
you have a knack for staying alive much too long. Well,
he added with a sly grin,
except for this last time.
I grabbed the wine jug and poured myself another glass. I took several swallows while trying to form a question in my mind. So far, all of my bullshit flags were on high alert. I still wasn't convinced God wasn't playing a joke on us. I'm trying to wrap my mind around this. I rubbed my temples, which had suddenly started to throb. Weird, because I didn't think we could get headaches in heaven. We were the first people. We did a do-over, and we somehow found each other thousands of years later. God winked at me.
Kindred souls have a way of gravitating toward one another.
Aiden leaned forward, eyeing God intensely.
We are the parents of all humanity. Yes, sadly, and look at how your children have turned out.
God pounded the table with a fist, making me jump.
They poisoned our sea and sky, even the food they eat. They've neglected each other and the beautiful planet I gave them. Maybe after this epidemic,
he emphasized the word with air quotes,
they'll learn to respect it.
He wagged a finger at us as if we were wayward children, which, as it turned out, we kind of were.
If not, I expect you to clean up the next mess your offspring make.
Aiden and I shared puzzled looks. Okay? God stared pointedly at me.
We are almost out of time and you still haven't asked me.
For some reason, I knew exactly what he was talking about. I remembered Ghoster Poppy saying he had to get permission from God to keep his granddaughter in purgatory, and I'd already made up my mind I wanted Aiden and me to keep Alice and raise her as our child. The only problem was I didn't know how Aiden would feel about it. I haven't spoken with Aiden about it.
It's all right.
He smirked at Aiden.
He's grown attached to the child too, and he'll do anything to make you happy.
Well, I asked, can we keep her? I waited for his answer with bated breath as my heart raced and then tumbled, making me feel like I was a flailing bird trying to catch a pocket of air.
She's a fairly smart kid.
God stood, pushing his chair in.
I'll let her decide.
Aiden and I stood, sharing hopeful, eager looks. I expelled a deep breath of relief. Thank you. I couldn't stop smiling if I tried. I had no idea until I'd met Alice that I wanted to be a mom, but now I did. I really did. I crossed my fingers that she'd say yes, then my heart lurched. What if she wanted to stay with the Murphys in heaven? I thought about offering up a prayer, but since God already knew what I wanted, I figured it was kind of pointless. Before God could usher us to the exit, Aiden downed his glass of wine in a few swallows.
I needed that,
he said, setting down the glass and belching into his fist. God chuckled.
I knew you couldn't resist temptation.
The penthouse was empty when we got back home, leaving me with this strange, hollow feeling. I'd missed Alice's cherubic smile almost instantly. Aiden grabbed my hand as soon as we walked through the front door and led me into the living room. He fell on the sofa with a groan, pulling me onto his lap. I laid my head against his chest and we wordlessly held each other for several heartbeats. After everything we'd been through, it felt nice, really nice having this quiet time with my husband. Aiden stroked my hair, kissing my temple.
You okay, sweetheart?
I wrapped my arms around his neck, sighing against him, struggling for the right words to say. Yeah. I expelled a heavy breath, still in shock. He smoothed a hand down my back.
Me too.
I sat up, frowning at him. So you think we really were the first people? Aiden shrugged.
Why would God lie?
I still didn't know what to make of it. I'd been the one to tempt Adam with carnal sex and curse humanity, all because of a piece of fruit. I never told you this, I said, tracing one of his nipples. But the first time I met you, you smelled like fruit. I thought maybe apples, but I think it was ambrosia fruit.
You did too, Aiden said. Burnt hair and ambrosia.
Wow, I breathed. Is your mind as blown as mine? Aiden looked at me like he was Jack and he'd just spent the past hour trying to catch his tail.
Yeah.
Guilt weighed heavy on my chest like a lead brick. I don't think I can ever eat fruit again. He arched a brow, his blue eyes flashing with mischief.
Not even blueberry cheesecake. How about a strawberry margarita?
I bit my bottom lip, toying with his collar. No wonder I'd fucked up humanity. I couldn't keep my hands off my husband. Well, maybe that. After a copious amount of cheesecake and margaritas, Aiden and I were laughing it up, floating above the living room. At some time during the evening, I'd changed into a silk nightie, and Aiden had lost his pants, wearing nothing but his dress shirt and boxer shorts, his gleaming, tanned abs looking sexier than should be legal and making me burn in all the right places. Aiden took my empty glass and dropped it to the valet waiting below.
We won't be needing you anymore tonight,
he said. After the valet disappeared, Aiden twirled a lock of my hair around his finger, flashing sexy indigo bedroom eyes.
You were worth it.
I tilted my head, trying to clear the fuzziness in my brain. Worth what?
The do-over.
When he looked at me, I felt as if we could see into each other's souls. It was such a tender, raw moment, I was tempted to lose myself in his eyes and never wake up. So were you, I rasped. I sighed when he bent his head, softly brushing his lips across mine.
I love you more than my own soul,
he whispered against my mouth. I love you, husband, and I will love you for 1,000 lifetimes. I clutched his collar like a lifeline, nibbling on his lower lip. Would you like a taste of my forbidden fruit? He wrapped his arms around my waist, rubbing his erection against my hip.
I thought you'd never ask.
He slipped off my nightie and tossed it to the floor. I gasped when the cool air chilled my exposed backside and nipples, then hissed when he dug both hands into my breasts, squeezing until I cried out. After lavishing kisses on my breasts, he suckled each nipple, making me whimper as the unrelenting pressure built in my orgasmic zone. I threaded my fingers through his hair, pushing his head downward and praying he'd take the hint. He looked up at me with a mischievous gleam in his eyes.
Impatient, are we?
Lick me, Aiden, I begged. Please. He worked his way down my stomach with nips and kisses before burying his face between my legs. And then he licked, lapping my dripping juices like a kitten drinking milk. When he speared me with his tongue while circling my swollen sex with the pad of his thumb, I instantly exploded, convulsing around him and crying his name. He wasted no time climbing up the length of my body, setting his thick cock inside me with one fluid thrust.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. I need you now.
Don't be gentle, baby, I begged. I need you too. I wrapped my legs around him, grinding against his cock as the pleasure built again. He slid a hand up the back of my neck, grasping my hair by the roots, kissing me thoroughly while we fucked hard and fast. I loved this man so much, but now was not the time for gentle lovemaking. I needed it to hurt. We'd waited 1,000 lifetimes for this moment, and I wanted this man to brand me with each painful thrust for all eternity. I moaned into his mouth when the orgasm claimed me, the climax clenching hard on his cock and causing him to shoot like a rocket. We clawed each other's backs, kissing and moaning, held captive to our prolonged pleasure. He stilled for a moment and then continued to pump into me, my channel pulsating around him like a clenching fist. I couldn't tell where one orgasm began and the other one ended as more ripples rolled through me, sending waves of pleasure all the way to my toes. We floated down to the floor and made love on the carpet, slowly and gently this time, exploring each other before he eased into me again. He kissed me and stroked my temple, watching me come undone in his arms. The climax was gentle and sweet, making me fall in love with him all over again, and I realized an eternity with my husband would never be enough. He held me for what felt like hours. I was perfectly content lying on the floor of my heavenly penthouse, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. "I'm sorry, Aiden," I drawled as I traced a lazy circle across his chest. "But that fruit was worth it." He kissed my forehead, running his fingers down my spine, sending delightful shivers across my skin. "I agree, but let's keep our little do-over story between us." Good idea. I wasn't sure how our friends and family would react to the news. Besides, we'd already served thousands of years of penance for our sins. Why relive the past when we had so much to look forward to? "Speaking of do-overs," he breathed hot and heavy in my ear, "how about another round of lovemaking?" Yes, please. I draped my leg across his hip, my libido springing to life. I opened my eyes and stretched, inhaling the tempting aroma of freshly brewed coffee. "Good morning, beautiful wife." Aiden sat down beside me, setting a steaming cup of coffee on the nightstand. "Good morning, handsome husband." I leaned up for a kiss, gasping and then groaning into his mouth when he speared my mouth with his tongue, deepening the moment. One of the perks about waking up in heaven was no morning breath. As I slipped a hand beneath his white robe, cupping his sack and then stroking his large erection, I realized another perk about heaven was that my husband was always horny. We pulled apart at the sound of a familiar gong. "Alice!" I squealed. I threw on a nightgown and then thanked him with a kiss when he helped me slip into a cotton robe. I was cinching my belt as I followed him down the hall. Our valet had already let Alice inside. Alice was sitting at the kitchen table, smothering chocolate chip pancakes in syrup. "Where's Mar?" I asked. Alice shrugged, then squirted whipped cream on her pancakes.
She said she had to go.
I knew it was selfish, but I inwardly smiled when Alice turned her focus on her pancakes, not seeming to mind that Mar had left. I dismissed the valet and sat next to Alice at the table, nervously palming my coffee cup while Aiden sat on her other side. I could tell by the way he squeezed a fork in his white-knuckled grip that he was just as nervous as I was. "Did you have fun?" I asked, then held my breath. I was being selfish, hoping the Murphys had been boring. She set her fork down by her plate, looking at what I realized was a small mountain of whipped cream.
"Yeah, but I missed you."
My husband and I shared hopeful, excited looks. I reached for her hand, clasping it in mine, wondering if the subtle tremors were coming from her or me. "Alice, Aiden and I have something very important to ask you." She looked up at me with glossy eyes.
"Are you leaving me here?"
My heart shuddered and then did backflips when I realized Alice was going to be ours. I tried clearing my throat, but I was so choked up with emotion I couldn't speak. "Not unless you want to stay," Aiden said. She looked from Aiden, then back to me.
"Only if you stay."
I squeezed her hand. "We're going back to purgatory. Would you like to come with us?" I paused, swallowing a lump in my throat. "We would raise you as our daughter." She sprang from her chair.
"You want to adopt me?"
"Yes, sweetie." I released her hand and hastily wiped the moisture from my eyes. "If you'll have us as parents." She flung herself into my arms, burying her face against my shoulder.
"Of course I will."
She wiggled out of my embrace just as fast, reminding me of a certain hyperactive lab who couldn't sit still even for scratches.
"Does this mean I get to be a ghoster?"
Aiden cleared his throat and stood, cheeks flaming with color. "We'll have to see about that." Alice fell into my arms again.
"This is the happiest day of my life."
"Ours too, baby. Ours too." I clung tightly to her, unable to contain happy tears. Aiden knelt beside us and joined in the hug. I'd never felt more complete in all my existence than at that very moment. Epilogue. We'd been keeping up with my mom via Purgatory television. She was a fighter, hanging on because she didn't want to leave my spoiled sister, who'd actually matured a lot over the past year. She and her nice new husband had taken her and Jack to live with them, ensuring my mom's final days on Earth were comfortable. Not much longer, and she would be visiting us every weekend and spoiling her new granddaughter rotten. My husband and I adjusted fairly well to life as parents. We moved Alice into my bedroom at Delta House, and Aiden and I took Boner's old bedroom after we ripped up the moldy carpets, repainted the walls, replaced the furniture and doorknobs, and sanitized everything twice. Alice's ghoster training was going great. She made a pretty spooky spirit, but despite her protests, we'd only taken her on one code green. She was not allowed to go with us on yellows or reds until she turned 18. Luckily, we hadn't had any reds since the apocalypse, and we didn't expect any. If we ever did have to deal with another sorceress or demon emergency, Aiden and I would do our best to keep Alice far away from level 1. Because children were a rarity in purgatory, we had to homeschool Alice. Thankfully, our friends helped make it a group effort. Basil had been a music teacher in her past life, so she practiced piano with Alice every afternoon. Aiden and Crow helped her with history lessons. Crow loved to entertain her with first-hand accounts of the Civil War, while Aiden regaled her with tales of the Wild West. Shadow made an excellent science and math tutor, so I was only on the hook for English, my least hated subject. It helped when Grandma took her on field trips to visit Emily Dickinson and Walt Whitman. My family adored Alice. My grandpa, who insisted she call him Pawpaw, spent less credits on libido pills and sex toys and more on taking Alice out for ice cream. My grandma spoiled her with beautiful porcelain dolls, pretty dresses, and ribbons for her hair. After Alice caught Grandpa with his blow-up doll collection and a giant tub of petroleum jelly, Aiden and I decided we needed to curb Alice's family visits. Thanks to my past life as a legal secretary, I had enough organizational skills to book appointments with my family. They weren't too pleased about having to set dates, but it was the only way we could keep Alice focused on her schoolwork. After excelling in her studies for 4 straight months and being an all-around amazing kid, Aiden and I didn't have the heart to leave her behind when we finally went on our honeymoon. Our hotel at the Purgatory Bahamas was surprisingly understanding about the situation. Because word spread fast that we were the heroes who'd saved mankind, our hotel agreed to give us a credit for our prepaid all-inclusive vacation. They even upgraded our room to the deluxe 2-bedroom suite and said we could bring Alice. The only catch was we had to wait for the off-season. It's a good thing we took our daughter on our honeymoon because Aiden refused to go swimming with me, all because he'd drowned in a hurricane over 100 years ago. He shouldn't have let me book the Purgatory Bahamas if he had no plans of enjoying the beach. To be fair, though, when he'd first agreed to our vacation destination, he'd assumed we wouldn't leave our suite. But kids kind of throw a big fat wrench in sex plans, so we actually had to do touristy things. Alice and I pleaded with him to go boogie boarding with us. We followed him around the room, teasing him about stupid phobias, until he snatched the complimentary blow dryer from its cradle and chased us out of the suite. Touché. It was okay. I figured Aiden could use a break. He'd spent the day before on a jungle excursion horseback ride with Alice, while I'd enjoyed a relaxing day at the spa. I loved my new Petty and Manny. Too bad I'd already chipped a nail on the pool slide. The boogie board instructor gave us free lessons, and he hooked us up with snorkeling equipment. Since kids were rare in purgatory, we were always getting free stuff, which turned out to be way more effective than flirting for it. Not that I flirted anymore. I was a happily married mom, after all. By the time we made it back to the room, discarding towels, sun hats, and a big bucket and shovel, Alice and I were thoroughly waterlogged and sunburned. I'd applied sunblock to her sensitive skin every hour, but she still turned as red as hell's hot lava. Good thing I'd brought a vial of holy water with us. We found Aiden on the balcony, already dressed for dinner in khaki shorts and the pilfered groom t-shirt we'd gotten in Vegas. He was reading Purgatory's leading newspaper and drinking a tall glass of lemonade. He peered at us from over the top of his newspaper. "Did you ladies have fun?" We sure did. I flopped onto a wicker bench beside him, kissing him on the cheek before grabbing the corner of his paper and forcing him to set it down. All they ever wrote about was post-apocalypse cleanup. Even after 3 months, they were still finding stray zombies. Thankfully, they were slow and easy to spot, but we ghosters had been working overtime trying to locate them all. Occasionally, one would turn up in a swamp or a meatpacking plant. Once we disposed of the zombies, the Nephilim came down and worked their mind-erasing magic, and the humans would happily go back to their oblivious lives. I realized it was better that way. After the virus had wiped out 10% of the population, the humans had learned to be kinder to one another, And they were even working on ways to take better care of the planet. "You ready to get something to eat?" I asked as Alice squeezed between us.
Yeah.
She tossed a thick crimson braid behind her shoulder before patting her tummy.
All that swimming made me hungry. I need to wash my armpits and ladybits first.
My hand flew to my throat. Armpits and ladybits? Aiden and I shared looks of mock horror. "Where did you hear that?" Aiden grumbled. "No, don't tell me. Grandpa."
Alice giggled. "He's so funny when he talks to Grandma."
I rolled my eyes. Yeah, real funny. After Alice went to the bathroom, Aiden gave me a serious case of side-eye. "I need to have another talk with Grandpa." "Please," I begged, following him into the suite's compact living room. My last warning obviously didn't work. I picked up Alice's discarded towel and hung it across a chair. So much for God's lecture about making kids clean up after themselves. Oh well, it was better than Aiden's crusty socks, which I found each morning at the foot of the bed. I tossed a copy of The Giving Tree on the dresser and fell into bed beside Aiden, draping a hand across my brow. I hadn't been this tired in a long damn time. She fell asleep when we were not even halfway through the book. He set his newspaper down on the nightstand. "One of these nights, she'll make it through the whole thing." "I doubt it," I laughed. "Not as hard as she plays." Aiden brushed my hair aside and planted a tender kiss on my neck, sending a trill racing across my skin. "I booked that zipline excursion for the day after tomorrow," he said, "and the four-wheeling tour for this weekend." Excellent. I arched my neck to give him better access, not that I had enough energy for sex. "She wants to go snorkeling tomorrow, but first we have to exchange her flippers. They're too small." He nibbled my ear and slipped a hand up my nightshirt. "Pretty soon she'll fit in your shoes." "I know." I heaved a weary sigh, then turned so he could mouth my breast. Not that I wanted sex at this late hour. I swear her feet grew another inch this month. "You look worn out." He massaged a breast with slow, undulating strokes. "I am." I removed my shirt and tossed it on the floor. I still wasn't looking for sex, but booby massages were my favorite. I didn't know parenting would be so tiring. His hand stilled. "Any regrets?" Was he kidding? Sure, being a parent wasn't easy, but Alice filled my heart with so much joy and love I couldn't imagine life without her. The more I learned about the child, the more I learned about myself. I wasn't so self-centered and spoiled after all. Alice and Aiden were my priorities now, not me. In fact, just a few weeks ago, I'd given our daughter the last of my chocolate stash, and it was almost my PMS time. Miracles really did happen in purgatory. I looked at him as if he'd grown a second head. "No, you?" He smiled. "Nope." He drew tight circles around one nipple before working over to the other breast. I tossed my head back, moaning when he leaned over me, gently sucking. He trailed hot kisses up my neck before whispering in my ear. "Should I let you get to sleep?" Fatigue be damned. I pushed my husband onto his back and straddled him. Don't even think about it. We rolled and kicked off panties and underwear, kissing and teasing each other before he slid into me. I raised my hips to match his thrusts. The only sounds in the room were our heavy breathing and the bed springs squeaking as we joined together in a primal dance of pleasure. Our orgasms came swift and hard. I whispered his name over and over until the very last undulating wave of pleasure washed through me. He swept me into his arms and planted one last tender kiss on my mouth before we succumbed to exhaustion. The last thing I thought before drifting to sleep was how lucky I was this man was mine. Eternally mine.